na turn by turn, oh. Na Jagaban turn, oh. Turn by turn. I beg you, wait for your turn. Come on.
Turn by turn, na Jagaban turn, turn by turn.
We say now turn by turn, oh.
Na Jagaban turn, turn by turn. I beg you wait for your turn. I beg you wait for your turn, oh. Turn by turn, na Jagaban turn, turn by turn. I beg you wait for your turn.
If you do anyhow,
You say
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Ejemo, ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, ejemo, anamana. Wana mejemo, ejemo, anamu. Para chuba jodiri chukuma duku chuba jodiri ndemawo. Eguma wego. Para chuba jodiri chukuma duku chuba jodiri ndemawo. Eguma wego. Obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruo na oyibo.
It is everyone. Be free.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Obodo sanye ye wimo. Ye wimo. Obodo sanye ye wimo. N'ụbọchị anyị ga-akpọtụ ihe dị egwu ga-eme. Ọkwitara kara m ịṅụrụ mmanya m ị ga-akwụrụ m ụgwọ ya bebi mo.
How are you feeling?
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia.
Asekwa na ifo ya banye si akuna nyi ego mbasi ozo.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota nwa akuna koga bu.
Hello,
And there it is right there. Ashiwaju, they no know you, they speak in tongues. Bala bala bulaba, you they speak in tongues. So hopefully we are not speaking in tongues today. Hopefully we're a lot more audible than Bulabalu. So welcome to you, Bulabas. So here we go again. Another day, another half penny. So here we go again. We're doing it again. Of course we are. And you are doing it with also all the more the delight. So all the more the delight to have you in our company. So here we go again. All matters Nigeria related. The weekend starts today. And what better way to start the weekend than with your friendly neighborhood one man went to mow. So we kick it off. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. That should be as a matter of routine for most of you now, but it should really be a matter of course for all of you. So if you've not clicked on the like button yet, please do that immediately and right now. I haven't done that. Check to see if your subscription button for this platform is showing red. If the subscribe button on your screen is showing red, then you have not fulfilled all righteousness yet. So fulfill all righteousness by making sure that that subscription button is grayed out. So click on like and subscribe. Is that essay that I've just delivered. So click on like and subscribe. And then having done that, this hyperlink that says StreamYard right here, that's your open invitation to come and join us on the screen. So we've been delighting in new and wonderful voices that have been spending more and more time with us. Audi, Baba, all of these now elegant voices that just enriches what we do here. All they did was to click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So if you want to avail the platform of your elegance, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and we'll be gentle with you in the first instance. We might not be so gentle in the second instance, but if you are debuting on the platform, we will handle you with kid gloves. So click on like, click on subscribe, and click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that is forever pinned on the comment section. So avail yourself of that as well. So do all those. Click on like, subscribe, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and of course, buy your host cups of coffee. What are we contending with today? We're kicking it off with this one. Nigerians should endure, not enjoy, but endure. Nigerians should endure suffering from subsidy removal for better tomorrow. So this is Tinubu now. I mean, what more is there to say about that space? We've circled and recycled it just so many times, and all of the arguments has been presented, and the argument for it is coherent. But the people that are against it, I don't think there's any new thing that you can say to them, because the reasons, of course, that they are written against it is not anything to do with the sense of the policy. It's more to do with the politics that they believe in. But Tinubu implies Nigerians should endure sufferings from subsidy removal for better tomorrow. Your president, Bola Tinubu. Your president, Bola Tinubu, but certainly his president, the next person we're about to bring up now. They say they say 24 hours is a long time in politics. 24 minutes is even a long time in politics. Even 25 seconds is a long time in politics. What am I talking about? I'm talking about this. Labour Party chieftain Okupe applauds Tinubu over fuel subsidy removal. Others says president hits the ground running. So I'm not quite sure. And of course, this is the Director General of the Obidate campaign until the courts had to make him step down for personal reasons. So this is the top echelons of the obedience space. Now speaking, of course, in glowing terms to Tinubu. If you've ever wanted to know what I want a job sounds like, if you have ever wanted to know what I want a job sounds like, it sounds like this. Labour Party chieftain Okupe applauds Tinubu over fuel subsidy removal. Others says president hits the ground running. So there it is right there, and there it is right there. I wonder if Okupe did not get the memo that they're still chasing their mandate in Oka or wherever it is that they're chasing it. So chasing their mandate in Oka, but certainly chased out of town. So this is a storyline that we have been following all the way through, and this is this is a storyline that we have been following all the way through, and this is the latest development in that space. Popular Isheshe activist Talo Lorun. Yes, Talo Lorun. I've never heard a name like that before in my life. Popular Isheshe activist Talo Lorun are remanded in prison for defaming Emir of Ilorin. Others. So there it is right there. The Islamification of Ilorin, it looks as though it has now come here to stay. The Islamification of Ilorin has come here to stay. Justin, so we're back to the Niger Republic again, and it looks as though there might not be sufficient movement of contrition on the part of the wayward Tuaregs that have seized charge of that country, and it looks as though the West African sub-region is about to move. West African defense chiefs continue talk on possible Niger intervention, or Niger intervention, not Niger, but Niger. So I've got a theme song that actually goes with this. I've got a clip of them meeting, and what is most interesting is the backdrop music that ushered them in. So now to the headline space, meet the 3 most powerful men in Aso Rock. So I'll leave that as the last readout just to tease you for that much bit longer. But the most powerful 3 in the Aso Rock Villa about to be revealed. Meet the 3 most powerful men in Aso Rock. So the 3 most powerful men in Aso Rock. We're back to Niger Republic again. Niger junta leaders reportedly evacuate their families to Dubai, Burkina Faso, ahead of imminent ECOWAS intervention. So it's always the case. Whenever 2 elephants fight, it's the grass that pays the price. It's the grass that pays the price. And the grass is about to pay the price in Niger Republic by way of just an unfortunate woman, or hopefully not a child. We all know what usually comes out of this situation. And more to it, the juntas know, because they are immediately making arrangements for their own family. Niger junta leaders reportedly evacuate their family to Dubai, Burkina Faso, ahead of imminent ECOWAS intervention. Otuloma Sheworare is what we say in Yoruba land. Otu Loma Sheworare is what we say in Yoruba land. And 2 days. This is also a storyline that we have been following. So latest development in that space as well. United States seek assurance from Saudi Arabia on oil sale price in US dollars amidst currency concerns. So that is the narrative now that we have been following, like I said, for a while. That's the narrative of that emerging BRICS currency that is threatening to take on the American dollar. And it looks as though the Americans somewhat flummoxed, because if the dollar is not linked to the price of petrol, if petrol is not traded in dollars, then that currency is finished. Do you understand? If petrol is not traded in dollars, that currency, the dollar, is finished, and America is finished as a not as a superpower, but certainly as a super state. So they go on their knees to the Arabians. US seek assurances from Saudi Arabia on oil sales priced in US dollars amidst security concerns. So we'll have a look at that to see what is going on there. And I thought we had a headline as well. That woman we were talking about, that woman we were talking about yesterday, that wanted to jump off a bridge. She's come out now with some form of apology, but I cannot seem to find that headline anymore. But we'll find out and present that to you as well. So a rich and diverse menu. When is it never not a rich and diverse menu? So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relaxing choice. The usual protocol, click on like, click on subscribe. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation to join us, and your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee that is pinned in the comment section. That micro break, of course, traditional to the K guys.
Only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chief Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀, the cockroaches of the heavens don't crow yet. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe, may death have nothing to do with us. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friend. So straight to it, and let's kick it off with this American space. Hold on, let me just let me pop this in. Right. Let's kick it off actually with that American space. There's one other storyline that I want to bring you, but let's kick it off with this American space. US 6 assurances from Saudi Arabia on oil sales priced in US dollars amidst currency concerns. In a recent development, the United States has reportedly engaged in discussions with Saudi Arabia to ensure that the kingdom continues to price its oil sales in US dollars rather than shifting towards the Chinese currency. The move comes as concerns mount over the potential impact of such a shift on the global financial landscape. According to sources familiar with the matter, the discussions highlight the intricate balance of economic interest between the two nations. For decades, the United States dollars has served as the primary currency for international oil transactions, providing the country with significant economic and geopolitical advantages. This established system has contributed to the dollar status as the world's primary reserve currency. Yes, as the world's primary reserve currency. The Wall Street Journal reported that the United States aims to secure reassurances from Saudi Arabia that it will maintain the status quo of pricing oil in US dollars, a practice that has remained consistent over time. This comes as China continues to make strides in enhancing the yuan's international status with efforts to internationalize its currency and foster trade partnerships. Whilst neither country has officially confirmed the discussions, the potential implication of a shift towards pricing oil in Chinese currency are being closely examined. Such a move could potentially challenge the supremacy of the dollar, reshaping the dynamics of global financial markets. Experts posit that it might also provide China with a significant geopolitical advantage, potentially enabling the nation to exert more influence over global trade and finance. It is important to note that these discussions take place against the backdrop of evolving global economic dynamics, including the rise of China as a formidable economic power. The outcome of these discussions could potentially influence the course of international trade and finance for years to come. The reported discussions between the United States and Saudi Arabia regarding the pricing of oil sales in US dollars underscore the intricate connections between the economic policy, currency dynamics, and global geopolitics. So we leave it there. But this really is going back to that conversation we were having about the lifespan. Because, of course, a lot of people conflate the might of America to mean that it will always have preeminence over global affairs. So a lot of people conflate that. But the might of America really is not in its military might. It is more in its... the might of America is not really in its military might. It's more in that currency and its relationship with oil, primarily. The most important thing that holds America together is the fact that oil, which is an essential for the driving of every economic activity on every surface of this planet, that one singular item is transacted in their currency. That is the X factor of the United States. It's not the nuclear bombs. Who are they going to nuclear? They're not nuclearing anybody. It's not this going up to blow up countries. The might of the American space, of the American country, is the fact that oil is traded in the dollar. And that is why, by the way, the United States always goes on its knees to Saudi Arabia, because they know that if the Saudis turn against them, then that is the end of that country. So there it is, the Americans on their knees to the Saudis. So what do you make of that? Come share thoughts. So that hyperlink is still there. There's still plenty of space on the studio. Anybody that wants to hop on. So from that to this, Nigeria should endure suffering from subsidy removal for better tomorrow. So this is Tinubu. I'm not quite sure if there's conversations left around this really. We've presented as much as can be presented, the journey path of this fuel subsidy, which is the first step towards a destination that will permanent the rescue of Nigeria for eternity. So I'm not quite sure. Anybody that still doesn't understand what is going on is either they lack the brain function to comprehend, or they are obstinately sticking to a narrative that is fanciful from the obedient space. President Bola Tinubu has tasked Nigerians to endure the sufferings emanating from the removal of fuel subsidy as a price that must be paid for a better tomorrow. These pains are pains of birth of a new nation. We know the removal of fuel subsidy has created some pain, and that is why palliatives are being put in place. We can endure this. For a moment. What we are going through today is for a better tomorrow. Nations are great because citizens have hope that tomorrow will be better than today. You know, for all of these rhetorics because it sounds confident and assured, for all of these rhetorics, I just hope that he can deliver. That's just the thing. The president was speaking in Abuja on Thursday at the public presentation of the book, Brutally Frank, an autobiography of elder statesman Edwin Clark. Represented by George Akume, Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Mr. Tinubu also called on traditional rulers and politicians to sustain the nation's unity. The president said all hands must be on deck to realize a great nation and called for everyone to manage Nigeria's diversity for the unity of the country. We are greater when we are introduced as Nigerians than when we are introduced on the basis of ethnicity. This country is structurally complex and structurally difficult, but can never be difficult to manage. Our plurality, our diverse cultures, language, religion constitutes the source of our strength. Since we came in, we have demonstrated enough for the management of this diversity through appointments of persons, citizens into key strategic positions, Mr. Tinubu said. So, is this still going on? I think that gives us the gist of it. That gives us the gist of it. But it's essentially really we have to go through this to come through it. It's essentially what Tinubu is saying. We have to go through it to come through it. So we have to go through it to come through it. Labour Party chieftain Okukwe applauds Tinubu over fuel subsidy removal. Others says president hits the ground running. So the only interesting part of this really is that this narrative is now coming from Doyin Okukwe. That's just it. A chieftain of the Labour Party and former Director General of the Presidential Campaign Organization of the party for the 2023 elections, Doyin Okukwe, has applauded President Bola Tinubu for removing fuel subsidy and showing commitment, zeal, and courage in his administration. Peter Obi was the candidate of the party in the 2023 presidential election. In the election results declared by the Independent, so that this tells you where this newspaper is coming from. In the election results declared by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Obi and other candidates lost to Bola Tinubu of the ruling All Progressive Congress, APC. Meanwhile, Obi and the Labour Party subsequently petitioned the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal to challenge Tinubu's victory. The ruling of the tribunal on the matter is being awaited. Okukwe, in an appraisal of Tinubu's administration and policies, he titled, "For President Bola Tinubu, Still Many Rivers to Cross," commended President Tinubu. According to Okukwe, President Bola Tinubu actually hit the ground sprinting, showing much determination, zeal, commitment, and courage. He has taken two extraordinarily bold steps by abolishing fuel subsidy and equalizing our foreign exchange. He continued, "This without doubt is causing very severe pain and hardship on the populace. However, in order to ground these policies properly and reduce the pain on the populace, the president still needs to take more bolder steps. Nigeria must quit OPEC." So now, I was going to abandon this piece halfway, but I'm glad I read it up to this point. There is absolutely categorically no reason why Nigeria continues to, and by the way, there's still plenty of room in the studio. If you want the conversation to come on, then you have to come and participate. There's absolutely categorically no reason why Nigeria should be a member of OPEC. No, we don't. Saudi Arabia, with a population of about, let's say, 25 million, they're pumping out what 5 to 7 million barrels. Libya, with a population of 5 to 7 million, they are pumping out about 2 to 3 million barrels. We, with a population of 200 million people, we're reduced to 1-point-something million barrels. So we shouldn't even be part of this organization. We should break away from it. And if they want a price war, let us all pump as much as we can and just crash. They will suffer more because they are used to living a life of opulence and we're used to living a life of impoverishment. So we should really be leaving that OPEC. I've always thought that. Nigeria must quit OPEC. In about 2 decades from now, all reserves may become meaningless. The present allocation of less than 2 million barrels per day for Nigeria with a population of over, this is exact. I did not even pre-read this, by the way, but it just tells you that this is the thinking amongst thinking people. Nigeria must quit OPEC. In about 2 decades from now, all reserves may become meaningless. The present allocation of less than 2 million barrels per day for Nigeria with a population of over 200 million people and its prevailing strangulating economic conditions, giving volumes of export to our main foreign exchange earner is inimical to our growth as a nation and to the well-being of the citizens. Nigeria must quit OPEC. It's as simple as that. But does Tinubu have the courage to take that step? It really is. Outside OPEC, Nigeria can reduce its selling price of crude, but also increase its export to 3 million barrels and above per day. This will increase accruable revenue from forex by up to 200% or more, which will allow the CBN to have more supply of forex to the banks. In the face of surplus liquidity in forex supply, Naira will gain tremendous value against the dollar. The present situation whereby the oil majors earn 60% of our accruable revenue from the sales of oil, leaving Nigeria with only 40%, is no longer economically and financially prudent or reasonable. Saudi Arabia, using its own Aramco, drills its own oil and earns 100% of the revenue from sales. We may not be able to achieve this instantly, but we should renegotiate with the oil majors for the ratio to shift in favor of Nigeria to 60-40. So I was never even aware of this ratio as a thing, by the way, that the arrangements that Nigeria has with the oil companies is that they get 60% of what comes out of the ground, and then they give us 40%. So I'm sure it's their bookies now. These are some of those deals. Some of those deals signed by some of these malams, you know. It's their bookies. It's always their bookies, isn't it? It's just. Anyway, let's carry on. Where were we? We may not be able to achieve. We may not be. And I need to drink some water. We may not be able to achieve this instantly, but we should renegotiate. We should renegotiate with the oil majors for the ratio to shift in favor of Nigeria to 60-40 minimum, even if we must add considerable investment in the processing for the oil. The NNPC can no longer serve fully, nor can it meet the full expectation of its obligations to the Nigerian people. I am inclined to recommend that the president and his team should take a look and study the Atiku model, as it may concern the NNPC as a commercial entity. The best plan for the NNPC is the Atiku plan. It's just to strip and sell it, and that's just it. Strip and sell. That's just it. So strip and hold on. So yes, strip and sell. So let's carry on. The room is populating slowly, but we need more numbers so that the conversation can be as rich as possible. The NNPC can no longer serve fully, nor can it meet the full expectation of its obligations to Nigerians. I am inclined to recommend that the president and his team should take a look and study the Atiku Abubakar model as it concerns the NNPC as a commercial entity. Most of the local refineries can still be made to be functional for the next 50 years. Part of the massive revenue inflow from the equalization of the forex regime should be used to refurbish once and for all our refineries, employing employing the best acceptable international bidding processes to choose reputable international contractors to be engaged in the refurbishment program. This should be done outside the purview of NNPC and by a special presidential team that will abide by the best principles of honesty and transparency. So if you continue to leave the refurbishing of NNPC in the hands of elements like Melekari or whatever his name is, then forget it. Forget it. He will just continue to loot the dollars and speak grammars that he doesn't understand on the screens. It says yes. This should be done outside the purview of the NNPC and by a special presidential team that will abide by the best principles of honesty and transparency. He described power generation and distribution as a major player in our economy, creating employment and improving the living standards of people in general. With this in view, I will strongly recommend that the government shifts the level of power generation without officially I was going to abandon this article, but there's so much he has to say that, that makes sense. With this in view, I would strongly recommend that the government shifts the level of power generation without officially licensing from one. Yes. This is the second real idea. So leaving OPEC is just a no-brainer. We have no business there. We have no business there. It's like we're subsidizing the life that the Saudis are living by us being in OPEC, because they hold us down and then they just continue to pump this oil. So this is the second thing that I'm saying that I agree with. With this, let me actually take it from the preceding paragraph, because then it will make more sense. He described power generation and distribution as a major player in our economy, creating employment and improving the living standards of people in general. So that, of course, there's no equivocation there. With this in view, I will strongly recommend that the government shift the level of power generation without official licensing from 1 megawatt to 5 megawatts. So now, I don't know if you're aware, but you can actually generate electricity either for your industrial complex, your estate, your factory, even your house, or however. You can generate electricity up to 1 megawatt without requiring a license from the government. But if you start to exceed 1 megawatt, then it becomes almost like a medium-level commercial enterprise. Then you have to seek government approval for that. But what Donyo Okupe is suggesting is that 1 megawatt be increased to 5 megawatts. So then with that 5 megawatts, you can have about 2 to 5 megawatt strength electricity generation hubs in a place like, let's say, Ikeja or Kwebi, Allen Avenue, that will just power up that place. And you can have all these mushrooms. So that's just another mix to the mix. So I agree with that as well. With this in view, I would strongly recommend that the government shift the level of power generation without official licensing from 1 megawatt to 5 megawatts. The cost of generating power from various sources is about $1 to $1.2 million dollars per megawatt on average. With this singular policy, up to 1,000 local investors can enter into the power generation market in less than 1 year, thereby boosting our power generating potential by more than 5,000 megawatts in 1 year. So by more than, you see, there was a conversation we were having several weeks ago when Tinubu was telling us of his ambitions to try and double the Nigerian economy within the space of 4 to 8 years. And I'm saying that just by policy shifting alone, it can quadruple because the Nigerian economy is functioning at a maybe like a 10% optimization, base level optimization, or just because of policy gridlocks. Do you understand? Just because of policy gridlocks, not that government has to go and build this or government has to go and spend that. The Nigerian economy is being held back by its own policy just because of policy gridlocks. That economy is being held back. And a good example of what I was meaning in that conversation is what Okupe is saying here. If they just move from somebody being able to generate from without licensing from 1 megawatt to 5 megawatts, that freeing up of those just 4 megawatts to an unlicensed generation or generator will just it will open up the electricity market space, and then of course the auxiliary spin-offs of that. So that in itself, you know, I mean, all of these things, just in terms of policy realignments, that economy, it can blossom. We saw it with the forex, just a policy shift, and we saw how much that brought into the coffers. With this in view, I would strongly recommend that the government shifts the level of power generation without official licensing from 1 megawatt to 5 megawatts. The cost of generating power from various sources is about from various sources. So he has gone to do the maths. It's about $1 to $1.2 million per megawatt on average. With this singular policy, up to 1,000 local investors can enter into the power generation market in less than 1 year, thereby boosting our power generating potential by more than 5,000 megawatts in 1 year. And that's just from a policy realignment. If this policy is followed with more liberalization of the Power Act of 2022, the need for generating sets by millions of Nigerians will drastically reduce by 80%. This will also further cause a decline in the demand by the populace, especially the lower class, for petrol to power small generators, either for business or leisure. In conclusion, I personally believe that President Bola Tinubu is a thinker and an achiever. I have therefore enumerated the points above just to stimulate thoughts and actions and draw attention to areas which I consider, if exploited, will add value to the plans of the current administration, increase the revenue inflow to the country, reduce hardship, and combat poverty. So if you've ever, if that is not an application letter, then I don't know what is. So that's just an application letter from the fat boy from Ogun State. So an application letter from the fat boy from Ogun State. Let's go on to this one. Let's go on to this one. Kwara, popular Isheshe activist Talo Lorun remanded in prison for defaming Emir of Ilorin order. So we'll only take 3 paragraphs from this. The headline already tells you pretty much all you need to know. A popular Ilorin Isheshe devotee and activist, Adebola Abduraziz, aka Talolorun, oh, I beg your pardon. Talolorun, who is God, has been arrested and remanded in jail for defamation in Kwara State. Talolorun was reportedly arrested for insulting the Emir of Ilorin, amongst other offenses. According to a post on his Facebook page on Thursday, the popular Isheshe activist was arrested on August the 16th in Ibadan and taken to a police station in Ilorin. Talolorun was arrested in Ibadan this evening and taken to the police station in Ilorin. The post simply reads. Another post on the 17th of August disclosed that the activist has been charged to court and called on support from other Isheshe practitioners. All Isheshe practitioners meet Talolorun in court in Ilorin, very urgent. A YouTube video released Thursday showed Talolorun discussing the outcome of a prior meeting with Isheshe practitioners, their lawyer, and police on the ban placed on Isheshe festivals in Ilorin. So there it is. The Islamification of Ilorin still in the fullness of it. So let's come to this one now. Right, before we come to this one, actually, there's a music that precedes this one. So let me play you the music and then we come to it. So there's a music that goes with this one. So let's hear the music first and then we come to it. So this is the head of the chiefs of defense within the ECOWAS space meeting in Ghana to discuss Niger. Watch this. Okay, that's enough of that. So those are the defense chiefs of various African countries meeting in Ghana to discuss Niger Republic. But it's quite a thing that the army band was playing the theme song of Game of Thrones to the prospects of throwing bombs on Niger Republic. I'm not quite sure. They've turned the thing into some sort of anime, I'm not quite sure what's going on there, but somebody sent that in, and I couldn't believe it, but there it is. West African defense chiefs continue talks on possible Niger intervention. West African defense chiefs are currently holding a second day of talks in Ghana on possible armed intervention to restore civil rule in Niger Republic should diplomatic efforts to reverse a coup there fails. According to Al Jazeera, the defense chiefs are expected to announce any next steps at a closing ceremony at 4 p.m. Troops of the Economic Community of West African States a day earlier pledged readiness to participate in a standby force that will restore democracy in Niger after generals toppled and detained President Bazoum. So that pretty much captures all we need from there. Let's go quickly to this space. Niger junta leaders reportedly evacuate their families to Dubai, Burkina Faso, ahead of imminent ECOWAS intervention. Niger junta leaders reportedly evacuated their families to Dubai, Burkina Faso, ahead of imminent ECOWAS intervention. Members of the Niger junta have reportedly begun to evacuate their families to Burkina Faso and Dubai over an imminent invasion by soldiers of the Economic Community of West African States. The exercise was reportedly carried out at the country's Agadez airport a few days ago, and it involved Gulfstream G550 jets. A source familiar with the move said, in the night of Friday 11th to Saturday the 12th of August 2023, the Nigerian junta, under the command of General Cheney, evacuated all the coupist families, including actually, let's take that entirely again. Niger junta leaders reportedly evacuate their families to Dubai, Burkina Faso, ahead of imminent ECOWAS invasion. Members of the Niger junta have reportedly begun to evacuate their families to Burkina Faso and Dubai over an imminent invasion by soldiers of the Economic Community of West African States. The exercise was reportedly carried out at the country's Agadez airport a few days ago, and it involved Gulfstream jets. A source familiar with the move said, in the night of Friday 11th to Saturday, the 12th of August 2023, the Nigerian junta, under the command of General Cheney, evacuated all the coupist families. Indeed, several Gulfstream-type aircrafts took off from Agadez Airport to Burkina Faso and Dubai with their women and children on board. According to the source, General Cheney appears to have had intelligence of an imminent attack by ECOWAS. He protects his family and leaves Nigerian people behind to a certain death. Whilst he shelters his family, Cheney is ready to send soldiers into a fratricidal war. Like any selfish and totalitarian coupist, he already uses state finances for personal purposes. It is at the expense of the Nigerian state that he sends his family to live richly under the Dubai sun. The junta does not hesitate a moment to set ablaze Niger whilst preparing a golden exit to Dubai. The move comes after ECOWAS said it was ready to intervene militarily in Republic of Niger if diplomatic efforts to persuade the ruling military junta, which ousted President Bazoum, to restore democracy in the country, failed. So there it is, and there it is. It never changes, does it? It's the same template, rinse and repeat. Okay, let me give you this final one, then we come into the room. So see who is available. Let me give you this final one. We come into the room, see who is available. Meet the three most powerful men in Aso Rock. Who is the most powerful man in Aso Rock right now, apart from President Bola Ahmed Tinubu? Who is the one person who has access to him 24/7? Who is the man who acts as the eyes and ears of President Bola Tinubu? We guess you don't have an idea. We guess you are having a second thought about who it could be. We can tell you, he is the Chief of Staff, Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila. Over the last 2 months, a lot has happened around the president that has made Gbaja to become very powerful. And he himself has wielded so much power by virtue of his office. Competing with Gbajabiamila is Mr. Dele Alake, who was recently made a minister. He has also been seen around the president since May 29, when President Tinubu was sworn in. He is equally powerful, just as Seyi Tinubu is. Seyi is one of the president's sons whose visibility has loomed large since the campaign period up till now. Seyi is very close to his dad, and he campaigned vigorously for him during the electioneering period. With perhaps the exception of Senator Oluremi Tinubu, the president's wife, Seyi is probably the closest person to his dad. Seyi enjoys a typical son-father relationship with his dad to the envy of many. This gives him unhindered access to the president. So Gbaja, Alake, and Seyi wield enormous influence and power in Aso Rock. They decide what goes on in the corridors of power, and they all have direct access to Baba, as Tinubu is fondly called. They all played key roles during the recently held ministerial exercise, as some of the nominees were linked to one or two of them. But central to the list is Honorable Gbajabiamila. That is why many top shots in the APC who are hopeful weeks back that they will be made ministers have linked their failure to emerge to him. Over the last few weeks, the social media have been agog with unconfirmed and unsubstantiated stories of how they lost out because of Gbaja. There have also been stories of how some of these president's men have been at loggerhead. Before he was made chief of staff, all eyes had been on Femi Gbajabiamila, who was the then Speaker of the House of Representatives. There had been so much talk about, on what role Right Honorable Gbajabiamila, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, will play in President-elect Bola Tinubu's administration. So we leave that there. So there you have it, the three most powerful names in the Tinubu administration: Gbajabiamila, Dele Alake, and surprisingly, Seyi Tinubu. I wasn't having the expectation that Seyi Tinubu will be on the list, but there he is. So joining us to go through that and many more topics of discussion, Dorothy joins us. Thank you, Dorothy. Ajanle Koko is here. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. Thomas is here. Thank you, Thomas. We got Kulata. Thank you, Kulata. And Desmond almost certainly in his truck somewhere. So let's kick the conversation on. Let me send the link again, actually, because I want the room filled up just as quickly. You have to come early. Don't come when the room is totally filled and then you're not able to get in. So if you want to come in now. So let's kick, and then Dewale comes in now. So let's kick the conversation off then. Let's actually kick it off with Ajanle Koko, who never kicks it off because we always save him for later. But Ajanle Koko, are you ready to go? Ajanle Koko.
Yeah, what's up, woman?
Good to see Ajanle Koko. Good to have you. So the list of three most powerful men. Does any name on that list surprise you? And look how powerful do you think these people are? Gbajabiamila, Dele Alake, and Seyi Tinubu.
Yeah, thank you, Omar. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. None of them is surprising to me. Gbajabiamila and Alake have been coming with Tinubu for a long time. They've been around him for 30 years now, if not even more, politically. So, and his son, well, that's the first son. So, he's politically...
Surviving son, that's not his first son.
Okay, yeah, surviving, yeah, okay, thank you. So...
what about that young guy, that young chap that was with him during the inauguration?
Young, I didn't see
what young guy?
There was one chap that was with him even when he went to pray at the mosque. It was right there with him too. People said it was his son. I don't know.
I don't think Tinubu can have a secret son. I mean,
but the young chap was with him. It was standing next to Seyi during the inauguration, and also at the inaugural ball, and also at the mosque.
That could be his grandson. Is that Seyi's son or what? I don't know.
If you watch the video of that inauguration, you will see him.
He has one guy, some northerner guy that's kind of like his body man. Is his personal...
No. This one wear the same clothes with Seyi.
Oh, maybe
that glasses on. It's a young chap like this.
All right, let's not get bogged down on that. Let's get back to if anybody can identify who that person is, if you can send in a clip or something, then we'll open it up. But no, Gbajabiamila being the most influential.
One man, please.
Yeah.
Before you move on, good evening, everyone. One man, I have to say thank you to you for reading the Okupe space. I have to say thank you to you. Just thank you.
Yeah. Why? Did this surprise you?
No. That man is that man has a brain. Sometimes, people think maybe we are opposition party to Labour Party on this platform. We don't care. We read anything that is on the news. Thank you for reading that piece. Thank you.
Well, only a dunce will think we're against anybody. The narrative we've always promoted on this platform is what brings us up. We want to go home, and who is going to get us home? I've always said all my wish is to have a bungalow in Oyo, with a garden behind it where I'm growing vegetables, and I can sleep at night. So we don't care about to do Kupe or Peter Obi or Tinubu. We just want to go home. That's it. But Adale Koko, back to you. But Dabi Amila being as powerful as he is that something that concerns you?
Normally, the position of chief of staff is a position of gate man to the president, and every chief of staff, by the virtue of his position, must be very powerful, because he's the one that everyone will see before seeing the president. He's the last man in the office before president goes home. He's the one that organizes the presidency, particularly the schedule of the president. So, by the virtue of his force, he is expected to be powerful. So that's not that should not surprise anybody. And Dele Alake is a strategist.
Did you not get the mineral? Were you surprised by the portfolio he got? Sorry to deviate you back to. Were you surprised by the portfolio he got, Dele Alake, mineral resources? Were you surprised by that?
Look, let me tell you, one man. The president is trying to have his eyes and those that he really, really trusts, that are very, very close to him, to be in charge of where the money is. So the Federation, Nigerian state, is the owner of every natural resources in Nigeria. So the solid mineral ministry is a potential that solid mineral, how do I say it? Solid mineral in Nigeria that are yet to be tapped into, are yet to be explored, but which we have the potential to exploit them and develop them to the advantage of the country. He must have somebody that he really trusts, that can be there, that can really give him the honest and the honesty of that space. So that is why I believe he have his boy there to manage that department. So this period of time.
Do you think Tinubu is going after? Sorry, we're somewhat deviating even before the session fully starts. But do you think Tinubu is going after the Zamfara gold and all of those sort of stuff?
Oh yes, he has to go after them, particularly that we are desperately in need of forests, and packaging policies to attract foreign investors into Nigeria. And those solid mineral space is that's the areas that we if we fully develop that base, I have investors to come in, that can really generate that forex and revenue that we really need, to run the economy. So he want to have the full control, the total control, and have the knowledge of everything that is going on there. So that is why he have his boy in charge. If you look at Alake has, by the educational experiences and whatsoever, his antecedent and professional background, he doesn't have any how do I describe it? It doesn't have any qualification, educational qualification, job experience or anything that relates to Solid Mirror at all. But Tinubu want to be in control of that Solid Mirror ministry so that he can know whatever is going on there, so that he can, be in control of that. And that is why he have his boy there. The same thing is going to do in that Ministry of Petroleum if he's not, if he's going to give it out to somebody, so be in charge of that place as a minister, that person must be another person that is very, very close to him. That is what he's going to do. That is what he is going to do, because the president, as we have the situation of Nigeria today, must have somebody that he really trusts, that can manage that place very well, and keep him, the president, in total, have the president, what am I trying to say? Let the president have the...
Ajale Kogo, let me bring you this. We're somewhat deviating from the topic, but on just how blessed Nigeria is, this is the narrative. Somebody sent this in. This is the narrative of just a couple of Nigerian workers who went to the farm with a hoe, and this is what they came up with. You are rich. Lucky Nigerian workers dig out expensive lithium from ground in Edo, arrange them in bags. A Nigerian man identified as Haruna Brahma on Twitter has revealed the presence of lithium in Edo State and Nigeria. Haruna Brahma, in a tweet accompanied with a photo, proudly displayed a top-grade sample of lithium obtained from the bush near Imike village, close to Auchi. So I've got the clip of the guy actually digging out the lithium. You just have to put your hole in the ground in Nigeria, and you. And there it is. So very quickly, the guns will move in, then the Chinese will move in. Adanle Kogo.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yes. What did you say the Chinese are doing in Edo State?
No, I just played the clip of lithium being found, the topmost grade of lithium being found in Edo State. We were talking about Zamfara gold, and then I recalled that somebody sent that in. It's just really to speak to the level of wealth that that country has.
That's what I'm telling you, one man. Look, the president is aware. This man has been in politics in that country for a long time, and have the knowledge of all the resources that we have yet to tap in that country. And that is why he have his man to be in charge. Somebody that he trusts, somebody that will not lie, somebody that will not play game. So that's why you have Alake there. So we have, what is it that we don't have in that country? Is it gold you want to talk about? Is it silver? We don't. What is it? Copper? Is it uranium? Is it what is it we don't have? So we have abundance of resources scattered around that country. So it's a God-blessed country.
You know, when Kayode Fayemi, when Kayode Fayemi, when he was put in charge of that ministry, I thought I was a bit excited because he gives the appearance of having a brain. So I was a bit excited that he would have been able to do something. But he just left that space. So he never did a single thing, Kayode Fayemi. But hopefully, Alake, we need to, there, Falana was telling us that $9 billion in gold is illegally being taken out of just Zamfara State alone. $9 billion.
Look, woman, Nigeria is a country that if our leaders are not extremely corrupt, we shouldn't have poverty in that country at all. We shouldn't have poverty. We shouldn't have joblessness. We shouldn't have, we shouldn't be in this economic problem that we find ourselves. We shouldn't be in this financial problem we find ourselves as a country. But because we have corrupt people managing our resources and are looting at the rate that is never seen in the history of this world. And that is why we have poverty in that country. Lithium. That lithium.
Sorry, Ajanle Koko. Sorry, I disagree with you. It's not just because we have corrupt people. What are we doing with the resource that's sitting in the ground that will make it money? It's not just selling raw. What are you doing about the resource? That's
You are breaking, Kulata. Hello?
No. What he was saying essentially was that it's not just corruption, but that the bigger problem is that we're exporting all these things at its raw stage. So we are not applying any processing. Really, is where the problem is.
I disagree with him. That is one of it. That is one of the problems. But
even that still traces back to corruption, doesn't it?
Even the one that they are even exploring and shipping out raw like that, do they even account for it? They don't account for it. Look at even the crude oil. Do you know how many crude oil that is taken out of that country every day or looting every day? If there have not been serious looting of all these resources, the money, we will have generated a lot of money through the shipment or selling of these resources to outside world, and would have used manage that money well as well.
Ajaliko, should we pray that the crude oil should just dry, so maybe everybody will sit tight?
No, if the crude oil died now, the country is that even with the crude oil, look at the way you are suffering. It's because nothing is well done. We don't do things right. We don't manage those resources well. We injected corruption. We allow corruption to overwhelm the management of our resources, and that is why we find ourselves in this big mess.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, a lot better.
Oh, okay. I was driving. Sorry.
Yes.
Make your point. You want to say something?
Yeah, sorry. The point I was trying to make is, it's not just corruption. It's just the main thing is underutilization, non-productive use of the resource. Even if you get the resource, what do? You sell the ore. You sell silver ore. You sell lead ore. You sell lithium ore. Those are cheap. It's like Ghana selling cocoa. Out of the $150 billion cocoa value chain, they only make 6%. Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire. Nigeria too, we no longer produce that. But when we keep selling raw materials, we will never be a rich country. Never, ever become a rich country, no matter the corruption.
Colata, it still basically falls down to corruption.
No. I think that's a lazy analysis of just saying corruption,
No,
corruption,
it's.
corruption.
I'll tell you the reason. Yeah. If you look at it in this way, yeah, it's not the individual, because when you're talking about um production, basically using the raw material to actually do something that is meant for, it's still the government that have to provide enabling environment for
No,
that.
well, enabling environment. Yes, I agree, enabling environment, but it doesn't have to be government that is going to refine gold, refine lead, refine this. We need to we need to stop selling raw stuff. We need to process it. We need to add something, and it's not government that has to do that. Individuals can do it. Companies can do it. So it's not just corruption. We have this, we have that. Because Congo has more than us when it comes to solid minerals. They're the most blessed,
Dolata, that's what I'm
and they're
saying.
the poorest country in the world.
Those private individuals that will come in, or foreign investors that will come in and try to do that, probably wouldn't do because of the corruption. Do you get? That's why I say it all falls down to corruption. Because if
Okay, let me say one thing. There's corruption in Nigeria, but does it stop barbering service? Does corruption stop people barbers from barbing here? Does it stop
no,
plumbers?
that's you're
No,
not
no.
gonna those
Let
kind
me
of business, those
hold
kind
on.
of
Let me land my point.
buyers.
Let me land
All
my
right, all
point.
right.
There's a limit. Corruption can stop a people's productivity. Like I said, the essential work and all. Corruption. You can't say corruption stops someone from selling corn or doing akara. It's the level of productivity that the people want to get involved in. There's a general disdain for doing work, for looking inwards, and for trying to do something out of what we have. Like it's like a lazy attitude of just like we found oil, then everything, forget about it. Even okay, we found lead now. Okay, what? Are we thinking of processing these things and then selling finer things? Because I'm even talking about first level processing. I'm not even talking about turning steel and adding your brain into it and making it a machine, or further adding your brain to it, making sand into chips, microchips. That is where the money is. Not all these we are blessed, we're this, we're that. Japan has nothing but their brains. But it's that value addition that the world is using to make money, not we are blessed in this, we are blessed in that. It's almost like a curse because it means you will just be selling raw, all, iron, all this, all that, all.
When I say
Let
corruption, yeah.
me let me pat you on the back. You know that this lithium that we are talking about, we are not the processor. China, when it comes to rare earth metals, China has the edge. The processing of it into chips, into batteries, then semiconductor, rare earth metals into chips. That's where China have the iron upper hand. So it's another thing for us to have these things. It's another thing for us to have the technology. We have been lazy for a long time. And don't forget, these world powers too, they don't also want us to lay our hands on those technologies. Because they also want, that's their look at what America is doing. America is trying to make sure that China does not have the full control of both the processing of the ore. China is the largest processor of these ores in the world. Now
Yeah,
they
but
don't
you see,
not also want them to have
before
the
you go
power
further,
to also
I don't
use
want us
them
to blame.
process
Hold
them
on.
again
Can you hold on a
into
second?
semiconductors.
Darati,
Taiwan and some other companies. Taiwan is I think TMSC from Taiwan is the largest. So they are trying to see how they can move.
Darati, settle down. Sorry, Darati, I'm going to bring you. Darati.
So these guys don't want our
Darati.
He didn't hear you, one man.
He didn't hear.
No, settle down. Can
Darati,
you hear me? Yeah, let it be conversational. So listen for people coming in. Yeah.
Before you run along with this narrative,
Yes.
I'm going to let me give you a disgraceful example. My friend has established a cashew farm in Kwara State, massive one. Do you believe we don't have big capacity to process cashew on a large scale? So that means we export the raw cashew nut to Vietnam. It is in Vietnam that it gets processed. That means even cashew, and we're one of the biggest producers of cashews. So don't blame people. Don't blame this country or that country.
Let me ask you a question.
We are lazy.
I have a question for you, I beg.
There is a.
Hold on, Des. Let Aizon come in. Let's have a bit of sapling water. Yes. You know I can't help it now.
Please sapling water get power. Drink and get power.
Carry me.
Aizon, give am small now. Give am small. Don't give am too much.
Ajagaban
look at that. You know they banned him from us.
Make you wait for your turn.
My goodness.
Politics is fun, I swear.
It's better than television, you know. Politics.
It's so much better than television.
Yeah.
Kulata, you're right in what you're saying, right? But you do understand that by indicting the fact that there's a laziness behind it, we are all guilty of this. You understand that, right? So for instance, you gave an example of your friend that owns the cashew farm. He's making money by selling raw cashew. Why doesn't he have a processing center right next to his farm?
He eventually built something, but he got frustrated eventually out of the business.
Yeah, and this is the point I'm making. So you're right in that we don't try to create the final product, right? But that responsibility is on us, especially us in diaspora, because there's the opportunity for us to pool money together, pool resources together, find out how much it costs to have a lithium processing factory to make the actual battery. Maybe there are Nigerians out there in this world that can come together and finance the building of the type of factory. But there's one thing you're also neglecting. The infrastructure for us to do it on ground also makes it prohibitive because the cost of production is high because we don't have things like power, proper roads to ports, different options for ports. So there are a number of factors, but I also think that Ajanle Koko is right in the sense that there's also stealing of the worst kind. Destabilization through crime, banditry, which makes it easy for these helicopters to go into places like Zamfara and pick up the gold or do whatever. It's unfortunate that they found this lithium in Edo State and they're putting it on camera. Don't be surprised if Auchi has banditry tomorrow and next thing there's instability there.
The Chinese will be there before this time next week.
I'm telling you, man, it's just a matter of time. Why would they put that on TV?
They are dummies.
They don't get sense now. But Kulata, sorry, I just wanted to make that point to you. So you're correct, but go ahead.
I get your point, but you see, we do have a lot of products that even if the production cost is higher than what it obtains globally, we produce a high amount of volume that at the end of the day will still be competitive. One example is cassava. Nobody produces cassava. No country produces cassava as much as Nigeria. But have you thought about the different derivative products we can get from cassava? Ethanol, tapioca flour, all sorts of whenever you buy stuff from the supermarket, if you see anything tapioca or anything, whatever, gluten-free, whatever. So many things that we can make from cassava, and nobody produces cassava as much as we do. Imagine it's not just for Gari and Eba. Imagine we start even doing tapioca starch. Imagine we become a starch giant. Isn't the same way that Malaysia and Indonesia become a giant on palm oil that we used to have en masse? It's palm oil that they use to make their wealth. Not even oil, not crude oil or anything. They make way more money on palm oil because it's not just the palm oil, the soap, the industrial output from palm oil. There's so much. So I mean, I get that. Yeah, corruption. I'm not totally dismantling corruption, but I'm saying in spite of corruption did not stop barbers to barb hair. There's a lady I know, an acquaintance from your state, Aizon, that is doing gold refining. I met her like over a decade ago. She's from Delta. She's smart. She's a diaspora.
I think I know about that lady. Is she doing it in Nigeria or?
Yeah, she's doing it in Nigeria. She's doing it in Nigeria, and then I think they're probably producing gold now. She's very smart. Very smart girl. I used to know her a long time when I first came to America. But she's a diaspora. So assuming even me talking, I'm at fault because if we pull together, these are businesses we can run. And like I said, if the raw material is in Nigeria, yes, the manufacturing cost will be more expensive. But at the end of the day, it may just add up. We may end up, all of us, setting up stuff in coastal areas. So at least we can ship it abroad. Even if we don't ship it abroad, we can sell it it can be sold and done in Nigeria. But it's high time we stop selling raw stuff, this or that, or crude oil. Like, come on. This value addition is what brings money. And let's even start with the first basic. Just even separate that yepe, the stone, separate it from the metal. If you can't do more with the metal, if you can't even manufacture, if you don't have forgery or something that you can manufacture different parts with the metal, but at least get that metal out and sell it. It's a disgrace.
It is a disgrace. You're right. But with the lack of power, how much are we going to sell that finished product? Let's say we have to compete with China, for instance. China makes a ton of finished steel. Stainless steel. We make a ton of finished, but the person that makes it in Nigeria, let's say Ajaokuta was working and they had to use that facility. The amount of money they would pay for power alone will make our product more expensive on the world market, and we won't be able to compete with China.
Not necessarily. We can generate power. Like the first piece that I was reading, you can generate power for that singular purpose. Just localize. We keep saying all this power. You can generate up to,
like Dangote is generating his own power for the refinery. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes. You can generate your power for that specific purpose, and it will even be cheaper generating it than just the initial spend will be the spend.
Yeah, it's capital intensive though, right? So if for instance, I like where Kolata was going with this, that we're all complicit in it, especially us in diaspora. I was listening to something that was estimating the number of Nigerians in diaspora in all these different countries. There's a lot of money out there that people should at least try to tap into. And the Pan-African in me is saying, if I was Tinubu, I would not let one project in Nigeria I have to give contract to that's big go to anyone but a Nigerian, whether in diaspora or at home.
I don't know why you're blaming it on Nigerians, on people in diaspora. What's the average pay actually? All of us here claiming that we are in diaspora, claiming that we have money. How much are you earning in a year? Let's be honest here, because I know a lot of average people in diaspora. Many people that earn less than 60,000 a year. 70,000.
No. That's the average. The Nigerians that actually command wealth in diaspora, they're a huge body of them. And when I'm talking about wealth, I'm talking about serious wealth, not your average $5-10 million dollars. Serious wealth.
I know that, but now you gotta ask yourself: the raw materials in Nigeria, who takes in charge of it at first? When they see gold in the land, people that takes charge of it, that comes in, is the government. That's the initial people that comes in and takes over it. So whatever happens then is on them. You can't tell me that people don't want to come and invest in, try to produce lithium or whatever. People produce what's it called? is it called nylon or whatever in Nigeria? Because people produce. Don't say people don't produce. People that have that mindset to produce, because they produce a lot of stuff. But when all these raw materials that are actually making a lot of money that you have to sell outside to make a lot of money, like oil, like lithium, when the government takes over it, you see that corruption embedded in it. So it actually makes it difficult for foreign investors or a normal Nigerian person to come and say, okay, I want to do something with this. It's actually difficult. That's what I'm saying.
All right. I'm not sure that it's as difficult as you make it out to be, because one of my hopes with some of these things is to actually pull together like a body of talented Nigerians with wealth to actually do something. Maybe we'll get there at some point, but I don't think it's as far in the distance as Des is suggesting.
You know what I was thinking?
One man. Sorry, okay. Go ahead, Kolata.
What I was just thinking is, I was like thinking, okay, back in the day, Southwest used to sell cocoa. Like, what happened to our cocoa farms? Okay, I stopped sulking, and I'm like, okay, me, in my personal capacity, how many hectares of land can I even buy and just put cocoa seedlings? I can do a lot in my own personal capacity. And I'm not a rich man. There are many people that are richer than me that can do more. So imagine 10 serious upper middle class guys abroad. Just say that we're facing cocoa. You know how much cocoa seedling they can buy and how much land they can command. That itself can be transformative in one state. And if they start producing enough cocoa, add a little value of the cocoa, just turn it to dark powder. I'm not even saying chocolate, because Oyinbo people may not buy the chocolate you make in Nigeria. Just the dark powder, and then export it. Let Mars and Cadbury go and do whatever they want to do with it. The same thing happens to rubber that used to be in the old Bendel state, or palm that used to be in the South. I'm just talking about 10 serious guys that are upper middle class, not even rich. So I'm not even talking about someone going to start taking lead ore from Ebonyi or all these precious stones and start to polish it and make it stuff. Just farm produce or again cassava. So
you know the biggest gold dealer in Ghana is a Ghanaian.
You see.
So you know.
Honestly speaking, there's nothing stopping us. We're just lazy. Eyes on. Go ahead.
No, yeah. Kolata is extreme. Kolata, it's not that we're lazy. I mean, look. So when we talk, what was one man saying at the start of the show? He wants to go home. He wants to be able to go home and know that he can have his farm behind his house and go to sleep at night and not worry about someone kicking in his door. So you have to understand that's the role that government now has to play. Outside of the security, they also have to realize and help us facilitate an environment where we can invest and develop and grow. Look, they don't want us to vote or to have a say in politics in Nigeria, right? But so the question is, do they want us to have an ability to invest to the level that we can to help bring up our industries? Okay, I've forgotten what the number is, but look at how much we remit to Nigeria every year, right? Supposedly, I haven't seen the data on this, but supposedly it's more than oil. If all revenue we generate, if we can do that just by randomly sending money. So if our government says tomorrow, okay, you know what? We are going to create the diaspora registry based on your expertise. And by the way, we're going to identify industries that we can pull people together to come and invest. This is how much it costs. This is what we're looking for, a facility or a factory. And they put these things out and really try to bring the volume of Nigerians all over the world home and bring them into the possibility of doing something and saying that they would protect their investment.
They should audit the talent first. They should have a database of talented Nigerians globally in some form or the other, and then their areas of specialism.
I remember one man when Obasanjo one time when he came to the US, he was president at the time, and he was giving a speech and he was talking to these Americans. I forgot it. I think it might have been at Harvard. I can't remember. But he said it as something to be proud of, But I looked at it at the time as something to be embarrassed of. He said, we have over 5,000 Nigerian medical doctors that were trained in Nigeria working at top hospitals in the United States. And I was like, damn. And our medical facilities in Nigeria are in shambles. That's embarrassing. So in essence, we have the technical professionals at the highest level around the world, whether it's in finance, it's in management consulting, it's in medicine, it's in architecture, it's in civil engineering, it's you name it. Why are we lacking technical expertise when we want to build a bridge? We bring the Chinese. We want to develop our hospitals. We go to Eastern Europe. What the hell?
You know, Aizon, there's a company called the Oduduwa Investment Company. I've always felt that company was underused in terms of road construction in let's say the Southwest, for instance, because the topography is quite peculiar, and you need to understand the terrain. So all of this engineering and all of these construction things, the faculties that we have in Ife, in Ibadan, in Lagos, is it beyond the realms of their capacity to design the sort of roads that we need in that space, and then for the Oduduwa Investment Company to then have some sort of construction company to construct the sort of roads that suits our terrain? It's not a leap in thinking. It's just basic stuff.
It's not a leap. People make, and sometimes when you talk to some Nigerians about it, they make it seem like you're describing some pie in the sky objective. It really isn't. It just takes political will for someone to say, look, we have millions of people abroad. Some of them are millionaires. Some of them are multi-millionaires, which means, one man, they have access to capital, right? You're not going to use your own money to build a lithium factory to produce batteries in Nigeria. They have access to capital. There are people that will come behind them because of their standing. And let me use America as an example. Because they're standing in the US society, people will come behind them and say, let's get this done. It's your company. You're the front man, but we'll put our money into this. And they'll get it done. It's not rocket science. Like the whole thing, but I think
what's the missing link? What's the missing link? Why is it not the case?
The missing link is our leadership making that reach. So remember when Peter Obi came to the US to, I don't know what he came for. Some people think he came to generate funds, but he did a little tour. Some people criticized him, and I was like, don't be so quick to criticize him, because there is something here. And in the UK, by the way, there's something there. There are people that we need to tap into, you know, and Tinubu, having gone to school abroad, knows that these people exist. They need to create a special program to start trying to bring these people in. If you have, I'll give you an example, one man. Have you ever heard the phrase in the US when they say, I know Ajali Kuko and Kolata are probably familiar with this, and even Des, but when they say a Jewish dollar circulates around their community a certain number of times before it leaves, and same thing with an Asian dollar, and same thing with the Hispanic dollar, right? But the black dollar flies out immediately, right? Yep. This is the same thing. This is the same thing in Nigeria, right? We find money, we maybe borrow money from the World Bank or IMF, hundreds of millions or billions of dollars. We want to give out a project to do something. The first thing we do is go to foreigners. When you have Nigerians, keep that money in-house. Find Nigerians that are capable, get them to get some backing. If they have to hire technical experts from elsewhere, it's fine, but at least it's a Nigerian company. Put that money there, let the money circulate within the borders of that country. And that's how you generate wealth. Why are we in such a hurry? I remember when Alamesia one time, when he took over in Bayelsa, one of the first things he did, he went to find a Lebanese company to come and refine oil in Bayelsa. I was so angry.
Did you know that one of the army chiefs in Nigeria, he actually contracted the army uniforms and their fatigues to a Turkish company, even though a Nigerian guy was paying for the contract.
Yeah, that's embarrassing. Those are the kind of things that make me angry. It's like, and that's why I think Kolata is right to a certain extent. It's almost like we despise our own. I can't explain it, right?
Well, let me say something to that. In the United States, if you want to get government contracts, you must, every piece of tools and equipment and material you use must be something manufactured by an American company. That's their policy. So Nigerian government have to create that policy, that law. Now, if you're doing any government contract, every to material or things you're going to use must be Nigerian made, or except if that thing is not made in Nigeria, that particular thing you have to use is not made in Nigeria. So that's the only way. That's the only way around that.
You know, I've always thought that there's. Sorry, go on, Aizon.
No, I was just going to say, Mike. You know, they have the local content law, but so essentially, if a company comes into Nigeria and wants to do business, you have to have a local partner in Nigeria to do the business with. But to me, that doesn't make sense, because it's still that company doing the business. They're still going to take that money out of Nigeria back to their home country. Keep it all Nigerian. They're Nigerians. Listen, Mike, let me give you an example. Or one man, let me give you an example. Let's say I have $100 million for a project, right? I can say to a bunch of Nigerians, listen, I don't care where you hire the technical experts from, but establish your Nigerian company. Get the technical experts if you want. Go hire Chinese. I don't care. But a Nigerian-owned company that's hired workers from elsewhere to come and work for them is going to have this project, and the money will stay here. That's what you do. But it seems like we're in such a hurry to let the money be taken out, so nothing stays.
You know, Aizon, I've always had the thought that there should be a pan-African policy position that nothing must leave the shores of that continent in its raw state, At least one level of processing must take place in whichever space that thing was found before it can be shipped out. You know, at least one level of processing must take place.
Do you know that almost triples the amount of money we'll make by just doing that?
The way we promote foreign products alone, the way, listen, even our musician, Versace, Gucci, if you are wearing anything made in Nigeria, they will laugh at you. Unless you are wearing, they will say you're supposed to be wearing Versace. We promote it's just our mentality. I'm sorry, in a lot of ways, we promote foreign stuff too much.
Mike, I think Tinubu is in a position to change it, but I also think some of these Nigerians, if abroad, we can somehow get together and then, as a group, like you mentioned, Odua Investments, as a group, if they approach him or Bajabi Amila, they will listen. I think they will listen, because this administration is very business minded. I think they will listen. Whether or not they'll be able to convince them, I don't know. But I know they will listen to say, okay, let us at least try. I mean, given the amount of Nigerian medical doctors we have in the US, when I go around everywhere,
my GP is a Nigerian. In fact, he went to school with my wife.
But they create a Nigerian Diaspora Commission. Why the diaspora not utilizing it? The diasporans themselves, they're not interested. All they want to do is just talk shit about Nigeria. That's it. Most of them are not interested.
but woman, that's the thing. There's a guy, that guy in Texas, Ajane Koko, you might know him. His last name is Lawal. Oil guy.
Casey,
yeah, big time dude. The guy sits down with George Bush and all this guys. Nigerian guy. I mean, billionaire. Correct me if I'm wrong. Kolata, he's a billionaire, isn't he?
He's a rich man. He was roped into. I mean, he funds Democrats, of course, Texas people too, but he funds
all of them.
Clinton and all the Obama and all those people.
Yeah, and woman, that's just the tip of the iceberg. There's so many others that we don't know, right? Just sitting there with lots of money. Just sitting down there, access to funding.
Are these people patriotic enough themselves is the wider question. So why are they not even making the move?
I'm not, man. That's the problem. I've met many of them. I'll give you an example of that professor I knew, Professor Abraham. This man, he literally, his signature alone is money. Just when they pay engineer design studying project, they need his signature for that thing to be, that's how the grade of his license. Like, the man is so advanced, Professor Oldman. And now people talk, why don't you take this your knowledge in Nigeria? You look at us and he's not patriotic until he died.
I don't know.
I think this guy just died with all that knowledge.
Why are we going far? One man is there. He's a fucking billionaire. One man, what are you doing?
What am I doing? The richest person on this platform is you, Desmond. We all know that. The richest person on this platform is you. We all know that.
No, man, come on. Do something.
I think the only way people are more patriotic to their ethnic group than to the nation.
So
No,
I think we
guys,
just got to.
this is not even talk about patriotism and all. It's about making money, right? You have resources that can make you money, but what do? We ignore it, and the people that want to make money, they look for easier ways to make money. Okay, look at the bunch of people that are importing. They're basically importing junk from China. It's dumping. It's not even. It's dumping. They're dumping crap because they can make money. But nobody wants to sit down and say, okay, Nigeria has cashew. I'm going to make money with the cashew. For me to make money, some equipment, you go to Alibaba.com, you see all this shelling equipment, $20,000, $30,000. Is this amount that 2 or 3 people cannot pull together and say, okay, I buy 3 of that, $100,000. I go to Kwara State. I'm going to shell all your cashews for you. Nobody wants to do that. Nobody even wants to plant cocoa. And we're saying we're not lazy. Something that grows naturally where we are.
Do you think it's fear rather than laziness? You know, because the Nigerian system frustrates you.
Come on, man. Nigerian system, like I said, does not stop a barber from going to cut hair.
You hit the point. It's not the matter of whether we don't want to. It's more or less most people are not willing to go back and invest. If you're a businessman, there's a lot of things you have to actually consider. You just don't go and I want to do this and because of my country.
Have you guys asked yourself why Lebanese come to Nigeria? Indians come to Nigeria. I've met some that grew up in the north, grew up even in Ibadan. They are billionaires. Some of them
they don't complain about the system.
But their entry point is different from yours. They enter.
One man, Masobe. There's a company. There's a trading company.
I like Arawana.
Let me give you one trading company.
We are just lazy. That's what it is.
So hold on. There's a trading company that started in Nigeria with Nigerian loan. Right now, the company is now headquartered in United Arab Emirates. If I remember the name of the company, I'll Google it. I'll try and remember it. And they started from humble backgrounds in the farms of southwest Nigeria. One man, or your state in particular, that's where they started. Today, they're a multi-billion-dollar global commodities trading company. I'll look for the name.
May I interject, woman, please?
Yeah, coming, Baba. Yeah, we're just free-flowing. Yeah, we're free-flowing. Yeah.
Good evening, folks. I salute you all. Happy weekend. I think Nigerians generally, I think I will call it a trading or traders mentality. That is what we have. And of course, it translates into laziness in the sense that when a Nigerian holds on to something, the first instinct is how am I going to sell? Not what I can turn this thing into. How am I going to sell this? Like the other speaker said, if we have the basic thing, you hold on to a cocoa pod, for instance, and you know that from cocoa, you can do cocoa butter, you can do cocoa cake before you can, that is adding value to it before you can export it. Well, how do you do that? You talk to the people who have the know-how. You go to the internet and check out the machines that will do it. These things takes time. We don't have that patience in Nigeria. Because while at it, your neighbor who has the ingrained traders mentality is holding and selling and making profit. That same cocoa, maybe your your neighbor's farm is selling and making money while you are preparing ground to manufacture. The thing here is we don't have the patience to go at it. This is where I respect those who are doing manufacturing in Nigeria today. I respect them a great deal because we are all guilty of it. We are not ready to do research. We are not ready to wait for that period where you have to import the machines, you have to install capacity, a whole lot of things goes into it, and maybe wait for some few years before you start pulling in the profit. It's a Nigerian thing generally, because that is why, like he said, the Lebanese will come in here, the Indians will come in here and start making money after some years. They have the patience. They are grounded in that process that you have to put in the wood, stoke the fire, prepare the meal, and not anything ready-made like a burger. So we have to reorientate ourselves. And I think AFTA, that's African Continental Trade, this thing will help in this regard. And Nigeria stands to gain a lot if we can get it right. Good a thing now, I'm sorry to say this, the Francophone African countries are winning themselves from France through coup. You understand? It will favor us because France had made them not to listen to us or cooperate with other African nations. Absent France from that space, I think we will start making progress. Our Francophone brothers will listen to us so we can trade among ourselves. Thank you.
One man. Hello. Can anyone?
Carry on, General Koko. We can hear you.
Yeah. You see, I don't want to agree with Kulata and my brother that just Baba that we are kind of lazy, and that is why we couldn't get involved in industrialization, some kind of way. You see, Nigeria has missed it. Can we get it? Can we get it back? Yes, we could if we have the right leadership that can put that nation back on the right track towards industrialization. And to achieve that, you must develop a plan. It's not just Uruwa Ogiriwa, no. A nation must have a plan, like 30 years plan, to achieve industrialization.
Let me interject real quick. In Western world, it was not politicians that industrialize those countries. It's companies. It's companies. If we have to sit and waiting for one leader to take us into industrialization, we'll wait forever.
You will not even let somebody land before you.
I have to interject now.
What are you? You have not landed. You have not spoken. Have not said anything, and you are interjecting on this thing. Let me land now. We were once a country that was a developing. We were going in that direction.
You know, there was a time that they expected us to outstrip India.
Look, we were once in that direction. What happened? Bad leadership, bad economic policy, devaluation of your currency. You can't achieve industrialization when you have a policy after policy that degraded your currency. You cannot plan year in and year out. Your currency is falling. It's falling, and it's falling like a pack of cards. That is not the way that you can achieve industrialization. We were there before. We were on the right track before in the 70s and in the 80s. But bad leadership that doesn't understand that concept of developing, that concept of running a nation that can develop industrially, economically, militarily, in other aspects of life that, can really have a nation that can compete with other nations in the world. So we failed. And to get it back is going to be very hard. Except you have a new set of leadership that have the
sense of purpose and commitment to achieve that. People with the same sense of purpose and commitment to achieve that, and not corrupt. They must not add corruption into anything, any set of leadership that as they run the country, they inject corruption into it, they won't achieve anything. So we need those set of leadership that can take us back there. Do we have them now with all these politicians we have? It's very, very tough to answer that question.
If I may ask you this question, can you explain, elaborate how the politician can take you to industrialization?
Okay, that's what I told you. If you listen, we were on the right track towards becoming an industrial country in the 70s and in the 80s. In fact, General Yakubu Gowon was the one that started this industrialization policy. And
what was the policy? Can you tell us what the policy was?
And we grew.
What was the policy now?
Yeah, Mike, hold on, Mike.
What is hold on? Am I asking you?
No, I want him to land his point.
Which one is it? Like you already landed now. I was going to ask question, and he's answering my question.
The man is still talking, Mike. He's still talking. Come on, man.
Who's this mumu, man? I better shut up, man.
Oh,
no. Mike, settle down now.
You have to find the language you use at time. You won't let the man lie. You won't let him finish his statement. You kept interjecting.
Was I not the one asking question?
Hold on, Mike. You know you're one of the moderators. It's also a higher standard expected. But carry on, Ajanle Koko. I can't even go away from my computer for a moment. Carry on, Ajanle Koko.
So when Chief Obafemi Awolowo and Gowon, particularly Awolowo as the manager of the economy and commissioner for finance, there are a lot of policy brought in indigenization policy, industrialization policy that put us on the path of achieving industrialization. We saw a lot of industry that moved into Nigeria, foreign investors. We saw Pan came in. I mean, are they not the one they call Peugeot? All those.
I'm sorry, but you're taking it into the high-level manufacturing. We're talking about value addition. Not out of everything you said, nobody told that guy from Ondo State to stop planting cocoa seedlings. The company that I've been trying to remember, I finally remember it. Everybody should be aware of this name back in the 80s. Kelwaram. It started in Nigeria.
Kelwarams. Yeah.
Kelwarams.
It started in Nigeria. It is now known as Olam International. Their headquarters in Singapore. It started in Nigeria. Their loan was in Nigeria. They're a bunch of Indians. They're still in Nigeria.
Was it started by Nigeria?
Their total asset right now is 32 billion Singaporean dollars.
Was it started by a Nigerian? Is that Mike's question?
Indian in Nigeria.
Okay, so it's not started by Nigeria. That's the problem. So
Indian in Nigeria. So when I
notice what we are doing here,
when you go into all these diatribes, it's just you lose me because it's that same environment that you have these guys.
Let me dampen
that,
please. What did we do in those early years? We prided ourselves in having granite pyramids in Kano. So we're not even adding value to our granite, except the local Ururu. Did we bottle it and export it? No. Same thing for cotton. We send those cotton out, they turn it into yarn to service the Kaduna textile factories. The rubber in Okumagba estate in Warri also, they send it out to Holland to come back ready-made for Dunlop and the rest to do their tires. That's what has been happening. There is no time we ever had this manufacturing tendency.
I don't know where you guys are getting your stuff
It's the
from.
government's fault.
When I was in secondary school, yeah, we used to go for an excursion, and they take us to all the production places that, you know, I've forgotten most of the places. I think one of the places we went to is when they're using cotton to produce all these fabrics and all that stuff. We saw how it was done. So if you
Yeah, you
can't
needed
stand here and say Nigeria
yarn.
was
We had cotton,
don't want
so you have to send it out to get the yarn to be imported into the country to feed those textile factories in Kaduna.
And who are the CEO
I
of
don't
those
know how
factories? If you do your research, you find out the people that created those factories, probably
Indians and Lebanese,
Lebanese or some foreigners. And then
including
we are not creating
the ones
anything.
in Isolo, Delta, RC, Westex, all the rest they are in Isolo.
The fact remains, it doesn't matter who is doing it.
It does matter now. We are the owner of the country. We are the one that should be the one creating things. Not like
It doesn't matter.
it does
Most
matter.
of the people,
Okay, now those people don't pack their thing, they don't go now. Okay, now they don't go now. We blame that.
Mike, most of the people that actually manufacture things in this country are not even from America. So don't say it matters. What is important is it being done in the country? That is the most important thing.
They are not from America. The companies, the companies in America, the manufacturing companies in America are not from America.
Just a quick little thing. Nothing to do with this conversation. Alexander has been pressing me hard. He was listening to yesterday's session today, and he was so impressed by Baba that he said I had to pass on the message that he was just he was in awe of Baba's submission, especially when we're talking about Mandela. So he again sent me a text that I must pass on the message. So
tell him I hail him. I hail him.
Sorry, carry on with your conversation.
So as I said, we were on the right. Or is Des talking? What?
No. You can go on.
Okay, so we were on the right path before we deviated by bad policy. Bad policy that kills so many things in that country. It kills electricity supply. It kills our infrastructural development. It kills educational development. It kills so many things in the country. So, to get it back and put us on the right track, we must first of all develop a plan. A country that does not develop a plan towards achieving industrialization can never develop. It takes time. Whether you want Chinese to come or whether you want Nigerian to come, whether you want this thing to come, you must have a plan. You must have an economic philosophy and all these things on how you want to pursue it and achieve it.
Omar, can I say something real quick?
Of course, yeah.
Okay, so in the past, they are saying we're on the right track. And when we visit that track that we were in, it was Lebanese, Indian, people that brought their industry to Nigeria. They came, created their factories and whatever they were manufacturing, right? And they were doing well and they were progressing. Was the Nigerian government that made the plan for them, or was it them that used their own initiative to do it? Now, eventually, those guys find opportunity somewhere else. They find greener pastures. So they packed their thing, they left, and then we regressed. And then now, rather than the Nigerian, rather than Nigerian individual filling in that space that the Indian man or the Lebanese man left, we sit down and say, oh, it's a bad government policy. Bad government didn't do the government didn't plan. Now once in the trial, we're saying government have to sit down and draw a plan for us. I mean, come on, man. when that in Indian Lebanese, was it government that drew a plan for them, or was it them that decided to do it themselves? So it's the high time we Nigerians start having conversation with ourselves, like we have to be the ones to be doing these things.
Mike,
You know?
let me say something here. You have to understand something. As a businessman, if you're making profit and something is benefiting you, there's no way for you to leave. That's number one. If you're actually making a lot of income or money from that business, you don't leave. It doesn't matter then. The policy was favorable for them.
Olams has not left Nigeria. They're still in Nigeria. The bunch of Indians, the one selling Toyota, what's the name of that one? Oh my God, I forgot the name of that Indian group. They're still in Nigeria. The Lebanese guy, Chaguri, is still in Nigeria. The Italian guy with Atiku is still in Nigeria. People are still making a lot of money in Nigeria.
Kolata, that's true. What
They are in Nigeria.
What Ataliko
They are in Nigeria.
Then people was, sort of incentivized to kind of invest in Nigeria more. But now we are seeing such policies that people can't even come and say, okay, I want to invest in Nigeria.
And what is the policy? What is that policy? Tell us.
I'm not in government. I'm just saying
So you don't know.
the policies that has been going on that is making foreign investors not to come, such as the
And what is the
insecurity.
policy
Foreign
now?
investors can come in if there's insecurity in the country. Do you get it? The dollarization is the policy. Foreign investors can come in with all those policies that have been going on. What I'm saying is, if we find some sort of natural resources in Nigeria, the government takes over it. Whatever they do it, or whoever they want to sell it to, that's who they sell it to. Not necessarily mean that they can't sell it to a Nigerian. Do you get? But now, if a Nigerian comes and say, I want to start up this thing, can you do this, sell it to me in so amount as a Nigerian? For them to leave China, they're supposed to probably buy $80 for whatever they are selling, and go and sell it to a Nigerian that will say, okay, please give it to me $70. As a Nigerian, they wouldn't let you do that. They would want to sell it to you that same amount that a Chinese person would sell it, would buy it from. Do you get what I'm saying? So we don't have any sort of advantage, as a Nigerian towards our raw.
Sound like excuses to me.
It's not excuses. I'm saying
You give too much excuses. That's our problem in that country.
Okay,
That's how I don't move it.
let me look. Mike can talk this way because I don't know. He did not experience Nigeria in the past. Nigerian that work. If you have experienced
It was working because the Indian and Lebanese were doing.
Hold on. What you did not experience, you shouldn't be talking about it.
So Nigerians themselves were advancing, right?
Hold on. Adebale Electronics was not owned by Lebanese.
And Colinton Electronics.
Colinton, Sanusi Electronics were not owned.
What were they doing?
But can you just listen?
Fan.
Well, I'm trying to know what you are talking about. That's what I'm asking. What were they manufacturing? Someone asking. Yeah.
What can you just listen? You didn't see all these things that we saw.
And that's why I'm asking you what it is now.
Just listen. Just listen. Don't be asking questions. Listen first.
Yeah, you don't ask questions. Okay, go ahead.
All this company was supplying majority of the electronics we use in Nigeria. We have imported, we have Sony, we have all these things, but this industry, we have their industries where they are manufacturing TV, where they are manufacturing.
You have come to my point, Ajan Leko.
You said they were supplying or they were manufacturing. Which one?
Listen. This is what happened, Ajan Leko.
Importance.
This is what happened when the traders, our brothers from the east, started importing cheaper electronics. That is where those electrical manufacturers. That's when they pack up. That's why I say we had traders mentality. Because
so those Nigerians were manufacturing electronic stuff. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. Everything they manufacture. But when we started the trading, Their labor market and all the rest came in. They couldn't compete anymore because we're getting cheaper things from China. So they packed up.
Bad
That's why I
policy.
say we
Bad
have
policy of
traders
the government.
mentality.
This is a
Government,
bad policy of the government. The
you can't
government
blame.
shouldn't allow that. When you have industry, you don't allow importation to kill the industry at home.
Ajanle Koko. There was a period in the 80s, 90s, globalization, world economy shifted, whereby it's goods, it became more global. So a lot of manufactured goods, such as electronics, you could not compete with, like I said, a lot of Nigerians China was dumping stuff in Africa. So there was no way.
In the 80s, China was not in existence.
I said the world shifted to a global economy after the 80s and the 90s.
Yeah.
So supply chain, everything changed radically. So there was no way the Adebowa Electronics. I remember Adebowa Electronics. I remember Oluwa Glass. I remember I grew up through all those periods too. But that does not stop us, whereby where we have advantages, like our ginger is one of the best ginger, our guagum is one of the best guagum, our hibiscus, nobody produces cassava more than us, nobody produces yam more than us. But
you
let me make my point. Let me bring my point. So it's natural for some industries to die out as a result of globalization. It's also natural for some industries to grow and pick up as a result of Nigeria's competitive advantages. But what did we do? We just hands up and said we cannot do anything for ourselves again, and we just maintain ourselves on subsistence farming and subsistence living, agrarian lifestyle, without trying, not even trying to look at the things we do best and put something to it. It's not just government policy, it's also mentality.
Look,
can I say something, please?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone.
Was that Jide?
Yes, sir. Good evening. Where does that? Baba Jale Koko, where do no? Ekuwaju.
Ekabo, sorry.
So I want to say something. I think everybody on the program, on the show tonight, you are correct in certain ways. We are all correct in the way we view things. It's just that we are looking at it from different angles. Yes, the government have played parts in what has happened to us economically. They've played part in terms of their policies, in terms of from the days of Baba Janle Koko that Baba Janle Koko was referring to. We know how many military government took over instability and security and things like that, which led to a lot of companies folding up as well. And at the same time, we as Nigerians too, I think I used to say something, maybe because the slave coast was actually in Nigeria, as in Badagry and Benin Republic. I think it really affected our mentality. Yeah, we are strong people. We find ways when things are hard. We always try to look for our own solutions to things. But it has really made us lazy, dependent, and reliant on foreign things to the point whereby everybody feels if it's not foreign, it's not original. And this is the aspect of the mentality that I think the last speaker was speaking towards. I know now that in China they produce gari. They're exporting gari from China, exporting amala from China. My wife is into fashion, the fashion business. You cannot imagine adire from China. So, and when they bring these things in, and because they are a bit cheaper than our own, our people tend to buy it. because of the mass production stuff that these Chinese people, even though most times they are inferior in terms of quality, in terms of design, in terms of originality and things like that to our own. But people buy it. And by buying it, you are killing the local business. And before you know it, the Adire market in Abeokuta might just die a natural death just because our people prefer to buy all these things. But the good thing about it is I think the mentality is gradually changing. People are now, packaging their business better. We now have designers that people can say from Nigeria that, yeah, I am repping this designer. It's not about Gucci, all those things anymore. And gradually things are actually picking up and moving in the right direction, which we ought to be moving. I think it starts with our mentality. You don't go to the shopping mall and you see NASCO conflicts, and you pick Kellogg's ahead of NASCO conflicts. The moment you do that, you are killing NASCO. That is
No, you're not obliged to. It's quality that determines, isn't it, and marketing. So you're not just.
Yeah, Angelica, if I can come in one minute.
One man, even for products that have the same quality, even for products that have the Nigerian brand has an higher or better quality in terms of this thing.
Then it's to do with marketing, then, isn't it? You can't. Yes. No, hold on. Hold on, that DJ. We all know what you're saying, but you can't blame people. People have to be free to spend their money as they will. So it's the marketing, isn't it? So that's a matter of marketing. If they market the Nigerian product to assert that is as good enough of a quality as the one from abroad, then patriotism can have the last push.
Okay, Woma, can you hear me?
Yeah, Woma, they also have the government has the responsibility of protecting its local producers as well, though.
Yeah, Woma, can you hear me?
Yeah, that's a matter of levying, isn't it? They can levy importation, but yeah, come in, Prince. Let's get Prince. Yeah. Prince.
Oh yeah, thanks. The last speaker right there.
Eyes on.
Yeah, I think he made a point. So we can't leave our business people or economy open to the rest of the world, and you expect us, nascent manufacturing, to compete against, robust manufacturing overseas. How are we going to compete? Countries like India and China, they have protectionism, embedded in their system to protect their local product. There's no way we're going to win against such competition. And to the point that Nigerians are lazy, maybe Kulata and others are pretty much using laziness as a synonym for lack of leadership, because I don't think it's laziness, really, because people, I think it was Baba that said we have this traders mentality. Why not?
That's a good point, Prince Daddy. I hail you for that point. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, so Baba said we have a traders mentality. Of course, in any business, or most businesses, people get into businesses that have the least barrier to get into. If I can turn my inventory multiple times a month and make profit, why do I not get into this huge investment in capital to set up manufacturing? Okay, so the point, and I think I can't remember if it was Darcy or somebody else earlier used the word incentive. That is the key. Incentive is the key. If the government is able to incentivize manufacturers or Nigerians in a really, really nice, good ways, people would get into manufacturing. Okay, we get to talk about manufacturing in Nigeria. Do you know the level of manufacturing in America today? We can pretty much put it at zero, really. We can put it at zero. All the manufacturing legacy of America is gone.
Prince, I don't think you're following the latest trend. there's now reverse. The reverse is happening now. Manufacturing is coming back into
Yes,
America now and leaving China. Some select manufacturing. And also,
Wow.
do you believe in something called self-agency?
Oh,
So you
absolutely.
don't,
Absolutely.
yeah, if you believe in self-agency, then you don't rest all the blames on leaders.
Oh no, I'm not a person that blame. I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just trying to explain certain things. Well, actually, yes. During Trump's time, yes, some manufacturing came back to America.
Biden's time, not Trump's time. Let's not play politics. Manufacturing is reversed. It's coming back to
No,
America.
well, it's not politics. It's fact. It wasn't Biden.
Trump
It was
started
Trump.
that policy, though.
It
Thank
doesn't
you.
matter
It was
who
Trump.
started, but that's what's happening.
Well,
right
it
now.
matters. Well, it matters because it goes back to policy of the person in charge. Policies do matter, no matter how much you want to put it. Policies do matter. The fact that it continues under Biden, that is fine. I'm just trying to make a point because I remember Whirlpool and some other manufacturers started coming back to America. But before then, actually, if you go back to Americans' cities like Ohio and all these places that had a manufacturing base, they were all gutted. People lost jobs. People were unemployed. People were on drugs. Name it. So, and China and the rest of the world took manufacturing from America. So, is incentivizing manufacturers or business people is big in allowing manufacturing to foster in any country. Not to mention also the cost of manufacturing. And people trying to downplay, well, we can have electricity generated by this manufacturer. Why do you want to spend so much money to do that if you have not free, but if you have electricity that you can tap into and do your manufacturing and not have to worry about trying to have your own dedicated electricity generating plant. See, there are so many barriers to good and simple manufacturing in Nigeria. There are, but I don't think the people are lazy because left to so is there a reason why the American business people took all the manufacturing? Well, no, they took because it was cheaper to produce in China and the rest of the Asia. Well, they abandoned America because of profit, okay, and started manufacturing in America. So people now trying to question a Nigerian's patriotism and that, how come they're not manufacturing? How come they are trying to just buy and sell? Why not? The American businesses, they did the same thing. How come they didn't care so much about American workers and American patriotism and said, no, because of profit, we're not going to go to Asia. We're going to keep everything in America. The business people are always business people. At the end of the day, the bottom line is profit. The bottom line is profit. But if you incentivize people, that's where people will go. That's the direction people would go. And the policies, of course. Thanks.
Woman, can I speak a bit on this issue?
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, thank you so much. I so much appreciate the topic for tonight. And I think all have been said, everybody has spoken very well. But there's one particular point I also want people to know. I think we have a problem in the country, and that problem is about information. Now, even when we have policies on ground, people don't have the access to some of this information. Now, while I was in Nigeria, I remember that was actually in 2018 or so. I used to work on a part-time basis with NAFDAC, with an agent that works with NAFDAC. And at that time, the small and medium scale enterprise was being given a push, and it was directly under the purview of the office of the vice president. To the extent that if you have any problem, if you call Osinbajo will pick his call directly. Now, what am I trying to say? Somebody was supplying a particular product, like I think a snack. That snack, he supplies it to the UK, he brings it to the UK. So at the point, it was like, some people were not telling her, can't you get NAFDAC number, get everything needed to turn this thing around and give it the branding that it needs, that it requires. And that was how the woman said, okay, I think I should be able to do this. If I'm able to do this, I will be able to put it on the shelf, in the UK and some other places. That was how the woman got the information, liaised with some people. That was how I came into the picture. I could remember very well. I was one of the guys that went to inspect that was the machine that they use for the production. Now, when we were coming back, we were talking, and I discovered that many people don't know a lot of things about this thing. They call it the cottage industry. That is the smallest, just 2 rooms. They needed you to have just 2 rooms, and you are already producing something. And that's what they are saying. They said that they are replicating that they did that in China, and I saw it. I have seen it on some YouTube channels. They did it in China. They are doing it in India, Vietnam, Thailand, all these Asian sides. They are doing it. That is where they started from. And from this level, from small, they move to medium scale. Some will start from medium scale, and they can scale up. So I think we just need to take the bull by the horn. There are sometimes the policies are there. Probably the government also does not do enough to educate the people on how to go about these things, so that people just start aloof and be saying, I keep my money, I have my money here, but I don't know what I'm going to do with it. The government is not doing anything. So a whole lot of things are going on. I think we need to do more, a lot of networking with government agencies, and the government agencies also need to do more in that particular area. There's nothing anybody is producing that we cannot actually produce. We still need to relate with the outside world to see how we can transfer some of this technology, the ones that we don't have. Let's transfer it. And the government still needs to work more on research. The day I learned that Germany spent about 3 to 5% of their GDP on research, that day I was shocked. Because when you place the GDP on 5% of the GDP, we all know what it amounts to. But how much are we spending on research? Because that's the engine room of what manufacturing. Because you are talking about Kellogg's and NASCO. There are some people who say, oh, the quality is different. So you have to continue to do more research to get your product better and better, and to be able to have that global competitiveness. If you do not have that global competitiveness, you won't be able to survive in this global economy, that we are running right now. Although it's having right now. So I think in the area of information, when people get information in Nigeria, they hoard it. The government people hoard it. The Nigerians themselves, they hoard it. And everybody hoard everything. And that's why everything is not working. So I think more in that area, I think the government can do better in that area to help, so that we can spoil probably then the light issues.
So, the light issues, guys. I think we're getting carried away. We're talking advanced manufacturing, this, that, government policy. No, please, I want to reset us back to default setting. I'm not talking something unrealistic. I'm talking about basic value addition. Take that Gary, further refine it into powder. Remove the fiber from it, leave the raw starch from it, make it tapioca. Further refine it with a little chemical, extract ethanol from it. I'm not asking for too much. And I'm also talking about products that we can produce and sell, because it's not, international standards will not become a problem. I'm just saying one step. I'm not asking for advanced manufacturing. Just take the raw product, add some value to it. Yeah. So this is not government. This is not. This is on us. So I want to. I want to reset expectation before you now start blaming. It's very easy for us. Oh, government is this policy, this corruption, this, that. Our normal singer song.
I already do something.
Let me say this. What you're asking for, if we don't have government involvement, the nation cannot still achieve it. Government is the backbone of development of the country.
Sorry, how come we're not doing it right now if it's so simple?
Okay, let me tell you this. What I'm saying is that, look, Nigerian state, the federal government in particular, have a department that is responsible for that, to look into Raw materials.
Raw Materials Development Council.
Raw Materials Research and Development Council.
What
have they been able to do? They are
They did something.
Yeah, look, yes, but they should have done more and better. You understand? Their responsibility is to identify those raw materials.
I get frustrated when you talk. I'm not even going to lie. I get very, very frustrated.
Government only job is to protect life and property. It's the people's job to use their brain to advance their society, to advance themselves. I don't know why we have to sit down. I think with this new generation have to change our mindset. Because
Gary,
other generation, all they will do is tell you to sit around and wait for government to get everything set up for you.
Gary is value addition. Government, we don't need government to make Gary. I'm just asking for a step further.
Look, this Gary they are talking, even during the Awolowo time, we had Gary processing plant. As far back as then, in the 50s.
Does government have anything to do with Gary?
Hold on. We had Gary processing plant. But what I'm telling you is that we have government agency that should identify all the raw materials we have in the country and other potential we have in the country, and ensure that the government come out with a policy that can attract investors. We are not saying that government have to do everything, but government have to create a enabling environment. They should be able to, make it attractive to investors to come, and then they will create an enabling environment for investors to develop those raw materials, and by putting in place infrastructure and policy that will.
So we have to rely on foreigners to come in and invest. Come on, do things for us.
I got it, Coco. Real quick. So Colata is asking for not so much advanced manufacturing, just maybe semi-advanced or whatever. So the question is not, if it's so simple, direct, we don't need the government, how come we're not doing it right now to the degree or the level you're talking about, Colata?
We are lazy.
We are not lazy.
Sorry, Colata. Sorry.
There are so many things involved. And
one man,
all
may I come in, please?
Infrastructure
let me interject, please.
I think
okay.
Let me land this one, please. All the infrastructure that should be put in place by the government to make it easier for for investors to come and do their own part. Government fail in their own responsibility. And when those infrastructure doesn't exist, industrialization cannot happen. Even on the smaller scale, it's going to be very difficult. When you start from a small distance and all those infrastructure does not exist, along the line, they could kill your effort. It could kill your effort. Plus, bad government policy, economic policy, devaluation of your currency, and all these. What are you talking about? Difficulty in running businesses in Nigeria. How would you survive?
How much dollar do you need to plant cocoa seedlings, or plant more cassava? How much dollars?
Oh, is it only cocoa that?
I'm just giving you a basic example that you cannot run away from or blame the government on.
Colata, please.
You love doing this government, that government, blah blah blah, all the time.
Even in this America, you see what government support businesses to survive.
Can we interject, please?
Yes, interject, Baba.
Okay, thank you, John.
Hold on.
Let me dampen us. We are children of our fathers. That is where the traders' mentality comes in. I remember very well, even pre-independence, Chief Obafemi Awolowo talked about conspicuous consumption. Please don't come for me. He talked about conspicuous consumption, but At the independence, what did they do themselves? Did they ride the kind of cars the Gandhi was riding in India? That car that looked like Hillman? No, they went for those Felele cars. Awo himself went for a stretch Mercedes limo and with a vanity number 00A1, Olola Obafemi Awolowo. So that's why I say we are children of our fathers. How many of us here holding on to, let's say, $1 million? And I want everyone to answer honestly. You have $1 million cash in your hand. The first instinct as a Nigerian is call your account officer. Can you get 25% annual return on this $1 million, which will amount to, I think, about $250,000? That's the first instinct, not manufacturing, not what I can turn this money into, or get a product, establish a farm. So that is the issue here. We need reorientation. I listened to Innocent. I listened to Innocent this morning.
Hold on.
You understand? And I felt so very sorry for me because I respect those manufacturers. They are like gods to me. Because it's not really easy putting down big money and wait for about 10 years to get return. You need a special heart to do that, when easily you could put your money in the thing. Also is the monetary policy. There is no way you can get more than 6% in a bank here in America. But right, so it becomes unattractive. Why 6%? So you want really to either take big risk with the stock market and lose your money possibly, or you go into manufacturing or invest in a manufacturing
company. Give me an example. Give me an example of $1 million.
Yeah.
What is okay? Do you have any suggestion to how one can be incentivized to actually use that $1 million to invest in actual business in Nigeria, for example?
Why not call Mr. Innocent and say, look, I have this $1 million. Let's sit down and do some arithmetic. I want to invest in your company. I want to be a distributor of your car, maybe in Lomé, in Togo. You understand? This is how we can evolve. Because I look at the man and I was really sad because I look at the factory. It was really not automated. It's not automated. What to bring it on? He has an opportunity now with the CNG thing, with this lithium discovery to make electric cars. But we had rather put our money in the bank and get quick returns on it, rather invest in such people. We need reorientation. I know we have trust issue. We have trust deficit in that country, but we cannot say and continue life that way.
But it's not our culture.
Roman, can I come in now?
Yeah, let Jide come in, then come in after him. Yeah, Jide.
Okay, I think Kolata is actually speaking to the space of the micro space of business, where you can talk about granuts and somebody makes peanut burger with it. Somebody makes kuli kuli, somebody makes this, and from there, I think that's what Kolata is talking about. And sincerely, from that point of view, you don't need the government intervention to do that. And I must say that, yeah, it will look like some Nigerians are not doing things, but a lot of Nigerians are doing things. A lot of Nigerians are doing things in that aspect. You can walk into ShopRite today and buy different kind of natural juice, banana, whatever, different kind of smoothies that you've not even thought of before, that are made by Nigerian. It has Nigerian labels. As in locally. Now I'm talking of locally. You can walk into shopping malls now, see cassava chips. You have now they even make sweeteners from cassava, and I think some of these breweries now use the sweeteners from cassava instead of sugar. These people are already gradually going in that direction. And
Okay,
the main reason
they're
why
doing it. They've always done it. But I would like Coletta to answer though, if that's what he's talking about.
That's
yeah,
what I'm
that's
talking
what
about, and the scale
Colata
is
is talking
the
about.
scale is the important
That's
factor.
I used to
Is spot on.
buy different things here. God's grace.
I think that's what he's talking about. And I think a lot of people are evolving to that aspect, and they are, because
But
now
that's just rudimentary stuff now. That's not going to take us anywhere. They are just turning
But
one
to your
man,
point, we're already doing it. I've always done it.
Beyond kuli, it's not kuli. Kuli is still rudimentary. Like when you take peanut, you can get peanut oil in a commercial scale. You could do peanut butter. It's kind of like higher, but there are other products where you do get, like from peanuts, you can get all this stuff that they used to do makeup. The raw material in bulk.
What do you even think? Name one thing that you think that is not produced in Nigeria.
It's not about see. Palm produce. Wait, there are many things that are not produced in Nigeria. Like, it's just scale.
Apart from the large scale of all those things you're trying to.
If we can't get scale, we can't go anywhere.
The minimum, production level of something. Name that thing. I want to know that, because I want to
okay. Let's talk about what's not produced in Nigeria. Basic stuff. Do we produce a zipper, JKK, zipper? Do we produce zippers in Nigeria?
What do you mean zipper?
Zipper for your pants, zip. Yeah. Or buttons. Do we produce buttons in Nigeria to button your shirt?
Toothpick.
When you can import from China at dirt cheap, why do you want to do that?
He gave me a challenge, and I just stepped up to the challenge. I'm just rubbishing what he's saying. I'm not saying we have to produce it in Nigeria, but I'm just responding to him in kind.
But Colata, in actual sense, we need to produce them in Nigeria. In actual sense, we need to produce them in Nigeria.
We can barely hear you, Jide. You need to speak up a bit, yeah.
Okay, woman, I said in the actual sense, we need to produce these things in Nigeria. And that's what Colata is actually talking about. Now, if you look at how much we spend on importation of toothpick, yeah, we have some toothpick factories in Nigeria, but it's on the scale. They are not. Toothpick is not something that we should even say we are importing. On any level, we should not be importing such things.
But we do, right?
Yes, wait.
What do you think? What do you think is
I'm coming, please.
Hold on, Des. We can barely hear you, and you just chop in. Let Jide land, and then you come. Jide land. Yeah.
So, Jide, what do you think is responsible for our low production of toothpicks in Nigeria? Do you have idea of? What do you
Baba Janle Koko, so many things are
mention. Maybe you can.
All the factors we have mentioned here, today, even down to the laziness and the unwillingness of our people, is part of it. We cannot remove anyone out of it. We see people that would rather prefer to wait for containers from abroad, containers of let's say
So those people that are
I'm coming, Baba Jale Koko. People will prefer to wait for containers of used tires than to invest in making toothpick. Even the toothpick, people will, because it is cheaper to bring from China.
Exactly. Baba, answer Agel's question. What is the disincentive to why not do the manufacturing ourselves? Please answer that question if you can.
So there's no answer to the question now, because no one has tried to do it. Somebody do it, and then we can see why you failed, and then we can give you an answer to that. But there's no answer.
Let me tell you something.
Hold on, Jide. Let me just make this point to that question that Prince asked. Somebody once did a comparative analysis of a particular product. I can't quite remember the product now, but the cost of that product will cost around about $1 plus in Nigeria. I mean, something as minuscule as toothpick or something But to manufacture it in Nigeria, it will cost about a Naira 50 equivalent in China. But to do it in Nigeria, it costs around about 50 Naira, just because of the deficits that we have in so many of the things that would lead to production. So I think that's where the difficult is infrastructure. Ultimately, that's where it always lands.
But one man, when we talk about infrastructure, now let's come to the reasons of it. One of it, the major backbone is the willingness. I would tell you the major problem is the willingness of our people to actually go into these things. Now, look at the plastic industry, plastic in Nigeria. There is nothing called plastic that is not produced in Nigeria. It even go to the point where now you have abokis going around the street, picking up waste bottles, and they will sell it in kilos back to all these companies, and those companies will recycle and make things from it. Now, flip-flops, all these Crocs and what have you, these kind of flip-flops that you use abroad, and there is a factory in Nigeria now that produces it and even exports to all other African nations. It is the willingness. How did they go into it? Every one of them will talk about power. Power is a factor, but they have remained in that business because they are gaining from it and they are making money from it. But a lot of people, what I see with Nigerians is this: they don't want to always be the first person to take the initiative, but they would rather take the initiative when somebody comes, has taken that initiative, and now they now see that it's like this person is making money out of this thing. That's when you now see, you can see on that same street, you can see 5, 4, 6 companies springing up doing the same thing. But the first initiative to do it, they would not take it. And that's why what Kolata is saying, I want to align with him. And at the same time, I will not run away from what Babajale Koko is saying, because government policies also, in a way, affect everything. And that's why I said the other time that everybody is correct. But
Yes,
that
well,
really,
to answer that quickly, I'd say it has to do with the culture also. Many times in America and the West, some people go to school, and instead of them going to look for a job, they're already thinking about setting up their own business and doing something. Okay, but usually that's not the case for people that go to a higher education in Nigeria or in Africa. Okay, so everybody's like risk adverse to a certain degree. It depends on the level of risk you want to be engaged in. Just like you said to the point, yes, nobody wants to put their money up front and see and lose their money unless somebody tries it first, and they can come after. Okay, but if a lot of things are incentivized in our society, a lot of people would not mind going into it. So we don't have the culture. I think there's a big problem. We don't have that culture like other like maybe the Chinese for example.
All right. Let Ogbeni come in. Ogbeni, you couldn't hold back. I didn't even think this topic had any legs, but it looks as though people are holding that.
Jack,
No, I thought people would get bored of it, but it looks as though he's getting his own life. But Ogbeni, you couldn't hold back anymore. Even Fatah is attacking you in the comment section.
Normally.
Fatah, my brother. Good morning, everyone. Good morning from Scotland. The reason why I'm interested in this is
Ogbeni,
Baba?
and one man, please, 1 minute, please. Let me make this point. Look, somebody said maybe we don't have the culture of this. That's not true. In the 70s, in the 80s, go and look at all the industrialists in Nigeria, particularly from the West. We have
maybe
that.
not anymore. Maybe the culture don't have it anymore. Maybe that's the problem.
No. The problem is we cannot competitively manufacture anymore because places like China, the Asian spaces, they've gotten the costing so far down, and they've gotten manufacturing to such a fine art that you at your rudimentary stage want to come into that space where they already have an advancement in they'll just crush you now.
One man, is it conscionable for the cashew that I eat in American stores is grown in Nigeria,
No,
but
I agree with that
is
one. I agree
processed
with
in Vietnam. Is it? Do you feel
No.
comfortable with that?
No.
The only thing that we could do is where we feel we have a competitive advantage, like areas that you are describing, Kolata, maybe we should levy heavily in terms of policy to make it, just make it impossible for people to enter that space.
Exactly, and I do agree with that.
Yeah.
But one man, every other country is doing
and then
something. Even Mexico is manufacturing.
Kulata is
Everyone
not
is doing
putting
something.
into
We are
consideration.
the only one not doing anything. But then we say it's because of China, because of this. I mean, come on now. Everyone else is still doing something. At least things we consume. Let's produce it now.
The truth remains that Nigeria is a very unstable.
Can I speak on this topic?
Yeah.
Let Des land and then come in. Yes, because Des has been trying to get a comment in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Des.
Nigeria is a very unstable space. What actually tried to get people to produce, or a country to be producing, is mostly the strength of the currency and basically the security in the country. That's two factors that actually goes in there. Now, if you're going into a business, like let's even use the trucking business that I'm into. People want to get into trucking. Now, I tell them don't do that because you're going to lose money because the market is down, really down. So I tell them don't do that because you're going to lose money. You just end up spending your money and you end up like probably selling your truck or something. It's because of what is going on around America right now with the factories. I don't even know to be honest, I don't even know what is going on. But because of it, that people just neglect getting into trucking right now. So that is the same thing happening in Nigeria. There is so many things that is not very conducive for someone to start manufacturing or start being a businessman. That there's so many things that goes in there. It's not just as plain as produce cashew or this one. It's not just that plain and simple. It's really not.
It's the most complex kind of business you want to dabble into. Most complex, most the taxes too that you have to pay. It is the difficulty in getting everything done and done right. It's just too problematic.
But there's nothing in life that's supposed to be easy. Life is
Hold on,
not supposed to
everybody.
be easy.
Let Ogbeni come in. Ogbeni.
Success is not supposed to be easy now.
Thank you, Wama. You see, this is my understanding of the problem with Nigeria, and I agree with. I think I agree with Babaja Lekoko. Although I met his conversation probably midway, I agree with Babaja Lekoko and whoever has canvassed the argument that the problem in Nigeria is not about taking initiatives. Nigerians are very, very, very innovative. Nigerians are productive. There's hardly anything you see that they produce outside there that Nigerians don't have initiatives to produce. And there's hardly anyone that Nigeria has not taken, at least one Nigerian, somewhere in one corner of Nigeria has taken initiative to start producing before. I'm still trying to look for that product, except if the raw material for that product is not in Nigeria. But as long as we have the raw material, even in toothpick, in Mado Ekiti, somebody had produced that before. In my own,
Are they doing it? Are they still doing it?
No. So where is the problem now? So the problem, don't forget, my point is the problem is not Nigerians don't take initiatives. I take that out. That is not the problem. What is the problem I've identified in my little experience in the industry? At least I've tried farm at a commercial scale, right? At a scale of about 80 to 100 hectares in Kebbi, in Nasarawa State. I produce chalk at my own little level. I produce bread. And at a point in time, I was into tipper. I have 16 tires tipper on my own to work. So with all this, my experience in Nigeria is government policies. See, government policies stiffens businesses in Nigeria. Let me give you an example of the experience I have in farm, for instance. In my farmland in Kuje, my farmland in Kuje is about almost 120 hectares. Now, in my farmland in Kuje, apart from the issue of Omonile and others that I have faced there, which I tried to settle, there was a river that cut across my farm, a natural river, which I believe I should be able to fish on it, at least a part of it, to fish on it. Who were the people that actually pushed me hard from that business? Governments that are supposed to be protecting, promoting, and try to encourage me. Environmental was the first to come and said, you did not provide environmental impact assessment on this water before starting fishing. I've not even started fishing. I was just still doing my pond and everything around the space. And by the time I said, okay, let's settle, they said, no, you have breached the law already. Okay, what kind of law? Can you show me the law? They don't have the policy. They don't know what exactly. Okay, as a lawyer, I felt, okay, maybe if I sue them, then I have a rethinking again. If you sue them for years, you will just be in court. So what do? They said, okay, go back and get people to do the environmental impact assessment of your farm for you. Okay, who are these people? Can I use my own auditors and co? They said, no, there are auditors endorsed by That was Jonathan Stein. And then I have to stick to one of their auditors. Of course, you know what that means in Nigeria. Okay, you want to go to those auditors and say they have the way they settle their organs in those ministries. And those auditors told me, you need 5 million naira for them to produce impact. I said, something that my own people can do in less than 500,000 naira somewhere else. So why would they? So, and on like that. While we went on that, Kujeria Council came. And they said, oh, because I put billboard there just to make people to know that, oh, there's farm here. They came and they said, oh, I didn't pay for the billboard that I put there. I've not started doing business at all. And all these policies started flowing in here and there. They find me 200,000 naira. Okay, if I pay 100,000, they will reduce this. I said, I wanted to pay into government account. There's no government account. Somebody just wanted to get my money. So where am I going? Government policy is the problem in Nigeria. The government policy stiffens businesses in Nigeria and make people to rather keep their initiatives, because at best, what you do with your initiative is you cannot scale up. You just remain as that at the minimal stage of that your entrepreneur.
Okay, Ogbeni, explain Kelwarams then. It's the same government, Kelwarams turning to Olam. It's the same, they started in Nigeria, the same government policy. I think, if I remember correctly, their farm was in Ogbomoso or something. So it's that same government policy that is killing only black people. That very selective government.
No,
lawyer.
Let me give you an example.
Wait, now, question me.
Okay.
So that's stifling government policy and all. But within that government policy, they pull it off. Some company that buys hide for Gucci and them up north, that one of my friends as a banker kind of like gave me a hint of the account. Is that same Nigeria? There was a time they used to take timber and all. Actually, my parents did that business for a while. It's there. So how come our productive farms in the Southwest, cocoa, rubber in the Midwest, all those stuff, it just went away? But we still plant agbado, we still plant cassava, so it means we still have the ability to plant, but we just lost our we just lost our initiative to channel it into cash crops, like you know that stuff they taught us in GSS or is it staff school or wherever. We just forgot all those things. Government policy.
Kulata, you are forgetting something. All these things you just mentioned now, you agree with me that there were businesses that they couldn't scale up to highly commercialized level, to the level where you produce at the level where you can be exporting. This is the
agrarian, but within that agrarian, we still today go to Alibaba or go to Global Trade, you will still see our ginger, our guar gum, our hibiscus. You know, I did this hibiscus export before. We'll still see all these things.
Kulata, do you know how these things work? Let me give you an instance. sugar production in Nigeria. Do you know sugar production in Nigeria? We have a commission called Nigerian Sugar Commission or something like that, somewhere between Niger and Kwara. Do you know there's a commission like that? Do you know that
it probably exists? I don't know. Probably
yes, there's a commission. Do you know that commission, as far as I'm concerned, stiffened sugar production in Nigeria? Do you know Dangote, Bua, and that commission monopolized the production and circulation of sugar in Nigeria? To date, look at rice. In our farm in Nasarawa, when Buhari said everybody should go back to the farm, we picked rice as one of the major crop that we'll be planting, and we started planting rice. We got about almost 700 million loan from Skybank. Is there when you check to do all our rice mill. We put up our rice mill. We put up plants. We employed coppers who read mechanical engineering and others. We had a lot of workers in our farm and others. By the time we finished planting rice, what happened to us? Buhari opened the border. And by the time he opened the border, we started competing with rice from Thailand and others. So how do you promote the local production? And to date, we couldn't produce any longer. At a point in time, we had to stop and see what government will still do with their policy, because then they told us.
Yeah, but not all goods are like that. That's why I'm trying to focus on goods where we have the natural advantages, like cashew, I keep talking about cassava, because there's so many things you can do with cassava.
You don't think rice we have that advantage?
I mean,
let me tell you, rice production in Nigeria should be feeding the entire West Africa.
At some point in time, I think we overtook Egypt. I don't know. I think because Egypt had some issues. So at some point in time, we were number one in Africa. But I don't know if that's bobo or if it's real.
But look at government policy. What is our border policy talking about? What is our importation policy talking about? Research policy.
Wait. Should we blame government policy on things we produce en masse to just further process it? Just one more step of value addition. Just further processing.
Bulata, I blame government policy. Let me give an instance of watermelon that we produce in our farm. And all these things are on YouTube. I'll just give you, after now, I will look for the link and give you, and you see our production, you see our farm, how large it is, and the problem we are running to in that farm presently. Now, how does it work in an advanced country? I stay in an advanced country. Storage, first and foremost, no, even sorry. What do you call them? People that buy immediately, you are producing off-takers and storage is being regulated and monitored, right? In the developed countries, off-takers and storage, preservation. You saw those big silos you see. Most times, government owns them when private individual cannot get them. Government owns them at strategic places in the country, and government will rent part of it for you to store your goods. We don't have that in Nigeria. And that is why I said our farming, for instance, remain at the subsistence level because our policy is not good to encourage farmers. So by the time you...
But Ogbeni, 10 of us, let me hold on. 10 of us in this room right now on this panel can invest on drying machine.
Yeah.
True or false?
So somebody is taking you up on that, Okulata. He says he has £500,000 at you match him and then you go set something now.
We'll talk. So I mean, see 10 of us, because I don't want to make it feel like this is far-fetched. This is interest.
I understand. Interest. 10 of us. Let's end that. What are you?
10 of us. So for example, 10 of us can fix.
Although it's only super chatting in £2, so I'm not sure if it's a real.
Let me pick my state or your state. I mean, our tiny state, Ekiti and Osun.
Yeah.
So we can say that Ado Ekiti, we're going 10 of us plus Ajanle Kuku that loves free government money. We can go and build a factory that all it does is just drying ege or drying something. We can do that. If 10 of us can pool resources and do something like that, if Nigerians had the initiatives to do that, they had 10 of us. that then we're
Kulata,
not rich or anything like that.
who told you we don't have? You see, that's the issue.
In mass, listen,
Yes.
in mass.
How do you scale it up? You see, Kulata, there's no way you can scale your business up, particularly from medium scale to highly commercialized stage, without governments.
Okay, look at
That's
the
why I agree
resources.
with Babajale Koko. There's
See,
no way without
it's
government.
not just everything. I get it. I'm not denying that government policy matters. Don't think because I'm not excusing Ajanle Koko doesn't mean it does. His facts are not valid. His
I
facts are
know.
perfectly valid.
He
But
just
I
like
just
to go against Ajanle Koko.
but you know, I naturally go against Ajanle Koko. He knows that. But apart from me naturally going against Ajanle Koko, we use that too much as an excuse because in spite, I think about what we can do in spite of a bad government. I think that's what I'm trying to focus on, because in spite of a bad government, for example, Bangladesh, in spite of a bad government, corrupt government, everything about Nigeria, they have it there too. They could build a cottage industry that were sewing, I mean, garment and all that stuff that South Korea saw that these guys have built some capability here. Then they brought dollars and then they invested there. And look at Bangladesh now. The economy is tearing the roof. And one Russia. So if in spite of government policy, we still have some foreign exchange, can pull resources to do one or two things. Who knows where it can go to? And again, the value addition I'm talking about is just farm produce. Now, that is just one sector of the economy. Now think about the productive sector that, thank God, that one is blooming, like entertainment and all, where it's just raw brain and artistry. And if you do that in scale enough, thank God for the internet, at least people are independent, they can do that on themselves. And when you pull all that together, it becomes money.
Quickly to that point.
It is easier said than done.
Because
It
the
is not
entertainment
easy
industry is
like that.
booming
Somebody
the
is telling
entertainment
you
industry
in
is booming
practical
because of the
experience.
bypass that exists for these entertainers. If the entertainment industry was strictly like how do you put it, strictly brick and mortar, let's put it that way, or it has to completely exist in the space, in Nigerian space, without the internet or technology, okay, I don't think that the growth they've experienced over this past few years would have been possible. See, anytime that an investment involves the government or has to be localized in Nigeria, that's when the challenges come about. So the entertainment industry is good, but guess what? Where are these people making money? It's not doing they're streaming online on Apple or iTunes or whatever that bypasses the government. It's not going overseas to go do concert and make thousands of dollars. We have to look at the supply chain of everything. Okay, so to what Ben was saying, right, about his business, you know, we have to put that consideration. The government policy can be for positive or negative. It can be. So you can't just ignore that the government policy, we don't need government policy in anything. Government policy can make or break a business. It can make or break a business. And to the Bangladesh,
in spite of government policy, we grew an Olam. In spite of the terrible government policy, we grew an Olam. We're growing a Bua. We're growing
because the government was not involved.
Kulata, let me speak in that area a little bit, and you understand what I'm talking about. See, for every rice you plant in Nigeria, if you don't go for the improved seedling in Nigeria, you are doomed. There is nothing you put in that thing that you can compete with any rice coming from Olam and any rice coming from Thailand. Olam within Nigeria, Benue and Kaduna and Thailand. If you don't use improved seedling, where do you get all this improved seedling from? They are imported. Now, ordinarily in those countries where you are importing them from, how did they arrive at it? Research grants for improved seedlings. We have very good seedlings in Nigeria when it comes to all these corn, beans, cowpeas.
What is IITA doing?
But do we pump money into it to get to do more research to get improved seedling? The answer is no. When you go to many of the research institutes we have in Nigeria, apart from the one
Ogbeni, talk about the one that doesn't need all that merere, like cassava.
You
Are we
can't
doing
see.
are we
Let
doing
me
our best? No, Ogbeni, answer this question. Are we doing our best with all the basic product that you can generate with cassava?
is there a strategic policy? That's where you start from. Is
No,
there a strategic policy that migrates
there's
people?
a need to make money.
Is there
It doesn't have to be a
incentive?
policy. There's a need for Lagbaja to make money.
You need a deliberate incentive.
Oh, to
Collateral.
make money, you need an incentive to make
No, it's
money.
not just to make money, to scale up.
Can I
At best,
interject
you
here?
remain a subsistence farmer. I'm telling you, you need to
Can I
scale up. For
interject?
instance, there is no
Yeah,
way.
let Jide come in. Yeah, land the point, Ogbeni, and then Jide come
Okay,
in.
let me quickly add that point. See, this cassava you are talking about, your cassava, where the money is in cassava, is not at the level of you planting and harvesting. You don't get your money there. You get your money in cassava at the level of processing.
Exactly.
And this is where I'm going. See, there's no way you can process things in Nigeria without needing government strategic and deliberate policy and assistance. One of it is this: electricity you need for processing. There's no way you want to process it without electricity. Now, you need machineries for your processing. Now, you need tax holidays and allowances to scale up, particularly when you are graduating from that medium scale now to the advanced scale. You need tax holiday, you need tax, a lot of things you need, incentives. But
Ogbeni, we produce so
But all you
much
have to
of
do is
it.
approach the government and discuss it with them
We
now.
produce so much of cassava that
Mike,
generator, distributed generator
Well,
are killing the
the way they
country.
do it everywhere else is when people have the idea and they need the government to assist, play their part to make it
People are not even using the
progress.
incentive to do
Mike,
much.
You engage the government. Say, okay,
Mike,
government, I need this
the
policy to have my distinct
Mike,
price. And then if
Mike,
government tell you no, then can come here and tell us that, hey, I approach
Mike,
government to, they say no. But it's not like
Mike,
you haven't done anything, but you also say government, kilo
Mike,
day.
let me tell you, you see, you just assume that, for instance, in my own little space, you assume that we don't engage government. It is not true. I'll send you some pictures soon here, and you'll see government agents coming. In fact, Vice President came to our farm to let you understand how the level we went to. So, but my issue is this. You see, once you have a big gun, a rich man in any industry in Nigeria, just leave that industry for them. That is the issue here. Because the rich guys want to monopolize. People like Boy, people like Dangote, people like Hollam, all those guys.
When we are talking about things that no one is making at all. So before you can say the big guy
they want to
and this
import,
and that.
You're
they
not
want
hitting
to
the point.
import. Oh, yes.
Ogbeni, they don't understand. They don't want to understand.
No,
We understand. We don't want to
What we are
excuse.
saying is, we are not saying government is not bad, but what we are saying is Nigeria, we just we are just used to this. Using government as an excuse for why nothing.
You use government as an inertia,
nothing.
not to do anything.
Why we are behind the rest of the world? There's no black country where the black people are advancing, and every one of them tell the same thing: is government, including Black Americans. They are the only one that blame government for their problem. Why all the other Americans? They know you never see them open their mouth and say government is the reason why I'm not doing this. I don't know if it's a black man's behavior. This thing, I don't get it.
Can I come in?
Yeah. Hold on. Let's hear from Jide. Jide, come in.
Yeah. So, Ogbeni, everything you said, you are correct.
Why is everybody correct? Are you a politician? Jide,
All of us are not correct. Ajale Gogo is dead wrong.
I'm coming. So, Ogbeni is correct from the lens with which he's looking at it. If we say it is government policy, yeah, there is a government policy on advertisement in terms of if you are going to situate your signposts, what you need to do, and things like that. There's environmental policy on the use of water from what you stated. But at the same time, the major problem is not the policy. The major problem is those people driving or that have been employed to enforce the policy. I want to let you know that the government itself might not even know that those people are doing those things. And I used to tell people, you want to do business in Nigeria, you do it the Nigerian way for you to survive. If you don't want to do it the Nigerian way, my brother, you pack your things and you will leave. Even these so-called Olam and Co. I know Olam farms. I'm into farms too. I work with a lot of farm companies, repairing some equipment, programming some things for them. Chivita, Ajanla farms, all these big farms. These guys know how to play the business like you need to play it in Nigeria. You don't bring American strategy and come and work in it. It will not work. You need to play it the Nigerian way. That's first. Number two, that rice business. Luckily, I also have a farm around Ogun State, and I know people that have rice, as in hectares and hectares of land, rice. Actually, I'm into plantain. So these people, they would not even help. They would not plant the normal improved seedling you're talking about. They plant the local rice, the Ofada rice. Dangote is not going to compete with you on Ofada rice. They are not going to stifle you on Ofada rice. And I tell you, Ofada rice is far more expensive than the normal imported rice. These people have rice mills, they have the stoning machines, they have all those things. They have it
How
there.
come they never scaled up that Ofada rice? I don't know, but sorry, carry on.
Yeah. So, and people come as far as the east to come and buy rice. There are three type of rice. That because it's a field where I am I am into. There is Ofada, there is Igbemo rice, and there is one Abakaliki rice or so from the east. Those are the three local rice that are selling, and people are making money from it, even exporting that rice, because even people abroad want to eat Ofada. So if you want to go into polished rice, all this foreign rice with Dangote, obviously you will meet them there. And it is not all government. For instance, you have a truckload of plantain and you want to sell it, and I take it to my 12 to sell my 12 market. You see, the people in the market themselves. That's why I say if you want to play business, you play it like Nigerians. The Yalojas, the intermediaries, are those people that are championing, the leader of the association of people selling plantain. They will ask you to park your truck. You won't bring it into the market. They are the one that will come and buy from you. And they will now go and resell. You cannot just bring your goods into the market and sell directly. So the bulk of the gain is gotten from them. And that's where what Kulaka said is making sense. If that plantain now can be converted into flour and it is packaged and it is sold everywhere. Okay, now like there is this Ayola brand in Nigeria now. You want to eat pando yam, you want to eat potato yam, you want to eat any kind of thing, gari, everything they package. And you will find it in every shopping mall in Nigeria. The processed yam, processed potato, sweet, Irish, the processed plantain, and everything like that. They process it. So really, to make money in this thing, in this whole farming business and expand our economy, we need to go a step higher in processing. We need to go a step. And what does it take? For instance, for the plantain stuff now, what does it take to process it? So, but the major problem we are having is the willingness, the drive, where to get the funds. The government is not even stopping anybody. The biggest thing is that, in fact, in Nigeria, you can start selling before you even register with any government agency. You can start selling big time before you register with any government agency, even with NAFDAC. It is things that people are doing in Nigeria, and it is when they have made their money to some extent that they now go register and things like that. Then they start having. So the truth of the matter is the government is part of it, but the bulk of it lies with willingness of our people. But you start it today, and I tell you, your next door neighbor will think of it. That is the problem with Nigerians. It's not that we are lazy, but that willingness, that zeal to first test the water. Nobody wants to take the risk of what investment actually brings. And managing a farm is not easy. You are not there, you are controlling a lot of people and things like that. So, but let's talk about other fields where we can even process. We're talking of toothpick. How would we be importing toothpick when we have bamboo forest everywhere? That the thing is not even doing anything. We can just start converting bamboo tree into toothpick. But let somebody do it today. You will see, if you are making money now, you will now notice that an Igbo man that has been into selling of scrap, metal scrap or whatever, all this while, that didn't look in that direction, will now look at, this guy is making money, then move into that direction. That is what is happening in Nigeria. And that's why I said everybody is correct, but it depends on the lens with which you are looking at it. But for you, Ogbeni, you want to do business in Nigeria, you will play. In fact, those are the first people you need to go and meet before you even start your farm. Environmental.
My brother, you are right. But can I say something?
The first people you need to peg.
Can I say
before
something?
you start your business.
You see, yes, when it comes to doing things in Nigerian way, as a businessman in Nigeria, you have to understand that you do things in Nigerian way. But you see, the issue is, in terms of production in Nigeria, I've come to realize, and that's why I like putting this thing at the bulk of the government. I've come to realize that people that are enjoying production, that are enjoying the dividends or the benefits of the production industry in Nigeria, are those ones that don't do anything at all. All what they do is they get contract from government and they import that thing. And the local producer cannot reliably compete with them because they import at a very large scale. And that is why I'm saying our policies kills businesses in Nigeria. Let me give you an instance of this toothpick you talk about. They produce toothpick in Nigeria. Sometimes when I see people saying, oh, we don't even produce ordinary toothpick in Nigeria, I just laugh. They are not in the industry.
I think a minister actually said that, but I carry on. I think a minister actually said that, yeah.
That minister is just talking rubbish. Go to Ado Ekiti there are people that produce. The problem with it is that they produce only at a small and medium scale. And that is the major issue in Nigeria. You don't see them producing at a massive scale that you will get in China or Singapore or in the US and others. They produce at the minimum stage. And at that scale, there is little you can do. Until you grow your business, hop from your small to medium to the largest scale, you are not making a serious impact in the system. So, and okay, for instance, you're talking about processing, and that's why I said, by the time you are getting to the level of processing, you need your government by your side to have a deliberate policy and strategies to not to help you, but to create that environment, a good, friendly business environment for you to flourish. For instance, if you are processing that plantain, I don't know much about plantain, don't let me go into that. But if you are processing, for instance, maybe you are processing your yam, you are processing your cassava, you are processing them into, let's say, flour and others. You will need drying machineries, you will need storage, that's all those silos and others, or warehousing for your storage. You will need a lot of machineries you need at that scale.
So, Benny, are we not intelligent enough to pull resources together and feel that, okay, we need this, but it's not going to be only Kulata doing it. I'm going to have to combine with one man, with this, with that, with this, to do this as a group.
People are doing it. Kulata, people are doing it. I told you about, okay, the farm we have in Nasarawa, what's the farm? The farm is not owned by one person. It's crowdfunding or funded, okay? many people from diaspora, we mobilize people from diaspora, mobilize people from different angles, bring this, and we're able to get everything together. I told you we got a loan of about almost 700 million. So you should know that it's not a small farm, it's a very big farm. But at the end of the day, what is troubling us in that farm? I told you of just ordinary rice alone. And see how just one pronouncement of one Mr. Buhari sitting somewhere in Aso Villa, knowing nothing at all about the industry, open border, allow Dangote to bring in rice to compete with our own local rice, and we can't sufficiently compete, and that kills that particular venture. So that's just my point, and that is us at a medium scale. At least you can call ourselves at a medium scale, even if you have got to that scale, but we are no longer at the subsistence stage. How much more farmers are at the subsistence level? They are importing products to kill the local products. Industries are dying. That's just my point. It's not as if Nigerians are very, very original and innovative. I can tell you that.
Mama, can I speak?
Yeah, come in.
Yes, thank you, woman. Yes, Obeni, as he really dealt with some of the things, some of the problems that we're having in terms of the issues that the government, the impediment that they throw on the way for those guys that really want to go into manufacturing. But I would like Nigerians to understand some certain things. There are great men that built America. We are the ones that will build that country. I still insist. Because I discovered that even though we are saying, oh, we don't have the infrastructure, we don't have this, we don't have that. I know people that are like, they're like colleagues that made it in that sector too. So what I'm saying is this: we can't. Whether there is the issue of a factor of a government in place, if Nigerians themselves can put up something. Let me give an example. Look at that around Lagos Ibadan now. Lagos Ibadan now is now a hub for investment. That is right for investment. That's the free information I'm giving there. The cargo guys, the cargo line is already. I think it has started. It has started. That will run from Ibadan to Apapa, and somebody can make use of that to move goods to Lagos. The Lagos Ibadan Expressway is now in a good shape, better than what it was for a long time. So all we need to do is just do some strategic, planning. Pull resources together, just like Obeni has said. That's a very good thing they did. Do crowdfunding. I know people that are into crowdfunding, and they were able to bring in resources. And one thing that we need to also know about agriculture is this: when you are doing agriculture, most of the time people normally just focus on one thing. I'm not talking. I'm talking as a graduate of agriculture, so I understand that when you are working in that, it's a very tight rope. When you are walking in that room, your eyes must be open. You must prepare for every form of eventualities, in policies from assault, natural disaster. You have to be top notch in your divestment plans. So when you are putting your money into agriculture, you have to do a lot of risk assessment about this thing can come in at any time, and you know what, agriculture, if you swallow the money once and for all, and you might not even see anything. So when people also do these things, they must also know that you have to put that in place. For now, but the Nigeria has a whole lot of opportunities. Do you know where I am in the Gambia? There is this palm fruit. You know that they can palm fruit. Yeah, we have canned palm fruit, and that I think is all over the world. It's not even where I am. It's all over the world. Somebody is doing it, despite the fact that the security situation, the power issue. We should not just make sure that these things do not hold us by the jugular and stop us. The former chairman of First Bank, Ibukun Awosika, said that Nigerian power sector has been like that for a long time. Is it that we like it? No. Is that the way it should be? No. But people continue to make money, irrespective of the level of our power generation and the power sector. So it's all about serious planning, just like Kulata has said. If people come together, good heads, and that's what they are doing. And you look at it, the guys that are doing well in tech and some other spaces right now, you see the youth, they come together, they bring themselves together. You have a background in finance, you have a background in what, in tech, you have a background in business and administration, you agriculture. You see, they put themselves together, and these guys they are running these companies, and they are doing fine, irrespective of the problem that were thrown at them, the impediments. So we just need to put those things in place. And with that, I want to believe the government, one way or the other, will come in. Probably this government can do well. Is yet to be seen. It's yet to be seen. But if they are able to fix the power sector, then we can do a lot. We can scaling with them be easy for us. But you are not going to start. That's one thing we need to know. That agricultural sector, because value addition is one of my areas that is so much long. I've been doing it. I was doing it when I was in Nigeria, at least on a little scale. I have about 3 products that I was doing. So, but if you are going to do it, it's better when you are starting on a medium scale, at least you will be able to learn some of the things. Don't just go straight to the what, because the companies that we're even looking at today, the big players in the country right now, all these Shaguri and all these Olam and Co. I work with an Indian multinational in Nigeria. I was the foundational staff of that company. I delivered a result in that company. I knew what these guys went through. But today, this is a company that's worth $5 billion. Add branches in Africa, in India, UK, and some other places.
$5 billion.
After that time,
Wow.
10 years ago.
Can I ask you a question?
So,
let me interject real quick, Ogbeni Abeg.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this thing, when you look at it, there's
why don't you finish the suya first? We don't want you choking, Aizo. Carry on.
My brother.
Wait till they chop.
My brother, I need a chop.
Okay, sorry. I thought I could hear chopping.
No, it's okay. No, I was just going to say that, listening to everyone and their experiences and Ogbeni's experiences, with his hands-on, with the farm and everything else, I think, 2 things can be true at the same time. Let's not make any mistake about this. I don't think there's a one right way or the other right way. I have a friend of mine that just opened up a cassava processing plant in Yenagoa, but this person had to do it in conjunction with the Bayelsa state government. So it's a PPP. The person opened it, hired a lot of Indians, if you can believe that are working in this facility. But then the Bayelsa state government the government of Doediri also supported a lot to make sure that this thing happened. And then they've promised the hiring of a certain amount of the local population. But when you look at case studies like the movie industry in Nigeria, case studies like the music industry in Nigeria, and you look at the trajectory that they've grown, they haven't done it because of the government. They've done it despite the government. So you look at these situations and you understand that, or you look at the tech industry, Yaba becoming what it is, the Nigerian tech industries that are getting global funding. All these people have done it, and it hasn't been that the government has been a big part in why they've done it. They've just done it. And then later on, maybe the government jumps on board. So to Kolata's point, there is the ability to create something, right? Hurdling all the obstacles that are there. But at the same time, right, it would be really helpful if the government was involved, because that could also propel us at a much faster rate towards the level that we need to be. A company can hire more people, become more successful, export more. So it's a combination of the two, but you can't lose track of the fact that we as a people, especially people that have access to capital, are not doing enough. Maybe out of being risk averse, or maybe out of the fear that the security situation in Nigeria, who knows? But that is a reality. And yes, we all know our government is dropping the ball. That's no secret. But So that's the 2 cents I wanted to
And I
drop
have
in
a
there.
question.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, that's the previous speaker. I don't know the person that said this.
Yeah,
Is
yeah,
an agriculturist by trade.
yeah, Dorothy.
Okay, Dorothy. Do you know what is called egg glut?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
now
What's this video you sent
yes.
in? Is it? Yeah, go on.
So it's about egg glut. I have a friend this year alone. He has buried more than 300,000 eggs. And in Nigeria, this year alone, we have buried more than 20 million unsold crates of eggs. There are facts there outside there. And you may want to ask me, why do we bury this much of egg when people don't get egg to buy in Nigeria, and egg is very expensive in Nigeria? The answer is very simple. Government policy. And I will tell you.
No, let him land before you interject. Carry on.
The answer is very simple. As of May this year, just 2 months ago, right? Or 3 months ago, May, we buried 2 million in addition to make up this plus 20 million. So the eggs we buried in Nigeria now don't stand at 20 million. Don't think it's 20 million. It's increasing by the day. And what's the issue? Let me tell you. We don't preserve egg in Nigeria and we don't store it. You may want to be saying, like Kulata was say, so why can't people come together and then have machineries and this? Let me tell you, it's about innovation. For instance, my friend that buried this egg, for instance, in Shagamu, just recently, told me, the machineries you need to preserve egg, as we speak now, there are 2 countries that have that machineries. And they got those machineries by way of research. They got grants by EU to make those machineries, right? And they have those machineries and they're going to sell it to you. No one is coming to sell it to you. Now, the closest to it that they have for them to sell to Nigeria is not even China, it's India. Very expensive, extremely. And if they're going to sell it to you, you need constant electricity. They call it egg cabinet or something like that to preserve these eggs. And now we've been having crises about egg in Nigeria. What's the crisis? Do you know that man called Emefiele policy alone cost us 12 million eggs to be buried in Nigeria because of the glut? Emefiele alone. That's government policy. Now, and apart from that, transportation of eggs in Nigeria, farmers have been shouting that they've been troubling with transportation of eggs. And a whole lot of factors affecting all these things. But how much do we know? People may come out and say, oh, so why is egg expensive? Do you know they are burying egg in Nigeria? Because you don't have storage. And where's the government?
Benny.
The question I keep asking is, can the government intervene? Why are they
Quick one. Egg powder machine on Alibaba right now.
Yeah.
Ranges from $2,000 to $8,000. Egg drying
I was going to say that.
So now let me tell you.
If you want to separate it into egg white and the other egg, take egg white.
Kulata, it's easier said than done. Before you make egg powder,
I know, but it is doable.
Wait. Just this kind of easy question we give to people. You feel that people are listening to do anything. Nobody wants to be hungry. Before you to preserve that egg, before you turn it to powder, where is the machine? Are you going to change liquid egg to powder?
You can, of course, they do that. Powder? Don't you know that? How do you get casein? How do you get casein protein?
Machine? Where's the
machine? Oh no, sorry, casein is milk. I'm sorry, I made a mistake. There's egg white. There's egg white protein powder, and you could, if you want to go gangster, you could buy a centrifugal machine. That one is more expensive.
Kulata, let me tell you, the 80% or 70 to 80%. I don't have the specific statistic, so you don't check later and now say Kogbeni. But
I won't do that. No,
the consumption of egg in Nigeria is substantially consumed by by consumers, not industries. Those egg powder you talk about, the moment you convert it to egg powder, you don't consume it again like you are frying your egg. And
you can export it. You can use it in bakeries. You can do all that stuff.
I'm coming. It is for industry. So here you come again. You do egg powder in Nigeria. Apart from the fact that those machineries are expensive and blah, 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 you do egg powder in Nigeria is good. By the time you have your egg powder in Nigeria, you have imported egg powder entering your system and they are competing with you. My brother, I tell you, no local farmer can convert to egg farmer egg powder in Nigeria and compete with any imported egg this thing. This is where you have government to come in and say, see, the moment you produce egg powder in my country, stamp out any importation. Nobody should import. Then you will see farmer rushing there. And that's what I call incentive to migrate farmer.
Yeah, I understand that. I agree with you on that. I agree with you. But why waste? I mean, you talk about destruction of 20 million eggs. You could still make it powder, even though it may be expensive or something, but it still has a purpose. It will not be an outright waste.
You think they just want to waste it? They don't want to make money.
Well, why didn't they preserve it by making it powder?
Kulata. Everybody wants to make money. Nobody wants to lose his money. So you should know there are issues.
Ogbeni, please borrow me this short time. There's a guy that spoke that I said he's planting plantain and have rice business in Benin. I give that guy a knock who was saying the fact. But the name they're playing the rice now, I don't know if that's the new name. But the name we know for them there is Epuma rice, then Aganibode rice. And they're one of the best, they have one of the best nutrients. And they have a lot of plantain in Benin. But the rice problem,
please don't say Edo rice is not the best. Look at this guy.
No, it's true. It's on world this thing. They have one of the best nutrients. The one we eat
on world something. Look, you have to stop all this Edo, everything.
No. One more, this is the problem. We want to beat ourselves down because it's not from your side. It's the problem. The rice we eat from Thailand is polished rice, chemical rice. These are nutrient rice, Nigerian rice.
It's Ofada in Edo State because Ofada is the best rice.
No, I don't know the name. Ask that guy. I don't know who spoke. They have the Epuma rice, then Aganibo there, then Abakaliki, as I said. But I don't know from the set Ofada now. Epuma rice is what they call S. Yeah, it's one piece.
Yes. Ofada is not actually the best in Nigeria. It's just the most popular.
Rice.
I was the one that better, but
okay. There's Epuma rice. The problem with Epuma rice is stones, because Epuma has stones.
Hold on, please. Ogbeni is a rice farmer, so he would know the best. Where is the best rice in Nigeria?
No, so it depends. They all have their qualities, but my point is, Ofada is not the best in Nigeria. It's just the most popular in terms of it gains its popularity because of its spread. But I know there is farm in that Epuma side. There is farm that in Edo they have nice. You see their own it's very close to. It's bigger than Igbemo. Igbemo is a kitty own. So their own is robust.
It's robust and
it's robust.
Our own is on a water side.
It's not pencil-like.
Yeah, it's on river bank, freshwater river bank. Most of them.
Yes, and it's very sweet. We have good. But you see where the EU comes again. The Stoli machine. Do you know how much they said the Stoli machine? And by the time you are adding those values to it, you are spending money on machinery to destone, right? You are spending money on machinery for packaging. You are spending money on storage. You are spending money on if you want to polish, you polish. And all these will add cost to your rice. How do you compete with Thailand rice when you get to
Ogbeni, sorry. I'm also into that space. From like Ogun State here, they have people that have gone into that aspect of rice production. They own machines to remove the shaft, and they own machines that distone. That is their own job. So farmers bring in their products, dump it there in bags. They have warehouses, and they will do it for you, and you come back, load your bags of rice into trucks and move with it. And from what you have said, see, there are two different markets. The market for the local rice is not in any way competing with the market for the foreign rice, because people have this preferential treatment on a general view for the foreign rice, but the local rice has there's a special emotional attachment to the local rice from those that consume it. And for those that have been there, that probably doctors have prescribed it to, you understand, they also have the reasons why they eat this rice. So there's no competition about the two rice. In fact, the local rice of other is not the best rice actually. There's Igbemo rice. Igbemo rice is better. There's Abakaliki rice. The Edo rice is talking about, I think, should be the best among them because it doesn't really have a foul smell.
Thank you, my brother. I think one man have here now. He thinks I like to praise
no.
Edo
Why
State.
did you say that? Why?
No. One man.
I'm messing with you. Well, please calm down.
I know, but there's something I want to tell this guy that said plantain. You do plantain in Benin, right?
Not Benin. He's in Ogun State here.
Okay, Ogun State. Okay. Because my mom, before you just stopped, like you gave it to my uncle. Now my uncle running it. We export pineapple, plantain, all these perishables to the north because we have big farm. My great grandma farm. So when people just talking, when you talk another yes, you know what you're talking about. That's why I came to the show, like, I want to come and give you knuckle, like, yes, you really know what you're talking about. But the product of Ekpoma rice is that destoning. We don't have destoning machine in Benin. So that's why people don't buy it like that. But instead it's in Ogun State, so logistics will be their problem. Because just when somebody start shipping his cruise all the way to Ogun, no road. So that's another problem.
My brother, there are people that can invest in that aspect over there. Just like they are doing in Ogun State, they have people that is their job. Every time these farmers get their rice, they move it down there. They will peel it off, the stone, everything. Their machine will do it for you, and bag your rice again, and they will weigh it, and they will keep the ones that has been the stone that has the stone in it. They will keep it for you. They will weigh everything to see that what you brought in is not different from what you brought out. That is the way they do their business here.
But Jide, let me ask you a question. Why is it that they all refuse to patronize the government rice mill and make it better? There is one rice mill, I think, in Imota, and another one in Lagos State just established.
Yeah, you see, when you talk about that now, you now talk about proximity. Because logistics of shipping your rice from Wasemi, Ogun State, or what's it called? These other rice farm in Ogun State where people have a lot of rice farms. Awowo, yes, in Ogun State. Now you want to ship it down to probably Ikorodu or somewhere where they have the rice mill. It's not going to make the rice in any way cheaper. As it is, the local rice is extremely expensive. So I think like those people that have those rice, the stoning machine and rice mills, they are local guys. They're those people that just saw the loophole and invested in it. It's not like maybe one government anything. It's all the loopholes and invested in it. And they are doing it and they charge per bag. And if you get there, you will never see them tired. And as a not opening, they work overnight shift and things like that. And they run on diesel, not even electricity now. They run on diesel.
But when you do that, that means you don't have eyes for export along West African coast, because the thing is, you are as good as a product you make. Good product, good thinking, good products. Why not add value to it by making it even better than what you better than Uncle Ben's rice and stuff like that?
Yeah, that you see what we are talking about now is, you see, now we are now talking about people that have the funds that can now go into that aspect. Now, if somebody has the funds and now establish a very big rice mill in Ogun State, I tell you the person would not regret it, because there are a lot of rice farmers and what they plant is local rice. They don't even plant the foreign rice. Major in Ogun State here. It's of other Igbemo and the likes that they plant here. So the truth is, what you said is right. But I feel that after the stoning too, the farmers that come to take it from here, people come as far as Lagos from different parts of the country to pick their rice. And when they pick this rice, they will still go and do some packaging before it is sold. And this rice are the ones that find themselves.
Can I say something? You see?
Yeah, go ahead.
this is my understanding of that area. See, there is no way you be at the subsistence level where first you don't have your destoning machine, and then you are carrying your rice to someone else's mill to destone for you. You just bring your paddy rice to the place to destone for you, and then you now take it out back to your place to go and bag and package your rice. There's no way you will compete with people who are established farmers that have their own destoning machine straight from their farm into their own machine, and they are bagging it. Don't forget that when I say local rice in Nigeria, local rice has gone beyond the level of the one we used to know in the 90s, when they would just come from the rice mill, we bring them to the market, and they just start selling. They've been bagging it like all those big bull. If you look at their rice very well, they are local rice that they now sharpen. They have machine now to sharpen their rice in such a way that when you pick it, you think that it's a foreign rice. But you see it actually boldly written under their bags. There is not a foreign rice, it's local rice, like Mama Pride. And even Lake Rice too. Lake Rice. Now, when you pick all these, there's another one, Elephant Pride also. When you pick all these guys, there's my point is, these are big guys in the industry. These are rich guys that have this funding and have government backings. All the anchor borrowers program and everything that Buhari promised us back then, these guys, they got it in a very large scale from Emefiele to do their farming, to get their rice mill and everything on ground. So you have just 5 bags or 100 bags, you have 200 bags, you are taking it to there. You can't go to the market and compete with them. That's my point. And how do you now scale up? If in agriculture, if you are all what you're just doing is either you are breaking even or you are just having little profit over whatever you put into your business, there's no way you will scale up. You will remain at that level. It's always very risky for you to go and borrow loan to invest into agricultural program, because a lot of things are involved in Nigeria. Let me give you an instance. At a point in time when we planted our watermelon, we had a year of low cost, right? Now, this year of low cost, we were told that in Kwara, the meteorological, what do you even call that one? Those ones that study the weather and everything, that they've already told them that there will be low cost. But in Nasarawa, we didn't hear anything about that. We had an expert on our farm that studied that and realized that those low costs were coming. By the time we got prepared for heat, we went to Ministry of Agriculture to get the sprayer, but not individual sprayer, not the handy one that you just put at your back and you spray. The major one that could actually deliver and fight those locals. We couldn't get them on time. We had to start fighting those locals on our own. We planted corn that year and watermelon, all affected. We started running shift on that farm. You run money till night. That was for the first time in my life I realized that locusts can actually fight your farm like it was a war. You will be running your shift morning, night. Some people will be taking over your shift in the evening as you are going to rest. Morning, you are coming to take over. You are spending money over manpower to come and fight locusts. Now, what do they do in advanced country? And that's why I always put this thing on government. It's not as if government should collaborate with farmers. Government should collaborate with the industrialists. Government should show concern. They should show interest. That's just my point. Do you know, throughout the time we fought locusts to a standstill on our farm, those locusts have actually, they ended up in consuming almost quarter of the farm, but we were able to fight them. And guess what? Locusts, it's not as if they all died. They went away on their own volition when they think they've had enough fight with us, going to another farm, right? Probably traveling to somewhere in Niger or traveling to someone, and they kept moving like that. And do you find it in the news? You won't find it in the news. The government do anything about it? Nothing. And we move on. We're not going to run our industries like that without government waking up to their responsibilities. That's just my point here. So stop blaming Nigeria. Let's blame our government. Let's start telling our government that they should have to wake up to their responsibility in terms of agriculture in Nigeria and production generally.
But agriculture was the mainstay of Buhari's economic thrust now.
Buhari should get out. Without his empty pyramid, I cost rice pyramid.
I'm saying something. I'm thinking, don't you think we need to take agriculture in this format? If
we've not done any Igbo bashing today, are we not going to do Igbo bashing today? Are we going to go through a whole session without
if we are talking about if we are going to get it right, it's either you start from farm to finished product. That's one thing people should first of all know. Or we do value chain investment. You pick a particular part where you want to intervene, you invest, and you have a kind of a cluster. You don't just do let me set it up. It will come. People will come. No, because I'm looking at the format that Saptri use. Saptri is a company that produces Sobito in Nigeria, and he exports. This man is making hundreds of millions of dollars from Sobito, ethanol, and some other value-added products from cassava.
Sorry, what raw material are they using for Sobitol? Is it corn or cassava?
Cassava. Yes.
Okay.
So if we're able to do that, can see she was not running up and down saying I want to be planting. She faced a particular part. No, I want to produce Sobito, and she invested in that, and she looked for the farmers that were able to partner with her, and she even helped them to scale up. They are growing 2 hectares now. Many of them can grow 100. Some can grow 50. Some can grow 10 from their 1 hectare that they were doing before. So although the government will also play a role, but I think we could do that so that we can form a kind of structure, restructure ourselves. Look at it. Even in the Nollywood sector, look at it. Before, they will steal your film, they go and show it, they pirate it. But now, on Netflix, your body put it on Netflix, people are able to get money from it. They are restructuring their sector, and they're able to get something out of it. Because the reason why I'm saying this, I have worked at one of the highest level in agricultural processing and stuff like that. So I see that people that are eating the good money of agriculture in Nigeria are not Nigerians. They are actually non-Nigerian. The Lebanese, the Indians, the company I work for was an Indian company. And these guys are exporting chicken out of Nigeria. They are exporting to India back. If you see, there's something that. So I think we need to, as we partner the government also, probably we need to also look into that direction.
Please, let me interject. Sorry.
Last thing. The universities that we have, I'm a part of the University of Agriculture. I know the capability. You see that egg machine that you're talking about? Those egg machines are in Nigeria already. We have Nigerians that are already doing this thing. The only thing we have is, are the government able to support them? Even the industry also, are they able to liaise with these guys and see how they can develop some of these homegrown inventions and modify them? Not only waiting for China to go and buy from China and from other places, we can also start to do something. I've seen people that did that. I've been with a fabricator. That this guy can fabricate this making machine, fabricate so many machines. He gave me. He's an award winning fabricator in Nigeria. He has participated in different programs. So but if you look at it, this guy did not even also have enough support. He did not have enough support. But there is a company in Nigeria right now. I know the company is in Ibadan. And Ibadan is Oyo State is the base for agriculture. When you're talking about agriculture, Ogun, Oyo State. We are talking about agriculture and machinery, and that's base. They have it, and also the north. So if we're able to partner with these guys, people were able to bring in money to develop more of these machines, dryers, that can convert. I can remember this.
They were developing some rudimentary agricultural machineries in places like Ibadan, UI, etc. you know,
a lot of
sort of clunky looking things that, you know, yeah.
I know, but are we kind of helping them to scale up to be able to use fine quality materials that can help us to what? You know, do you know that we have, just like Jide was saying, we have a lot of Nigerians that they have the stoning machine. They already have those machines at the minimal level that can be used at the subsidy level to boost our rural economy. You know, from the rural economy, then we'll push it up. But we need investment in that area. So that's why I'm saying that sectoral intervention in the agricultural value chain is what we really need. If you are not able to do it from farm to finished product and do B2B model, business to business model, you can just come into a particular space and invest in that value chain. That this value chain, I want to be a leader in this value chain, and you begin to grow. So instead of starting at the rudiment and not be able to scale, I don't want to, even myself, I don't want to do that. I've done some rudimentary stuff before. So I've done it. I've seen that, just like what Ogbeni was saying. Ogbeni was correct when he was saying some of those things, because I've seen them on different cases, you know, at different level, you know. So we just need to up our game. If the guys in the Nollywood sector are able to up their game, now they can get money, good dollars from Netflix, from different viewing, live streaming platform and stuff like that. Then the agricultural sector needs to recalibrate also with government policy also. We cannot rule that government.
What about what the man of prestige, also known as Tracy, was saying, that they should regionalize agricultural specialisms? Or what did you say? Say it again, Tracy, so or whoever you are, so I can highlight it. He came up with some excellent comment just earlier on, but sorry, carry on.
See, sorry to my friend that was speaking just now. Netflix could thrive in Nigeria because there's no major foreign industry that they're competing with. If there was, it would be the end. Now, you said something about they are big, like people that's making money from agriculture in Nigeria, they are foreign company. Yes, they are foreign because they have the technology, they have the resources to do it. The other day I was talking about the loan China and Russia was proposing for Africa: infrastructure, smart engineering, and technology. That's what you need. Agriculture has moved from the Asian way we used to farm. It has moved to smart technology. Like Agmeni just said, you need something like the government need to how you call them, how you could put that read weather. There are people that forecast all these locals and other things that comes to that happen to affect agriculture. We don't have it. We need smart farming. We need new equipment that can make you really farm well. We don't have it, but people can do it, and they will start for it so that you cannot. They are the one blocking those things not to come to the local people, because when the local people have those things, then they have a serious challenge with them. These people are making billions because on challenge, they are just like monopoly. They control the market. So that's why you see every day farmer pack out their tools, go to material sale across to Spain, because it cannot compete. Look at in Japan here, the local farmers, they are not big factories. They're just local farmers. Some make 10 bags, some make 20 bags.
All right, what happened? Are we still on?
Yeah, I'm on. Sorry, I was talking to somebody. So you need in Japan here, there are some farmers that produce 20 bags, some people produce 100 bags, some farmers produce 1,000 bags. That's how it happens in Japan here. The rice is what we eat here every day in Japan, but it's not produced by one big factory. It's produced by locals. Government have to bring policy to protect the locals. That's what the problem is in Nigeria. We produce perishables. We don't have where to preserve them. Government don't buy from people. Another thing they have to educate from Nigeria is this market union wahala. Union, you bring your food to the market, like Benny said. Union will stop at the front of the market. If you don't agree to their price, your food will perish there. When my mother used to carry food to the north, you take it straight to the market and people come and buy. Now you take it there, when they started the union, your food will perish. So let me give the floor to the next person. Thanks.
Let me thank Ogbeni. Ogbeni, are you still there?
Hello.
Is here.
Amen.
Is here.
Amen. Amen, sir.
Benny, let me thank you so much for sharing your experience in farming with us today. Don't mind Kulata, Mr. Pushback, trying to push back at everything. Whenever you mention government or you say anything against government, they want to push back to say, oh, no, people are lazy. Nigerian people are not lazy. If we are lazy, we won't be successful outside Nigeria. The best professional and various field of life outside Nigeria, you see Nigerian is there. If we are lazy, we won't be able to achieve we won't be able to be the best of the best among people in this world outside Nigeria. So what is wrong with us? That what we are doing outside Nigeria, we cannot do it at home. We should check what it is wrong.
But Ajale Goko, those that are outside Nigeria, isn't that what Oyimbos call natural selection? The best got out.
That's not. That
It's
is
natural selection. People
no,
that end up going abroad, they're kind of like weeded, is weeding the seeds from the chaff. Anyway, carry on. Sorry.
Look, we are best. Every Nigeria have the potential to be the best anywhere, including Nigeria. But why did we fail to be the best in our country? That is the question we should ask ourselves. The government of Nigeria doesn't like anybody to be the best in that country. Same thing, it happened. Same thing on if you trying to set up any business in Nigeria, it is very, very hard, particularly in the area of manufacturing. We know it is capital intensive, the technical know-how, the source of raw material, and the taxes that you have to pay. The infrastructure for transportation. Always very, very difficult. Very difficult. Electricity, very difficult. You will operate under a very, very difficult business environment if you want to embark on manufacturing in Nigeria. It doesn't matter whether big or small. It doesn't matter. Look at Ogbeni, look at the way they try to frustrate him for trying to, farm and produce rice for us to eat. They try to frustrate him. So when we are saying that government policy is the backbone of, a business environment in any country, we know what we are talking about. We have people. I myself have tried something in Nigeria to do. I was frustrated. I have to abandon it and leave it. I have friends that have set up a manufacturing plant. What happened to him? He was frustrated and he had to abandon it and leave. You cannot have peace of mind. And I like Ogbeni, who was that? Was it Baba that mentioned that when he watched the interview of that guy that was produces Innocent Motto? How can you be a successful manufacturer in Nigeria when the interest rate is at double digit? How can you? How would you make it? You can't have sleepless night every day just because you want to set up industry, you want to provide job for people, and you want to contribute to economic success of your country, you mustn't have sleepless nights every time because of that. So when we are saying that government have a lot of role to play, government policy and, government support is the key to the success of for manufacturing success in that country. We know what we are talking about. So we are not just saying that, let us leave everything for government. No, that is not what we are saying. That is not what we are saying. So I really want to thank Ogbeni for sharing his own experience and for emphasizing that, look, government policy is the backbone to manufacturing sector. So any manufacturing or industrial or anything you want to talk about, it is the government. When government does not provide that enabling environment and the success in everything to make it successful, you don't have the government support, you will fail. And when you don't achieve anything in manufacturing sector, you don't achieve anything. You can't build your country. You can't have job in that country. Industrialization and manufacturing is the key to the economic success of every country in this country. And look at every nation in this world that are very successful economically. They have some particular product that they produces that, with a comparative advantage over others in the world. Is it Japan that you want to talk about with their vehicle that they produce, Toyota? Another vehicle that they produce is that.
Ajale Coco, don't go to advanced manufacturing. We know we can't compete in advanced manufacturing. Ajale Coco, don't do. You want to push a narrative that we're victims all the time, and we can't sit down and just be victimized and keep victimizing ourselves and beating ourselves to death. We can do things in spite of the government. Why don't we talk about that? How much does government interest rate affect your own investments to Nigeria?
Have you tried one before in Nigeria?
Yes, I have. I have. It failed.
It failed.
Yeah, it failed. I've said that before. That was when Buhari changed exchange rate. It was 2015. It was an export.
Why did it fail? That's Ajale Coco's point now.
No, wait. I mean, I will say the fact that what I did before failed doesn't mean
why.
No,
I can tell you why that one failed.
Government action or inaction.
Let me tell you why that one failed. That one was export of raw. It was raw. It was raw product. There was no processing involved in it. And the reason why it failed was it was in the middle of a deal that Buhari did this draconian exchange rate policy.
There you are.
Okay, there you are. There we go.
Wait. Let me land. The fact that one failed doesn't mean I could not have done another one that will have succeeded, because after me, people that continue. Wait, let me finish. Let me finish. After me, people that continued with it. There's some guy in Philly. He makes net over $1 million clean, doing that same thing because he continued. I mean, I have alternative. Of course, I work here. I do okay, and I just dumped it. But he continued, and he's making over $1 million. So don't use my own failure as an excuse because I gave up. He did not, and he's successful for it.
Hold on, Kulata. Your lack of success. I'm not going to say failure.
Your lack of success. You feel at times. Nobody's Superman.
Your lack of success in that space. You cannot say it's a one-off because that was also.
It's not a one-off.
Hold on. That was also the narrative that Ogbeni gave us due to government action or inaction. That was also the narrative of Ajale Coco, which as a result of government action
in spite of the government.
So that is to tell you that whatever you do, the Nigerian government will force you.
Let's think about what can be done in spite of the government. I mean, because people still succeed. I mean, look, I can afford not to do any business. I can't. But
there's nothing that you can do.
Let me just land that
manufacturing or production or anything.
What I'm even talking about.
There must be government input into it.
Not everything. Like I keep saying, what is government input in plumber and in barber? You just have to take it as something we have to do. Whether government is good or government is bad is something you have to do. People have to cut their hair.
Sorry.
You are an economist now.
I'm not an economist. I'm just a guy.
I know, but you like economics. You teach us.
I like it. Yes, I like it.
Yeah, let Patrick come in. Patrick.
Ajaneko and the Kulata, you understand? There's what we call environmental analysis in business, right? When you want to do strategy analysis, you do the external environmental analysis and you do some internal analysis. The external environmental analysis are essentially political, economic. Those are just the general everybody that's studied business at any level on the graduate will know. So that's an assumption that those factors will be there. And those factors in the environment, they can be favorable or unfavorable. You don't blame government or anybody for that. Government come up with policies based on what they want to achieve. You as a business have what you want to achieve. So when government change those policies, they become factors in your environment. So you have to adjust and respond to them. There could be political, social, there could be economical, there could be a revolution in the social system, such that maybe youth will shun a particular product or fashion or taste will change. Those are variables that are extraneous to you. So what you are supposed to do is use those factors within that you have control over to respond to them. So don't see it as though government is the one frustrating. No, government is running its own too, the way they want to run. And then as a business, you are supposed to adjust your strength, and take opportunities and adjust your variables and strategies in way to respond to those changes in those environment that the factors in the environment that you don't have control over. You don't have control over government policies. You don't have control over interest rate, exchange rate, all those things. You now have to start thinking, okay, if I have exchange risk, how do I hedge this? Do I try start engaging in swap contracts with my employer, with my suppliers? Can I do some barter between us? Can I do all those kind of things? So that's how, to me, we should not just be blaming government. A businessman is a man who succeeds despite government, despite what is happening out there.
Look, Patisco, why are you talking like this?
Because that's how you should think as a business. If you are waiting for,
I expect that reaction.
Because that's how a business should think.
Family is not businessman.
When government policy is too harsh against,
yes, you respond to it.
Sometimes you cannot respond. Sometimes most of the time you can't respond. You will fail.
No, some of the ways to respond to it is to leave that environment.
To leave the environment, environment.
Why is Dunlop out of Nigeria?
You leave the environment.
No, we are talking of wait now, Ajani. We are talking of
Abba now.
No, wait, let me finish. I will leave the floor for you. We are talking of businesses, right? There are some times when for example, wage policy in America became so heavy for companies, they moved some of their operations to China. That's the way of living now. They left. Those factories, those steel factories now in the US, they are dead as a Jakarta.
America encourages them to even move to China.
No, that's the wait now, but all those steel workers in those countries, in those states where steel is the major factor, are they not jobless now? I saw some of them now when Trump went there to campaign and says, I will try and see if we can resuscitate this steel. Those guys were trained to work on those things and they are jobless now. What I'm saying is that as businesses, if it requires that you move your operations to a particular country and bring your product back to Nigeria, so be it. So be it. You are the governor, so you are running a business.
Patoski, let me push back a bit on that point. Or no, let me join you with you on that point. You see, when we are putting everything on the foot of government, we are not saying that government will not have its own policy. But government policy should not be reckless. Government policy should be responsive and responsible to citizens. Don't forget that the reason why government is there first is because of the citizens. They are not just there because we just want to form a government. They are there because they should make the country work, particularly to make the producers, the industrialists, to work in the country. So government in the developed country, let me tell you an example in Scotland, for instance. Presently, I'm experimenting snail, the African giant snail. That's one, the African giant. They've been able to have it in London, live one. So
how are you able to get it in? How are you able? Because
if you go to eBay, just type live African giant, you see there. There's some Mama Agbalagba in London. I don't know how they got it to London. You know all those Mama now. They are principalities now in UK, so they find a way to bring their things. So the African giant is here in UK, and I'm experimenting in Scotland. So now the issue I'm having present in Scotland is because of the weather condition. So we are out from the winter, although we are getting back to winter, but during the summer, I've been able to get some, and they are still surviving. Now, see how government is very responsible here. For instance, I got an allotment almost free of charge. What is an allotment in Scotland? It's just a piece of land they give you. Mind you, my piece of land in Kuje is still there. I'm battling with it. El-Rufai stole part of my land. Lamode stole part of my land. I can't fight them because they are big guys. I'm waiting for when power will end, when they won't have power again, and I will take them to court. I'm still battling with Omonile in that land. They told me if it is a district head, like Emir in Kuje told me, that if it is in Yoruba land, we will just enter a land that I have government allocation, no, government allocation, FCT minister, not. He told me that if it's Yoruba land, will you just enter the land without?
Did you get it from that AGIS that they used to? Remember, they have this AGIS.
Oh, AGIS. No. I didn't. It's a farmland, so I didn't get it from that. I got it through. I have a client, and I handled a case for a client, and I didn't need money. I just needed the land to farm. I love farming. Okay, so I got the land and I perfected my title and everything. But on getting to the land, I started facing issues. Different families came. I settled them. Then the Omonile in Kuje came again. I thought the district head, that's like the Hemia, would be able to solve the issue for me. But he compounded my issue and they started telling him to bring 50 million naira. Where will if I have 50 million naira, I'll just go and buy a whole town in Egiti now and start farming. So why will I part with my 50 million? I abandoned the farm, it's still there. I have my paper, I have only paper that I'm just holding around, but I'm not in actual possession. Now, flip it to Scotland, where government is responsible when it comes to farming. I applied to the city council. They gave me what they call allotment. The allotment is a piloting stage. So it's a little one. They will just give you like maybe 50 by 100, right? It's just to pilot, right? I didn't know that I could apply for a greenhouse. They said I could apply. So one of the guys working in council, a black guy, told me that they use that to encourage farmers. If you apply for it, they give you discount of about 50%, and government would help you to import it to get it down. I got my greenhouse. I got
solar. Repeat that again. Repeat that.
Greenhouse.
When you do so thing, the government will do so.
The government gave because the government is encouraging what do you call snailing now? There's because snail, for instance, fall in the category of healthy mollusk that people consume. They give them prescription in the hospital to eat because it's rich in iron and it's not energy, it's healthy. So because of that, it falls in the category of the farming government is encouraging in Scotland. But because of the harsh weather, it's been difficult for them to rear these things. So if you want to break forth, you are getting to that feed, they encourage you. So you get almost 40 to 15% on greenhouse, they give it to you almost free of charge. And if they realize that there is a farm that is closing down and they have greenhouse, there's a way there is this there's a bureau. You just tell them, they notify whoever farmer is, and they can even give you greenhouse, free of charge. And they keep encouraging you. See, the way they keep calling me is my EU. Now, as it is now, I bought some on eBay, I put it there. I realized weather is coming, weather will become harsh very soon by the time we are stepping into September, October. So because of that, I've got solar to maintain weather condition in that place so that it doesn't get too harsh, because many times we fall under 0 degrees centigrade. So when it gets that can switch on and this thing. I pipe more water on that land that could water that place, electricity on that land. There are a lot of things they have on that land. Another people have their farms and co at that piloting stage. Now, the way they call me is what marvels me. They are collecting. Don't forget that by the time I end this thing, if I'm able to scale through piloting stage and I'm selling, they are waiting for their tax. Nobody is saying you should not collect your tax. Nobody is saying you should not collect whatever you want to collect on my business. But let the business breathe. Let the business flourish. Encourage me. Bring incentives because I'm going to feed people. I'm going to create jobs. I'm going to get employees. So,
Ogbeni.
Yeah.
Sorry, can I just interject?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to say, you are in the business of farming, and I'm also a bit in that business too. Let me not say I'm totally there because more of a part-time person. Plantain doesn't really need too much monitoring like that. But one thing I've realized is from what you've said, the Nigerian government too, they have some incentives, and I would like to state it out here from Ogun State government, where I do my own farming.
Sorry, Oriola, mute yourself for a moment. Oriola, Karen, Jide.
Okay, so the state government gives you an acre of land for 10,000 naira. They give you an acre of land for 10,000 naira for a whole year to farm. They have tractor available there, so it is 2,500 naira per acre. So if you have 10 acres, you pay 25,000 naira to do the clearing, plowing, whatever you want to do with the tractor, and they are not going to ask for money for diesel or anything from you. It's a farm settlement that the government has, and they give it to anybody that has interest in farming. There's a big river along that line, and if you need water, you can easily connect your hose there and do the fumigation. And for those that are going into livestock, these are things you can verify yourself. Those are going into livestock. They have pens that you can rent for a whole year. For as low as 10,000, you can rent pens too. See, Nigerians too. Nigeria, there are some governments too that has this initiative, and a lot of people are into it. A lot of my colleagues are into farming, piggery, goats and things like that. And because they don't want to buy the land because of all this omonile issue, like you have said, if you buy, you end up coming to have omonile issue when maybe it is one family that sold to you. When the brother, the sister, the in-law wake up from slumber one day, they will say it's their father's land and come back and they stop you. So, but the government from where I farm in Ogun State, the government has this facility or has this incentive available for people. I plant plantain, but I bought my own land. I'm still begging to get a piece of land in the government environment where there's security, there's everything there, but a lot of people are into it. So it's even difficult for you to get this thing, you understand? So it's not like Nigeria is not doing anything. Like somebody said the other time, it's the information. And Ogun State has that kind of, they have that kind of farm settlement in every, I think almost every local government. That's where they have it. So it's not like we don't have, but the information is not circulating. Only those that have that knowledge benefit from it. That's what I wanted to actually contribute on.
I agree, my brother. I agree with you. And I will also add that information dissemination is also a deficit on the part of the government. Why is it that our government don't have deliberate and strategic policy to propagate all these programs? I will tell you the reason. Many of the time, the reason is that they shoot some things in secrecy so that me and you don't get that information, and then their own get that information. Look at Anchor's Borrowers Program. I keep telling people, you can't say that program is 100% failure. But an average farmer in Nigeria didn't get that money. I still keep saying it. Why would Emefiele disburse that billions of naira? And the people that got the money were the people that never needed it. People that the only thing they had, they were just land, and they were not even going to farm on it. They will just have land. Many one of them I know, they will have land, they will put a signpost there, Maganderi something farm, something farm. Enter the farm, it's empty piece of land. And what would they do? They'll be importing all those products to Nigeria using Anchor's Borrowers Program. And government is there watching. So what I'm saying is this: government should have the statistics. Government should engage stakeholders. Government should take interest in what is happening to farmers. How do you want us to help you? Government should track what are the practices and what are the experiences and what are the issues farmers are facing. There should be periodic review on each area, particularly those ones that are key to the Nigerian economy. And there should be deliberate policy to ensure that you don't have unhealthy competition. Don't import products that will come to compete and kill our products in Nigeria. Let me give another example. Do you know when Abaribe did that? I don't know if anybody remember. He did something they call a program, Aba Made. Aba Made something was like where he brought all those Aba guys to Abuja to display their products and everything in Abuja. I went there. I was there. I went to engage some of those guys. And some of them told me that their major problem, that it's not as if that all these, I think it was that year they produced our military boot and uniform and everything and gave to Buhari back then or something like that. And everybody started hailing them that, oh, from Aba they can actually produce military boots, real boots, a joya boot that you can see this one can match with whatever you bring in from US and others. So I went to that, is it trade fair they call it now, but Abaribe call it Aba Made or something, to engage some of those guys, and they said, look, we produce leather in Nigeria. Kano basically, they produce leather. And do you know that they hardly even get Kano products? Because by the time the Kano guys finish their products and everything, almost 70 to 80% of it, foreigners are already on their neck to purchase it and chat it away from Nigeria. Why they from Aba are still sourcing for where they get their home. So eventually you see them sourcing these things abroad when you have it at home. And I ask the question, so why is it that there's no deliberate policy to say that farmers of leather, this thing, there should be interface, and it's government that should take interest in all these things. Yes, it's good, private individuals do it, farmers do it, but government should have a deliberate and strategic policies. Government should track what is happening, what is the experience of farmers, and government should ensure that this thing, you plug it, you clip this, these are what this is not rocket science as far as I'm concerned. And I'm not sure that during Buhari, which I'll keep repeating that Buhari thing, The man Buhari made as his Minister of Agri, I'm not sure that if you ask the man the simple little data to give you about agriculture in Nigeria, I'm not sure that man can give you. I'm not sure if you ask that man that eggs we produce in Nigeria, can he estimate how many head do we produce in Nigeria per day? I'm not sure that man can tell you. And I'm sure that man can tell you how many head we consume in Nigeria in a day. These are the things we don't get in developed countries. When you say you're a secretary on agriculture in the developed country, you have your statistic in your head. You have your data in your head. And you know the policies you are making in order to encourage farmers. Yes, some governments are trying at their own level, but where does it take you to? Ogun State, they are giving farm, people do farm, you do planting, but they are all subsistence farming. This is not farming has gone beyond subsistence farming in developed nations. For your farming to push your economy, you need to scale it up. To scale it up is my issue, and not subsistence farming. You can easily do your subsistence farming in Nigeria and survive. Very easy for you. You can survive. You want to do some hectares, be snail. See people doing snail. In fact, now they don't even face snail again. They face slime. It's the slime they get from snail because they use it for anti-aging products, and people buy it abroad a lot. And look at it. Before you can get permit from NIPC alone to export your product, I know Kulata has gone through this one because he told us that it was exporting at a point in time. He can testify to this. For you to get that permit from NIPC to export, you need to just go and try that as is and see how difficult they will make your life and how miserable those guys will make your life look like. You feel they come to office, what do? And when you come, you that should be the people they should be encouraging and see you as you are adding to the Nigerian economy. They don't even want to see you if you are not ready to bribe them. And by the time you even bribe them, if there is a big man in that industry, you are in trouble because they will give you the permit to do anything. So that's the way I see it. It's painful.
Ogbeni, let me even crack you up one joke like that. Now I was discussing with my madam and them. She and her friend, they wanted to set up a company in Nigeria and do some other stuff. So they needed tax identification number. Do you know that they said they should bring 5,000 naira to get tax identification number? Somebody is setting up a company and he wants to pay tax and is willing to pay tax. And say, okay, give me number so that I can pay tax. You say, no, we can't give you the number except to pay us to get the number. That's how terrible civil service is. And they are going.
Is that an official payment or under the?
No, they just because we are here. You say no. Say that's what they bill. Produce receipt for it. If you ask them, they make it difficult for you to get, and you need it to open an account and do other things. That's how terrible. And they will go on strike. They say there's minimum wage. There's this one, which we blame government for everything. But woman, I think we should dedicate a day for civil service on this topic.
That is where the major Niger corruption is.
So I think it is worth discussion.
Those guys.
So that people like Solomon that in Abuja, they can even give us some information. You will see how terrible.
And Solomon is collecting his own too now. Why all this one that is doing fine boy?
The fact here is after even you scale all the hurdle, be it at the seaport or at the airport. You know the funniest one, those quarantine people, they will come and hassle it too. They have nothing to do with it, but if you don't grease their palm, your goods aren't going nowhere or your container.
Woman.
Yeah.
Please, I have one question for Benny. One question. And he was talking about subsistence farming the other time.
Yeah.
So my question would be, what is the scale that he considers not subsistent
industrial farming,
industrial or commercial, like what he's saying just now? I want you to know that I have on that same government farm, we have people that have 70 acres, 50, 20 hectares, like that. These are big time farmers that when they are doing their, see, there is a particular farmer on that farmland that farms for these people that make what's it called, Godimo. Golden Moore. I don't know the company that makes that. Is it Golden Penny or something?
Is it that company in Jos? Is it NASCO?
Yeah, that makes Golden Moore. Yes. This man will farm maize. He will farm maize, 20 hectares of maize, and leave it to dry up. Harvest the dry ones and store it up, and these guys just come in one day and trucks will move it. They are not small farms, but I want to know his own qualification of a commercial farm. That's one. Then he spoke about Anchor Borrowers project. See, we can continue to blame our government till next year. I will say it. The problem of Nigeria is everybody in Nigeria. For instance, when they did Empower, it was meant for people that don't have jobs. I know of two of my colleagues that I fought in the office. That's to tell you that thing actually circulated. Two of my colleagues that I fought in the office that were collecting this 30,000 naira on a monthly basis. One, it was his wife, and I fought them and I said, you are part of the corruption in this country. Because this thing is meant for school leavers, graduates that don't have work, and you guys go there and you are getting it. At least I know in my vicinity, I know of like 5 or 6 people that benefited from that program for 2 straight years. Some even repeated it again. That Empower. It has never happened in the history of Nigeria to me that I know of, that the government has something like that, a project like that, and I can see or point to somebody in my vicinity next to me that benefited from it. There's always been people embezzling the money. So that Anchor Borrowers project, I want to ask, do you think it's more of a Nigerian government problem or more of our own people's problem, ourselves? Because don't forget that these governments too, you pick them from the pool, and the pool is Nigeria itself. So if all of us are corrupt, if most of us are corrupt, it means that if you close your eyes and dip your hands into the pool, you always pick a corrupt person 97% of the time. So that's my own question for you.
All right. Before you respond, Ogbeni, let me use this window to dip out. Since we are not doing Peter Obi bashing, then there is no sport in it for me. So you guys can talk about your
one man. Sorry, before you dip out, you were sharing is it the word to discover in Aunchi? What's it called again?
Lithium.
Lithium. Do you ever ask yourself, how did that guy have the logistic to know that is a lithium? A bookie man, a farmer that knows nothing, already bagging it, and said they discovered lithium.
Is he an Aboki man?
You said it was.
One man, see, in Calabar, they mine lithium. Those guys know those. They know
the business.
They know the business. I visit Calabar.
I have query in Aunchi.
Yes.
Sorry, I have a friend in have query in Aunchi. Query. That guy is a billionaire. This is what we know in Benin now. Yeah, come now they find lithium, they find this surface. Then they bagged it in kgs. The bag are all same size. Do you notice? Same size feed up. They already know the kg. How did that guy have the idea that this is lithium? Me, I will see copper. I don't even know. You will know lithium. We have to start asking questions.
You'll be surprised just how knowledgeable those people are. They know where your gold is in Elisha, and they're coming from Chad. What point are you making though? Nobody thinks the full animal or the Hausa man is an idiot.
No, the point I'm making the point I'm making is that these people, they are the people that know these things. They know all these minerals in Nigeria. They are mining it, showing like they just found something. This guy just went to the farm and he see lithium. Oh, they're lithium in the state. That the point I'm making, that is not true. They know they are mining illegally. A farmer does not know what the difference between, they don't know the difference between cocoyama and sweet potato, now know lithium. Me, I went to school, I won't know lithium. I only know it by name. I won't know the raw material. The farmer will just know it and mine it. You have to think now.
So,
That was the point I was just making.
sorry to buttress your point. I went to Calabar when one of our plants in Calabar had issue. A guy in the plant, a Chinese man, was calling him to find out if they have gotten those things ready. The guy showed me lithium like this, like stone. He gave it to me. I held it and I'm like, what is this? It's like, that is lithium. Oh, God, that's what that man is calling me for. I need to go now. It's my side hustle. I'm like, and this is a guy that should give me.
That shouldn't be his side hustle. That should be his main hustle. You know,
that's what he calls it. He said it's his side hustle. You know, it's illegal mine. They work for they are errand boys that work for the main guys that do the job. So they are the ones that will post it on their WhatsApp, contact the Chinese guy, this, but it's the guy that they transfer the money to. So it was later on that I was asking him, and I noticed that all those guys, they know it. So when they come back tomorrow and say they have discovered that there is lithium in Calabar, it's a lie. They've been mining it all the while. Maybe it just came to the notice of the government. They've been mining it. And then there's a space I want to speak to, because Baba Janle Koko was talking about it the other time. That is the issue of this Innocent guy. Innocent has benefited from Nigerian government. Big
more
time.
than anybody else, you know.
Time. So Innocent coming to tell us interest rate and this. Buhari government created a separate account for the likes of Innocent, Proforce that makes the armored wherever, Proforce. There's a solar company in Nigeria too, in Lagos, that is making solar panels. I think those are the three. He gave them rights to Bank of Industry and Central Bank created a joint account or something that they can get loan in single interest rate, single digit interest rate. So that guy should not come and tell us now that something. He has also
No, he didn't say it. I said that aspect of it. Actually, he was commending the Bank of Industry. He was actually commending Bank of Industry.
Because I know the government, because I follow this space, the government gave these guys the access to these loans so that they can, and even Buhari government enforced that all vehicles at the airport buses must be bought from Innocent and things like that. Just like he enforced for Proforce too, that all armored vehicles, MRAPs should be gotten from that guy. So I think the government is not doing badly. They might not be totally okay, but in that aspect for Innocent and those that fall into that category, I think it's auto manufacturing and green energy. Yes.
All right. Oriola, you've been very quiet. Is the topic too big for you, Oriola? We're not talking about babes, so you don't know what to say. We're not talking about babes.
I think you should know where I stand on this. Basically, I disagree with a lot of people with the fact that we need government policy and all. I mean, I listen to some people's example, and it doesn't tally. I think someone already mentioned like simple things in Nigeria that we can actually make in big scale, which I think doesn't really need government policy. I could talk about that as well. And as well as the example that you cited with the rice thing, I think the mistake we always made is the fact that there's farming and there's manufacturing. Those are different things. And there's also distribution. These are different things. The rice thing should have been the fact that there's farmers that's farming the rice, and there will be manufacturers that will process the rice into what you can now sell to the distributors. So that's like three different things. So in a way that you're saying that because the foreign rice or the people that are shipping their rice, they're facing there's a challenge to you. I think the problem is the fact that if to say you, when you farm your rice, all you care about is selling the, or a manufacturer will just come and take it. So, for example, in Nigeria, there's a food company named FMC, I believe, and there's also UBAs. They make like maybe cereal, and they make other stuff. They usually don't grow those things themselves. They just get the farmers to do it, collect the stuff from the farmer, and turn it and process it. So that's what should have happened. So in a way that you were saying you're facing the government policy, even you explaining the government policy, it doesn't even make sense to me because the government policy is already there. The challenge you had was the fact that the middlemen that didn't follow the law thoroughly, that they're cheating you. So all this, we need policy. I just think that they call it a lazy man. I think somebody said that. It's just a lazy opportunity for you to be lazy. Or not you, for us to be lazy. Because if we want to do this, we can do it. Somebody already mentioned like there's a lot. So for example, I remember when I was so young, there's something called kokoro that when we're traveling, our parents will stop and buy it for us. This is something that we can turn into a big scale. You don't need government policy for that. That you can even put it in a store. You just turn that kokoro into something where it's fancy. I mean, I live outside Nigeria and I see like there's granite that they package it very well and they sell it in Nigerian stores. It's something that we could do. We don't need government policy for that. We depend on
Okay.
so,
What of NAFDAC registration?
yeah.
What
So if
for you to before you ship it, another international what do they call this thing that is required before you ship something abroad? Something like
yeah. Do you know? I'm going to say two things.
This thing. There's nothing that you want to do as far as business is concerned that you don't require government input for it to succeed or be successful. I don't know why you people want to push away government as if government doesn't represent.
If you
all right, Oriola, before you come back on that, let me just use the window to bail out. Acknowledge your super chat. So it looks as though the super chat are getting back to where they once were. So that's Ayo leading the way as usual. How they joins him. Prince Daddy, of course, a regular fixture in. No, this is actually a different Prince. This is Prince, the posh one that lives in the countryside, and he continues still. So there he is. So now this chap now, Peace, it says it's a farming systems research scientist, which is a new discovery for me. So at least I learned something from that super chat. Prince comes back again. Prince Daddy enters into the fray. Kulata joins them. Peace continues. Peace again, and then Prince, and then Kulata latest installment. So it still carries on. So I'll hand over to Thomas. So allow for the micro window for the introduction of Thomas's intro, and then you pick it up from there. So thank you, gentlemen. Hopefully, certainly we'll reconvene for tomorrow. Here comes the military administration, General Thomas.
Oh, hello everyone. Yeah, I hope you guys are fine. Too much English today. Did everybody have dictionary beside them?
No banter today.
We need big dictionary. Anytime I hear some accents here, I always grab my dictionary and put it beside me.
Imagine,
how are you guys?
with all this economic this thing that you always come here to canvas for us, telling us that government policy doesn't really matter. Abba,
can we dig on this, man? I want us just to take the topic. Let's go to this guy, Okupe. What did you guys think about his policy now switching towards Ashiwaju? He applauded Ashiwaju about the fuel remover, which I think the three major candidates on this election promised to remove the subsidy. But I think Ashiwaju has the balls to do that. I don't think Peter Obi will have done that so soon. And I love the write-up, man. I love the write-up. One man said maybe the guy is looking for a job. I don't think so. I think the guy maybe he just one of the obedient that has brain. What did you guys think? Did you listen to hear the write-up? Anybody can kick it off. Is anyone there?
You know that Oriola was speaking before one man left.
What is the topic? I wasn't with my computer. Yes. Oriola, finish your thought. Then we go to this topic. I think one man said we haven't even talked about the topic at all. So I want us to go to the topic properly. Yeah, Oriola, you can conclude your thoughts. Then we go to this topic.
Okay, thank you. Well, I was just saying that. Well, basically, what I've been saying, what my disagreement to what people were saying is the fact that we need government policy to start something. I agree with Ajali Google that we still need policy like the FDA or the NAFTA and all of those. Nobody is saying that we don't need those policy. I'm just saying that we have to depend on government policy for anything to start something is what I didn't agree with that thought. I just felt like stuff that we already been doing. So like the Gary and other stuff, like I just made mention of Kokoro now. I know like a lot of kids like that. If we package that and not like just the small scale little thing. No, if we have a company that would just make that something to be bigger than what it is, even in Nigeria, then when it becomes big, you can start like if you want to ship it to other places, then you can do that. That's what I'm just saying that depending on government policy for everything, we're not going to go anywhere. A lot of stuff that is great in Nigeria today, a lot of them, they're not even backed by government. Someone already mentioned like the Nollywood, the fintech, a lot of those things, they're not backed by the government. Later on, the government just jump in and feel like so same thing with anything else. Like government will not start idea. They will just jump in later on if they feel like something is going great. And maybe there's too much eye on them, then they have nowhere to go, or they just have to help, assist to make it bigger than what it is. So that's that's my contribution. The point that people were making that we really need, there are policy in place already. Those policies are there. It's just why do we need for us to make something bigger, even in Nigeria? Why do we need government policy for that? It's already there, and we can just scale it. I mean, that's my own point on that.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you. We have to move on. Yeah. I think we got Bishop in the house. Do we have Bishop? Bishop has been quiet. That is very awesome. Oh, hello, my brother. How are you? Happy weekend.
Thank you, and I
Yes, how body? Body the inside cloth?
at 110 degrees today. But it must
God is great. I am under my duvet here with winter. You guys are hot there.
it was terribly hot. The voice is getting better. But I'm how's it going?
We thank God. We thank God. We are still here by the grace of God. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe you listened from the beginning when Wama was read out the Okupe. I will call it epistle because it was detailed. Do you?
Okay, not necessarily, but I deliberately I just turned away from that because I have my own I have my thoughts on it anyhow. Because what Okupe say or what he say is nothing, extraordinary. The only thing that has made it to be a topic of discussion is because of the way I'm using this word very carefully now. Obi supporters have attacked him. They come out in their numbers to attack him. I read some of the comments. There's no name they have not called.
No, Bishop, hold on. Have they started attacking him?
Oh, says, what are you talking about?
Oh, God. These people will not disappoint me. These people will never disappoint me, man. I said it in the beginning.
I read quite a few of their comments. It's just horrendous. So, like I was saying, what he said is nothing, these are things that needed to be done. But because he says something that kind of commend the present, the sitting president, they took him to the cleaners. And so that's why I'm not really particularly bothered about it. Like a normal thing. Anybody that says this government has done something right, no matter how objective it is, this set of people will attack you. Even when you say anything good about Nigeria, that something is working, whether you give the credit to the president or not, because they don't want to see, they don't want to believe that anything in Nigeria is working. So that's why that space, that conversation, really did not excite me to delve into. Yeah, Okupe said what he said, which is anybody that is on the we are going through some pain and challenges. But maybe there are some right steps in the right direction that might necessarily, down the road bring some support. Let's say it as it is. We can be objective without pandering to what do you call it. So, but because he said that thing, that seems to give some credit to the president. That's why they really. I read it yesterday and 2 days ago. I read some of the comments, and it was already there. So for me, it's just the usual bubble.
Bishop, do you think Okupe is trying to play with Asiwaju to get the appointment?
No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I mean, fairness to us, Nigeria is bigger than the ambition of any individual now. I think we can be very objective sometimes. Look, if we want Nigeria to prosper, it doesn't matter. I want my team to win. Bring the best player and put them. Even if I don't like that player, the fact that he's wearing the Nigerian jersey on that day, I will clap for him. So I don't think Okupe wants anything. I will not be very fair to him if we say he's saying it because he wants a favor or he wants to be recognized. I don't like that, honestly. I don't think so. And they are patriotic Nigerians, but we don't necessarily need to agree on everything. But all I want is objectivity and the passion that Nigeria is bigger. Yes.
But Bishop, why is this cry? And I will say it again. Why is this cry from obedient quarters? Peter Obi promised to remove subsidy, isn't it?
See. The truth of the matter is this. In the time to come, people will they will need to study what happened, and it can be dissected into different, it can be segmented into different compartments, as to the quality of the thought process of Nigerians. Look at what's happening on the social media space. Look at TikTok. Look at Facebook. There are some people that are barely literate, but because they present obscenities and some crazy things, look at the kind of followership they gather in a matter of weeks and months. People doing ridiculously insane things that you will not even want to stand to watch for 1 or 2 minutes. But they are proud, they are leading people. That is the quality of the thought process of our young people today. And I did say that, I don't know when I think it was on this that today, if the devil himself come and announce himself as the devil and the church or the popularity, he will get more crowds than Jesus. All these people are, I'm telling you, that's a fact. He will get so because people, they are not, we lost the capacity to really interrogate things, to ask questions, to the head mentality has taken a grip of some of. Look at this issue of Yahoo. I mean, we know it did not start today, but look at the way the thing grew in the past few years. That some more than I was disappointed when the one they call Yahoo Plus, that they arrested a woman, a Yoruba
Bishop, you are breaking. You are breaking heavily. You are breaking heavily. Can anybody else hear me? Or Benny, can you hear me? Oriola, Bishop, we can't hear Bishop, bro.
Yeah, we can
Hello?
hear you. We can
You
hear
can.
you.
You guys can hear me. I think it's from Bishop is driving, so maybe that is why. Yeah. Do you have it? Yeah.
I have a
Oriola, do you
question.
have anything?
Yeah, so I
Yeah,
have a
yeah,
question.
yeah.
So what's wrong with the opposition of obedience? There's not. I don't see anything wrong with it. 4 years ago, when Sowore, when he lost 4 years ago, I mean, there was outcry. Like everything that Buhari did for, like, I think for 3 months before they actually arrested Sowore, everybody was hating it. Like nobody liked it. Everybody was against it. Like especially people that want Sowore winning. I mean, everybody was against it. So I don't. And it happened just not in Nigeria. It happens everywhere. Even when Trump won.
Hello? Yeah, everybody's network. Everybody's network is not good.
Wait, can you hear me? You can still hear me, right? Can you hear me?
Yes.
No, we can hear you now. We can hear you now. Yes.
Oh, I lost connection? Oh, I'm not sure why. Yeah, but like
Yeah,
I
we
was
lost
saying,
you for a while.
okay, maybe a little louder now. What I was saying is just that I don't see anything wrong with obedience being opposition or against anything. is actually good for the government of Nigeria. Like, I think he puts Tinubu on his feet to make sure that he do something right. And to the fact that they're against doing, I don't see. I mean, doing is a politician. That the man is a politician, so he's always going to do what would be good for him. And I don't see anything wrong with him saying what he said. I mean, if someone is doing good, it's better to praise the person. Or I mean, politicians sometimes they go against the person. I don't see
But
anything wrong.
Uriola, we don't expect that from the obedient cultures. You know them. Even if they saw something good, they have to pair it bad. You know what I mean?
Do you actually think doing is actually like obedient like that? You don't think he just did?
But he's obedient, he's Obi supporter now,
Yeah, he's
isn't
Obi
it?
supporters. He's Obi supporters, but I don't think he believe he's not a fanatic like every other Obi, the people that call themselves obedient. I don't think he's fanatic like that. And
So we
you have to
can
remember,
obedience has different category, isn't it?
I think so, because you have to remember a lot of people that are obedient is either they're young people or they're from the eastern part of the country, and a lot of young people they're not as old. Like a lot of them, maybe they're under 30 or maybe yeah, majority of them probably under 30 or they're in their 30s. They never majority probably never participate in politics before, so they've never this is probably their first loss. So I just think that don't you know the game, he knows how it is. It's more like you can't win and you don't just want to separate yourself, you join them. I mean, can't you see this guy Obi is part of them now. He went to one of the I think the deputy is either for rep or senate. He was at the wedding of one of the deputy. So are you saying it's a matter of time? Let's watch. In 2 weeks, you would think Obi would go back to what he used to be. He would just go back. Everybody else that's crying, they have no choice. It's either they keep crying or they just follow suit.
Oriola, can we just say this guy is just objective or is looking for something from Ashiwaju? What do you think?
I think he's just being objective. I mean, he sees. I mean, if let's ask ourselves, what for the. I think he has been. He has. He became president when May 20 something. I think he's been in the office for like close to 10 weeks now. I think. I mean, he has done something right. I mean, you have to give him his kudos. I mean, so I think he knows what he's doing. That's number one. He's being objective, but you have to still remember that he's a politician and he can't fade off. LP is nothing like who knows LP, and you have to still remember that majority of the LP, whoever owed anything in LP today, they didn't start with LP in the first place. They all jump boat. Like even the only governor they had today was in APC probably 5 months ago. So a lot of their people that made it to House of Rep or the Senate, they were like APC or PDP. What are those guys? They know they're politicians. They're not just people that just came into politics yesterday. They're not Tunji, the guy that is what is he now? The minister guy. They're not him. That he can just talk anyhow he wants because he's not a politician. All of those people are politicians. So don't be surprised if all of those LP House of Rep members or the senators decide to go back to where they came from. So a lot of obedience, they're new to the game. We should just welcome. We need to welcome them. Just like a lot of us or a lot of people
But
years ago.
no, Oriola, no. We can't just. Have you forgotten the election? Did you know what? I can't be telling you what's going on in the election. You know what happened.
I know. Did you forget what happened for? Do you forget what happened 5 years ago when Showore was, even though they know how.
What's going on?
Sorry, can you hear me now? I'm not sure what's going
I can
on.
hear you. Oh yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like I
we
was
can hear you
saying,
now.
do you remember 4 or 5 years ago when everybody was for sure, like especially people abroad, even people actually went from abroad back to Nigeria just to vote. It was the same thing with
Yes,
Obedience.
yes. He was in the shoes of
Excuse me.
Obi then.
Yeah, do you
That's
remember that people were pained? They were mad after he lost. Like it's the
a lot.
same process. Like so that's how I see it. And I actually my prayer is if they can keep it up till 2027 because it will be great for Nigerian
But
politics.
Oriade, you can't really quantify the antagonistic manner which they do to Asiwaju compared to, you know what I mean. Obizo was so enormous, was so glaring. The advertising was on the wall that you understand what I mean. I don't need to be speaking big
Yeah.
grammar for you.
But
You understand.
that's the beauty of democracy is you have the freedom to say anything. I don't even know if the level of freedom in Nigeria is the same thing as some other part of the world, like the place I live. Like sometimes, like some things that people will say. Do you remember that someone can just come up and say, "F you, the president," and even say his full name, and he can't do anything. I'm not
Nothing,
so
nothing he can do. It can't do nothing.
so I think that I the only problem that I had with like the obedient part, maybe not all of them, is the fact that some of the tribal thing that came up, but every other things, either they abuse the politicians, I think is great. I don't see anything wrong with that. I mean, it's their country too. They're fighting for their country, and if they think someone is not doing good like they wanted them to do, I see nothing wrong in them speaking up. So I understand doing. I mean, the thing is, anybody that is part of Helpy or Obedient and say anything against or not in favor of Obedient, of course they're gonna go against him at this present moment because they stay in court. So that's the thing. Like, Doing knows the game. He can't just fade off. Do you want the man to
No.
just
Doing,
fade off?
doing, doing, doing the grassroots politician now. He know the game.
So
Yeah.
he can't just fade off. I mean, I don't think he wants to retire from politics now. So he's not gonna let LP, the little LP, to stop him from doing what he wants to do. So he knows what it is. Let them talk. It's good. It's good for Nigerian politics. I actually think a lot of that is making Tinubu actually work harder because he has to make them believe that
He
he's the
can do
guy.
it.
Yes,
He's the guy. He's the Messiah.
he's not the Messiah, but he can do something. I don't see him as a Messiah, but I think he's a good point. I mean, we all know like what I think he can do, and if he can pull it off, it's great. It would be great for us. I mean, we all want better Nigeria, so that's
But
what I.
yeah, Oriola, rather. I to be honest to you, I don't care anybody bashing any politician from Obi to, but the citizenry forcing themselves. If you don't support Obi, you are the problem of Nigeria. you know, the citizen. That's my problem. Some friends unfollow themselves because some people are supporting Tinubu, some people are supporting Obi. So many division in the country, tribal settlements. Uh, you understand what I mean? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I feel like they feel cheated. If you look at that part of the country, they feel cheated. And it's okay to feel like that. It's just that and to be honest with you, actually, I think that it's good that Tinubu actually won because I think we are in the process of I know in the near future is going to be who we won't care where you come from. It's more who's the best. Because okay, let's say for example, if to say Obi won, do you know like the next election, we might be now in a space where other ethnicity will be saying maybe like the Shekiri or some of the little ethnicity in Nigeria that I don't know, but I know there's so many of them. Now we start saying, well, this part have it, let us have it too. This one has it, let us have it. It's now like, but
Yeah, everybody will
now
say we can try. We can try.
exactly, yeah. So what are we going to do? So I think the fact that Tinubu won, I think the game will change a little. Where let's say come back to the south, we won't care who's turn. The best is who we care about. When it go to the north, they won't care if it's the Kanuri or the Fulani or the Hausa. It's more like if you're the best, that's what we care about, and that's what we need.
Yes.
We don't need all this. I have to be this before you can do this. It just like the minister thing. If you look at the way he actually, if you carefully look at it, it's more like he shape it to like what you're good at. Like the Southwest, they're good economy. If you look, majority of them, they deal with economy. If you look at the trading part of it, the the Southeast, like they have majority of when it comes to trading and investment and all of those. And when you look at the North, well, I think Northeast or North Central and all of that, he shaped it. Like the guy that handled like the from Kogi, like you can tell like something that pertains to their area. Now you give him a task that okay, so are you going to mess up where you come from? Like if you look those people with the petrol and gas, they're more like the south side, like they're from that close to that particular area. So now we want to
Mhm.
see how you're going to mess it up. So the
Mess it up.
guy,
Yeah.
yeah. So now it's more like if they mess it up, everybody from that area will be like, you even mess up your own place. So,
Mhm.
so it's politics. So to be honest with Doyin, I think Doyin is a politician. He did what he had to do. I can't blame him. Obedient, they're doing what they need to do. They can't believe he's switching on them. He's giving kudos to someone they don't like. He's okay. He's okay to feel that way. That's what I think.
But when are they going to stop this attack? That
They
is
don't need
what
to stop.
really paramount to me.
They don't need to stop. They don't need to. They should keep it
Why did
going.
you say that?
It's good for Nigerian politics. It's good. We don't need Tinubu to be sleeping on duty. You need to keep you need to stay awake. And that's the only way you will stay awake. They need to keep
I
fire.
like that.
Everything that he's doing, everything that he's doing, they should be telling him he's doing it wrong. Yes.
It's wrong.
And he should be trying to keep
Can I say something?
go ahead.
Yes, yes, of course. Yeah, come in.
So yeah, it's good what Oriala said that allow them to speak, and like I always say on this platform, freedom of speech is not the same thing as madness or recklessness. There's a limit to freedom of speech, even in the developed countries. And where does the limit? Where do you draw the line? You draw the line when you start destroying somebody's reputation because of what the person stands for. When you assassinate someone's character, that is where it stops. And I think we are gradually getting to that stage, particularly the obedience space. They will get to that stage, Mr. Thomas. Just wait and see.
No. We are gradually getting there, or we're already there.
We're getting there. Let me give you 2 examples, or maybe 1 example. Remember when, I keep saying it on this platform that until people start taking law of defamation, libel, and slander seriously. And I cited, over time, I've cited examples of even in the United States. Trump sued so many people, and they came up with this fundamental rights thing, but he got so many compensation against them. Some of them would, I know by now, they must have gone bankrupt because Trump will chase his money and execute his judgment. I'm so sure of that guy. And he doesn't look at you that you are just somebody who's just growing up. No, that's not his business. If you can be so irresponsible to pick your phone and create Instagram group, and you have followers, and you are not responsible enough to post what you think would not affect somebody's reputation, the reputation somebody has been building over a year, and you think you can just destroy that person because you are talking politics, then you should be held responsible for it. A very good example of what I've seen recently.
But can't we connote it under freedom of speech?
No, let me give you an instance of what is happening recently. Fashola, there are these very responsible bloggers.
Yeah. We treat it here.
Fashola is writing judgments for the tribunal. Look, freedom of speech is not madness, like I always say. And if it is actually madness, there won't be what we call law on defamation. Defamation simply means that the reputation, you see, every human being, the moment you born a human being in this world, you start building your reputation, you build your image, you build how people see you, people's perception about you, you build as a person, a being. There are things that goes with you, your identity, your image, what you stand for, what people see you in. So over years, people are allowed to say whatever they want to say. But the borderline is that don't say what will harm others' reputation. Don't say what will destroy somebody's character, because it takes time to build this character. It takes time to build people's image. It takes time to build people's identity. That is where you draw the line. So if they are not out of their exuberance or delinquencies, if they are not responsible enough to understand where political analysis stop and where you start harming somebody's character, they will start learning lessons. Fashola is teaching them lessons presently. He has simply taken legal action against those 2 bloggers. Go and watch out. Many of other bloggers that took that news, they've already dropped it. By now, many of them have deleted that news from their blog. Many of them have already canceled the YouTube without even reporting them. You don't need to report them. I've said it. If you go back to go and watch some few months ago, we had a very serious argument on this defamation and freedom of speech here. And I said, no, you have freedom of speech, you have freedom of press, but there's a limit to it. It's not a free ride thing. It's not madness, it's not recklessness. If not so, we'll cancel everybody in this world. If not so, the reputation that you are building and integrity you think you can hand over to your children. One Gen Z, probably one idiotic somebody will just come one day and just destroy the entire thing by telling lies on things you did not do.
How can we translate Etito Batigba Lokonigba in English? I don't know.
Yeah. That is it. Meaning that not the same numbers of people that heard you destroying somebody's character that will hear you when you're apologizing. Because they've already gone. They are no longer there again. They pick that one and they run with it. And that is why there's law of defamation. Let me tell you, you remember the same law of defamation was what Tinubu used to check Dokpesi AIT. When Dokpesi came up with what they call Lion of Bodilon. I hope you remember that video clip. That clip.
Vividly.
Yes,
Vividly.
in 2015. They brought Lion of Bodilon for PDP to push back and then destroy. But Tinubu felt, I've built this reputation for a long time. You don't just come anyhow and just talk rubbish about me. And he went to court and he was claiming 1 billion naira. Because, you see, this is the way law of defamation works. You will prove how you think you have built your reputation, your words. Okay? You prove it. When you prove your words, it is that the court will, that imaginary scale that the court will now use to weigh how they think that thing has harmed your reputation. And that is what will make the court to give you that compensation and ask that man to go and pay for harming your reputation. You could imagine the kind of compensation Fashola has built. Best governor at a point in time, probably best in now. Lagos, a lot of reputation even as a senior advocate of Nigeria, leader of the profession, and former minister, and you just woke up and you think because you have freedom of expression, then you say the man is writing judgment. And you are putting his life at risk. People who are fundamentalists, who are extremists within the OB circle, can just see the man and understand. They can even destroy his property if they find any means to do that. That is where freedom of speech stops. And same in the developed country. So, yes, I agree to Oriola only to the extent that if they are still within the ambit of the law. But the moment you overstep and you step outside the ambit of the law, the answer is no. You should be held responsible. And that is what Fashola is doing. And I'm so happy that he's pushing back. Recently, there's another actress that somebody defamed my character. I think one of these actresses, one of them, she has weight like this, the Yoruba actresses. And she took up the case. She went to court against that girl on criminal defamation of character. And later, many of the bloggers say, oh, you should forget the girl. The girl was just doing skits.
I remember.
Lady was just doing skits. You were just doing this. Lady started apologizing. But the person you defame his character said, no, I've built this reputation for a long while. You don't do useless skits. And think
Nigeria knew that somebody can file a case for defamation of character against you if you say something. Do Nigeria know that?
Yes, we are waking up now. We are waking up to know that freedom of speech is not madness, it's not recklessness. We are waking up, don't worry. And that's why I say we are getting there gradually. Do you know they've jailed that girl or something like that? I think they've jailed her. They found out that girl guilty. So wait for it. It's coming gradually. Late Dokpesi during his time had to settle with Tinubu.
Amicably.
He has to settle and drop all the traces of that. You won't find that Lion of Bodilon anywhere now. Even on YouTube. They've reversed, they've dropped everything. So wait for it, and that is my advice there. It's coming gradually. They will start to understand why they should go and learn more about where freedom of expression stops. Now, my second point is this. It is good that the obedience are pushing back. But you see, my issue is this. Why it has its own utilitarian value. The issue I have with this is this, and we keep saying it. The OB space is a mixed bag that contains people with different ideologies and different reasons why they are there. So their motives is actually the issue I always have. There are some of them who are just simply tribal bigots. They just simply don't like the person leading now because of his tribe. There are some like that.
We
There are some
know that. We know that. They have
yes,
different categories
that's
already.
yes, that's the reality. Whoever is denying it, well, you may want to deny it. We all know. We all know that's the reality. There are some in that space, they are just the Gen Z emergency political analysts. They are just waking up to know politics for the first time. They've not been there, so they don't really understand. They think, oh, it is time for them to push. There are some of them, they are just religious fundamentalists. Because of Muslim ticket, they don't even want to hear the person leading at all. Whatever he does is bad. We know them. There are some like that, being propelled by some religious leaders. We know, we won't go more than that. And we know some, they are just, all these people, they believe in elitism. And they believe that Obi is coming to do one Eldorado somewhere, they believe, oh, let's kick out all the established politicians and let's go for this guy. There are some like that. So it's a mixed bag full of many things, many people. But gradually, the reality is downing on them. By the time the judgment of the tribunal comes out, that is when they wake up completely into the reality. And watch out, there will be crack within the house. And I've been saying it here. Somebody like Donyo Okupe now is talking. The same Donyo Okupe, they were hailing and blame Buhari government when they gave him when they find him guilty. You remember, few months ago, Donyo Okupe was found guilty of a criminal charge, and the Obedient were all out to say that they are frustrating him because of Obi. The same Okupe is coming out today now. I've read it, one of them saying that the Okupe has said what he said because he has filed appeal against his criminal conviction. And then he wants this present government to help. Well, whether true or false, I don't know. But my own is that is -1 from that space.
So it's looking for soft landing.
Yeah, that's what some of them, or some of the Obedient are saying, that he's just looking for soft landing, that he should get out. Well, anyway, maybe if tomorrow Osuntokun is the one saying it, maybe they will also find a way to castigate Osuntokun. After all, Arabambi and Papa has been saying this thing all the while. They said they collected
all the while. They collected bribe. So did Okupe to collected bribe now?
Maybe it has collected bribe too. Let's continue to be watching. But last, every man go chop breakfast.
Breakfast. Now so everybody go chop breakfast. Thank you. I think the platform is taking to the end on its own. I don't think if Ajale Koko wants to say anything. Do we really want to have Ajale Koko? Baba? Ṣé wà ńbẹ̀? Ajale Koko.
Amaja ti sùn.
Ajale Koko ti lọ sùn. Yeah. We are talking about Donyo Okupe. He's trying to tell Tinubu that the man is doing well about removing the fuel subsidy, and it's just continue praising Tinubu, and Obedient is their heart now to hammer him as usual. You know them now, so that's just what I'm pushing out. But what do you think? Is Donyo Okupe looking for appointment from Tinubu, or is just talking sense to the Obedience, or is looking for soft landing concerning his own convict? You remember he was convicted some months ago. So what do you think, Baba?
Thomas.
Yes, sir.
Donyo Okupe is a politician. And Donyo Okupe is a man that knows how the benefit. He knows the benefit that come to people like him from politics. and Donyo Kupe. I don't know which administration, except this Buhari administration, that he missed out. It's been a corridor of power for so long. I can say even since Second Republic, he was in MPN that governed. I was in Shagari's party back then. So they enjoyed the benefit from the federal might. So, and during the SCB time, Babangida did not let, though he was in NRC back then. So, if Abiola had won, I believe he would have shifted. It would have shifted to SDP, but Abiola election was annulled. And since 1999, this Fourth Republic, he was in power he was the spokesperson for, the media spokesperson for Baba Yabo. I think he held that position for like 8 years, if I'm not mistaken. I stand to be corrected. And during the Jonathan time, he was the spokesperson too. So, and only in Buhari's time that he couldn't find himself at the corridor of power. And now that Tinubu, who he knows very well, who he doesn't have any problem.
But Ajale Koko, why did Donyo Kupe let Peter Obi use all of them? Because Peter Obi is a user. Peter Obi used them. Now they are coming back to their senses. Don't you think Peter Obi used them?
I don't think I will agree that with you that Peter Obi used them.
I think Peter Obi used them. Peter Obi used them.
I don't think. I don't know Kupo is a very sorry for bagging it. Thank you for bringing me back.
Bishop. Yeah.
Thank you for bringing me back.
I know your system job. We were enjoying your conversation before you dropped off.
I don't think it would be proper to say Peter Obi used them. Donyo Kupo is a very good doctor, a very brilliant chap, and that. I think in Kotoma Daniel, they saw an opportunity and they latched onto it, thinking they can.
Bishop, did Peter Obi have anything to offer? Oh, I only Peter Obi now.
No, hold on. No, not getting something from Peter Obi now. Of course, if Peter Obi becomes the president, or if Peter Obi has become the president, he will not rule alone. You will make them ministers, you will make them ambassador. They will sit somewhere and be sharing the position. So
now I understand you. That's what you meant.
Those are the languages of government, spoils of political victory. I mean, everybody does. So Donyo Kupo will become one ambassador to the United States or Minister of Health, what have you, and that will be the highest political achievement. So I don't think Peter Obi necessarily used them. I think they wanted to use Peter Obi to achieve their political ambition. And like I said earlier on, I'm not a fan of Donyo Kupe at all. In fact, I used to call him Donyo Kupe because I really, at some point, he blocked me on Twitter because I took him on. You know, if you remember the Akpoma Bank of those days. So I don't think he was doing what he did, or he did what he did because he wanted to qualify.
That was his dad. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what is their family now. I know. I'm not saying him directly now. Of course, you cook with that.
Yeah.
So think I may call it again. You know. So basically, for me, I don't think it was out of what is on. I think it just maybe election is over. Let's move on and let's rally around and join hands for good governance. Or the Obedi actually answered what I wanted to put towards Oriate or Oriola's submission on the issue of defamation of character assassination and the rest. And one word that he used, I wanted to vehemently that every opposition, that is not how to play opposition. What the OP supporters are doing is completely, it's not opposition, it's madness. They have even crossed the borderline of madness. There was a space they had a few days ago that some people were calling for the assassination of the president. That is not opposition.
Bishop, really?
Of course. Yes, and an open space.
Really?
Is there. Check it. Yes.
Wow.
And that's not the first time. Remember before the inauguration, somebody was saying on open space, is there no how they can hijack a plane and bomb the place?
Yes, I remember that. Yes.
Somebody said one yesterday or 2 days ago that, openly. So we cannot call that one opposition. It's definitely not. They've crossed the line. So unfortunately, the relevant agencies that should do the needful.
But Bishop, don't you think maybe they need some mental evaluation? Maybe they should see their doctor. Because this is an election. You lose. You win. And life goes on.
I think, that's what hate can do to an individual. When you allow it to, it eats you out gradually, and you begin to lose your, what do you call it now, your sense, your sanity. You begin to lose your sanity, and you don't know when you begin to make some very unguarded utterances, some very, it's horrendous what is subjective. I believe after the tribunal and the rest, everybody will find their level. But let's state it, what the obedience people are doing is not opposition. That is not how to play opposition in political matters. Absolutely not.
Okay, Thomas, can you hear me? Thomas.
Yes, Baba, I'm going. We can hear you.
Like I was saying, Okupe has been at the corridor of power. So I can say that he's been for the past 8 years that he's not at the corridor of power. I think it's not easy. So he cannot endure more than that. So he has to find himself back into the arena of power again, because what are we talking about? So if he couldn't get himself back now, that means he has to wait for 16 years. With his age, how will he be able to make it? This is a man that I don't know if he even practiced that his real profession, which is a medical doctor. So I'm not sure whether he did or not. I believe he did for some time, but he left that profession for quite a while. Since 80s, he's been in politics and very, very active. Very, very active. Well, very outspoken. Most of the time, a spokesperson of the party. If it's not the spokesperson of the party, you will see him.
Ajali Koko, can any profession pay more than politics? Can any profession pay more than politics?
Thomas, politics pay more in Nigeria. Politics is the main, it's the bread and butter. It's the most lucrative business you can do in Nigeria. So you cannot blame me.
Ajali Koko, do you imagine you serve for 4 years and you became rich for life.
Still I'm sorry.
For life. If
So
only if you don't steal, but if you steal like normal politician, you are good for life. Your generation is good for life. Your children are secure for life. Just 4 years, just 4.
in Nigeria, there's no way you participate in politics and you will not steal. If you don't want to steal, they will force you to steal because you have to be part of some things to go through, and you know.
But Baba Jale Koko,
Yes, sir.
Obi did not steal in Anambra now.
Ẹ máa tọrọ ayé jẹ, ẹ tọrọ ayé, ọlọ́ba jẹ́ kí yàn tọrọ ẹ̀ dànù. Àwọn ẹlẹ́tàn jẹ́ àwọn ọ̀dẹ̀ àwọn ọ̀dẹ̀ èèyàn.
Baba.
Àwọn mugun, àwọn tó ti forí wọn gbá parọ̀.
Obi there will go after you.
Àwọn tó ti forí wọn gbá parọ̀ ló ń bìlí fún gbogbo yẹn.
Baba Jale Koko. I think I beg to disagree with you. And just hear me.
Bishop Tumade nìyẹn. Bishop Tumade nìyẹn.
Hear me out.
Okay.
Hear me out.
Now you want to talk like obedient now. Okay, let's listen.
Let's give a benefit of the doubt to a very small remnant. I have seen 1 or 2 politicians that served their time out with how do you call it now? Stellar performance and what do you call it? Yes, people will abuse them after their service. But they left with their names intact. There is a man I know very well. We call him Demas Nwoko. He wrote a book a couple of years ago, many years ago now. The poor man and his wife clean rags. I have 2 copies of those books. Demas Nwoko is an artist. He is the creator of the New Culture Studio somewhere in Ibadan, around Orebechi area. And I want to believe very strongly. In America, I met the younger sister of Fashola, and we had a conversation. And the way the woman wanted to, she went to Nigeria. Fashola would not even favor his own blood sister. Said, look, if you want to go and compete, go and do the right thing. So there are few people, maybe 1%, maybe 2%. All we need to do is that, look, let's hope that the percentage increase. But I will not say that 100% of the people that have served, it's unfortunate that the perception of the greater majority has tainted on the ones that actually went there to serve. Because they are there. They are not many, but they are there. The truth is, it might be difficult.
So that Alex Nwoko, when did he serve?
Alex Nwoko. No, Demas. No, I'm making a reference to the book he wrote.
Okay, so
the poor man and his wife clean rags.
But if I may add, so why do we actually care about people not stealing? Why don't we create a system that will make it hard for people to do stealing? Because we saying that, there are good people that will go into government and they won't do such things. We don't care about that. Let's care about creating a system that will make it hard, even if you want to steal, but it will make it hard for you to do such things.
Do you remember Professor Adenike Grange? Do you remember that name?
Nope.
Okay.
Never heard of it.
It was a woman, a professor that I think Obasanjo brought in as a minister of health. And the woman came because of her she was highly recommended. But within a few months, her first assignment, if you see how civil servants messed her up, destroyed, the reputation of that woman, you will cry for her. Just Google her name. I think her name is Professor Adenike Green. I don't know whether Babajale Koko remember that woman.
Yes.
They said,
Bishop, I remember her very well, vividly. Yeah.
you know, but you know the way they brought the thing, like some allowance, not knowing that it was the environment, you know, the money that was supposed to go into some project. At the end of the year, they have a way of pulling all those money together and using some abracadabra magic to share it. And they gave the money to the poor woman. That was how they wrote her in and just finished her career.
Okay. May I add? Okay, so when I say system, let me give you a quick example of a system.
But Bishop, how would they pay you? How would they pay you some money that you don't deserve, and you pocket that money too? I mean, when you are paid such, from the way you just said it now, it's not going to be a chicken change. It's going to be huge, millions. So when millions is being paid to you as your remuneration, and haven't know what you are required to pay or what you deserve, rather, you should be able to raise some eyebrow and say, look, why is this money so much? Why is it so much like this? So
okay. Number one, I did not go into the details. It was not like it was a huge sum of money, but I don't want to go into that space. I'm saying there are ways that politicians, civil servants can make things happen. And I pity the woman. I don't know her personally, but based on her record, I really admire and I like, the kind of things she can do. But the way they ended, I don't think she spent up to how many months before that scandal broke out. That scandal of the something, and she was just looking like a boo-boo, So I just use that as an example. Unfortunately, she was a victim, but she couldn't. There was no way she could exonerate herself. So I'm not defending what happened there. I am not holding out that. I'm saying a lot of things happen in the ministry that if you are not careful, in that space, how they package the thing. It was there in the media space. There it was really a wash. How they packaged it and everything played out. But I'm not going to it. I'm not defending it. I just use it as an example. But the bottom line is that there are very few persons that, with their experience, and I will hold my head out that Fashola served diligently and he did not soil his name. He did not soil his hand.
So what you are saying is that Fashola did not Kowoje.
I believe so. Strongly so. Yes. Even the law says, I believe so.
The man that spent public fund to renovate or to renovate his personal library, to do a lot of things for himself.
Fashola.
Yes. We treated it here.
Hold on now. His personal library, where?
It at his home. Maybe his chamber or something like that. Maybe his chamber.
No.
If my memory can serve me well.
I don't think so. I disagree with you.
Don't stick your Bishop, please, for God's sake. Don't stick your neck out for anybody.
No, I disagree. The Fashola used state government money.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
His chamber. I don't think so. I don't think so.
Yes.
Bishop,
yes.
Bishop, there were scandals and allegations of corruption against Fashola now when he left office. One of it is the website he opened with 78 million.
Oh, thank you. That's another one. Yes.
So you can't really, rumor, allegation, but he came from that area. We can't completely dismiss it.
Wait, 78 million to open a website. Whoa.
Yeah. 78 million. You can Google it.
Yes, it is true. And he couldn't deny it. I mean, he rushed to court now over this obedient this thing, but that one he couldn't say anything now.
No, I don't know. You see, maybe when he was in Saudi, I don't know whether he was in the government then. Maybe he was. I don't know. I'm not saying.
It was 2015 when he was leaving the government. The Lagos State. Was there the unravel that
Prince Daddy in? Thomas, can you let Prince Daddy in?
Somebody say something?
Yeah, I was just letting Thomas know Prince Daddy is in backstage, is asking for him to let him in. So.
Oh, okay.
Thomas, maybe Thomas is lost in the fridge.
All right. So if I may add, what I was saying about system is this. So I'm not sure if you saw in the news today. So CBN, they now have a new process in place where starting from August the 31st, if you're shipping anything in, there's a verification system available that will show price for you to actually confirm the price you're paying when you're shipping stuff in. And if you also remember when Tinubu was governor, one of the first things he did was the Oracle system that he put in place. That's what I meant when I say system. Like, we shouldn't count on people. We should just count on the system that will make things hard for people to steal.
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, if we actually work on a system that will make it hard for someone to just take money that doesn't belong to them, yeah, we'll be good. We won't care who is there because we know it will be hard for you. It's more like if you're going into work and you know, like, you have to punch in and punch out. You know that if I go into work and I punch in and I didn't do anything, or I left work, I know there's something wrong because you have to punch out. It means that you didn't do anything. So if you want to question someone that, okay, you punch in and you punch out at 4 p.m. or 5 p.m., what you can audit them. You can ask them, what do you actually do today? But currently, a lot of people will just go to work. They won't do anything. They will just sleep, wake up, and go home. Like, there's no system that tracks them. So that's what I meant when I said system.
I agree with you. I agree with you perfectly. Of course, there's still a lacuna, there's still a gap, in the sense that it is still people that will still manage this system. It's not. I'm not taking anything away from what you said. Gradually, we can get there. We start from one. And look at how beautiful ITPIS was. TSA and ITPIS. Managed back up and system to check corrupt excesses. But look at how people were able to manipulate it at the end of the day, I don't know. By the time Yoruba fathers, they used to say, you want to get one car, then what you walk car. And they are trying to block what people are already divided. Oracle was
Bishop, you are breaking heavily.
Bishop, you are breaking
heavily.
You are breaking heavily, yeah.
Sorry, I'm going
Oh yeah, maybe a good time to interject.
Yeah. Come in here, please.
Yeah, thanks, Oriel, for
Prince
letting Thomas
Daddy,
know.
let's hear you.
Yeah, I was gonna say Bishop should not be too confident about Fashola being corrupt or whatever, because
Yeah.
I have first-hand knowledge. Let's not go there. So let's just stop. I'm not saying it's the most corrupt, but um, yeah, there's people at the top. They know how they do their things. They don't have to do it directly. All you need is a partner in crime, a partner in crime, and that's how they do it. Yeah, your partner comes in, takes the contract, whatever, and he knows how to pay you back. So forget about Fashola. It may be still a decent person, no? I mean, but he's not as clean as Bishop wants to make him to be. And Ajay Koko said something earlier about the way it works. At the top, only at the bottom that we fight as crabs. At the top, they don't fight. They share. They share the wealth. At the top, they share the wealth. And they are more than happy to share the wealth at the top. And that's the way it goes. So when you come in, you play the game. Sometimes you don't have to play. When the time comes, hey, there you go. You get what is yours. If you're not greedy, you're not going to last. Actually, you don't have to be greedy. You don't have to be greedy at all. You just have to take what is yours, because that is part of the initiation, so to speak, at the top. So it's at the bottom we all scramble for the crumbs, but the rich people did not to go about it. Yeah, I was gonna have that, but yeah, to Fashola again. Fashola not as clean as Bishop thinks, and sometimes we can be vouching for these people anyways. When it comes to corruption and Tinubu, I'm a Tinubu supporter, but I don't think you're gonna find me trying to defend Tinubu about Alpha, Beta, or this other stuff, because I don't know. People that talk about it, they probably have some great degree of knowledge. But there's people at the top, I can't be defending Tinubu, not at all. No, when it comes to that. But the only problem that I have is that some people will talk about how corrupt Tinubu is, and they will leave someone like Peter Obi outside of it, like it's beyond being corrupt. That's the funny thing about it.
If I may ask you a question, so what do you actually since you're saying that the people at the top which I agree with you, but look at the new the senators, the LP senators, and the House of Rep. What happened where this guy misspoke? How come we haven't heard from them? Because I know they all get the money. They got the money anyways, even though Akpabio said there's no money later on after he misspoke. So how come they not speaking up? So that to what you just said, that they agree with one another. They don't care when it comes to money. They're able to work it out within themselves. But how come the people that voted for LP, I mean, the reason why they're calling themselves obedient is to make sure that everything goes smooth. How come they're not speaking up when it comes to this?
Man, I beg, leave those people alone, man. They know what they're doing. Many of these young people, they don't experience politics, and to the point that these people are willing to put their neck on the line for these politicians. When it comes to money, these people, just like you said, have you ever heard any of these Senate people complain that they're getting paid too much? Only when they leave the Senate, like this guy, she was Neshewa, I can't remember his first name, that he talk about their compensation. But when they are in there getting paid, nobody complains about it. So it's weird that we, like obedient people that fight to want to kill themselves over these politicians. They're not people you want to kill yourself over. No, not at all. Nobody complains at the top. I mean, come on. They got there, and they expect to reward or reciprocate, people that help them get there. I mean, how do you get there, especially if you're new and you don't want to play game? You're not going to come back next time. In fact, your own people will turn against you. There are rings of a circle of trust. The inner you go, the more quiet you become. If you look in America, for example, you probably heard the term uniparty, which is true. It gets to a point, a certain level in Washington, Republicans and Democrats, they are the same. They call them uniparty. They support the same things. They do the same thing. It gets to that point. At that high level, the politics stops. It goes back to the grassroots. That's why if you're not an insider, they fight as much as possible to get rid of you. A classic example is Trump. Not trying to play. Trump was opposed by both. In fact, if people don't know, actually, Trump's biggest opposition were actually Republicans, not the Democrats, actually, because Democrats were doing what they were supposed to do. What? Play opposition. Plain and simple. But the Republicans insider, they despised Trump and they wanted to get rid of him. He was not a team player. They didn't care for him.
All right. So, do you actually think the LP people, they have the best interest, or they're just selfish? Because I don't. If they actually claim that they're doing it for the best of the country, don't you think they should have spoken up by now when it comes to the Senate thing? So don't you think they're doing it for the selfish interest?
Of course they are, especially maybe no, but I don't think I do. I don't know any political party in Nigeria that has an ideology, and definitely not Labour Party. That it's so fickle, the leadership and everything else. They have zero ideology. Okay, is that been the case? Huh?
Showore Party, yes.
What is the ideology?
They said they have ideology now. It's socialism.
yeah. Crazy people.
Yeah, that's right. I agree with you. Yeah, it's just the Showore Party. It's right. They have ideology there.
But
yeah,
socialism is that an ideology?
The ideology is a luta continua.
Okay, yeah. That I agree with. That's why they don't go any far, anywhere. But yeah.
Well, don't worry. Give
Labour Party
10 years.
Can I answer Oriola's question?
Yeah, go ahead.
On no question really. Yeah, his observation is that the best way we could kill corruption and all these things is to create a system so that we don't care about whoever is there. Whoever we find there, we know that there is a system that checks, and then the person will be able to deliver even within the system. My simple answer to that is that yes, but don't forget that when you say government should create a system, the question I always ask is, who is the government? Who are the governments? They are human beings. Government is just something very abstract. So you want the same set of politicians that will say they are corrupt to create a system that will check their corruption? That's the issue. I think that's the major issue we've been facing in Nigeria. So until we are able to, first as it is now, I think we are heading the public, where even as a politician, when you are corrupt, you find it difficult not to perform because you know that the consequence of your corruption without performance may lead to self-destruct. I think we are gradually moving to that. Maybe we are not there yet, but I think we are gradually moving to that. And then secondly, perhaps if God just help us in Nigeria and then we're able to get somebody who is, yes, though corrupt, but is magnanimous with his own corruption, and then get there and want to form a system. Let me give you an example of, in as much as I don't like Buhari because my thought expectation was too high on Buhari, but for me, I never expected anything. I didn't vote for him. But I thought a part of me felt that in 2015 that he should just win that election because of little things they talked about him, apart from his antecedent I've read about. But Buhari tried to push some things, tried to create some systems that you discover that, but we got pushback from people. So it becomes difficult for him to create. And two examples I will give you: local government autonomy. Buhari tried every possible best to ensure that there's a system for local government autonomy, but the governors pushed back. He couldn't achieve it. He did it through executive order, this and that. Those governors said, no, it's not going to work because that's their milk factory. That's where they make Nigerian money. Whatever you send, they form their useless jack account and they put everything there and they dip their hand into it and spend money and give peanuts to those local governments. So it's not just going to work. Buhari couldn't put through with all his da, and possibly because of the kind of attorney general he has too. Malami, no, nothing. I don't understand what that guy went there to do for complete 8 years in government. You know. Then another example I'll give you is judicial autonomy. If you remember, state governments, in fact, led by this man that is sick now, Governor Keredolu, they were the one coming out and Governor Fahimi from my state come down and said, no, it's not going to work. Because Buhari tried to, I think, through another executive order, he tried to ensure that judiciary should be able to get their fund directly from consolidated fund. And then so you don't beg any governor to finance, you don't beg any governor, you don't subject your budget to any governor, and you don't need any governor to start building house, giving you cars. Draw your money straight from the main purse and then become independent. Buhari tried. If you go and look at trajectory of history on that, he tried all his best to ensure that he creates system on that, but he couldn't put through. So what's my point? My point is simply, it is human beings. It's this same politician that will create a system for us. So that's why I love what the obedient guys are doing. The only problem I have with them is that draw a line between recklessness, madness, and criticism, or positive criticism about your government. You must be able to draw a line. You may not be patriotic, but don't go into madness, because it will haunt you eventually. But by and large, when you look at what they do in the system, you realize that to an extent it's working. It will eventually push us to the brick wall that will make us to start thinking of building systems. And that's what I expect from this government eventually. But well, for me, it's too heavy to judge the system.
Yeah, but they already started, just like I mentioned. So I'm not sure if you're reading in the news today. They started something called I think it's there's something called verification system, where if you, just like I said previously, if you're shipping something into the country, like how you get to the what's the name now? When you ship something in, you get to the port, and it's more like you will have different tax, different things, money that you have to pay. So what they're doing now is this: when you get to the port and you gain your items and you want to make payment, you can go into the verification system and confirm how much you want to pay when you get to the I don't know where you're paying. You can confirm how much is it. Yeah, so you can confirm how much it is.
Wow. You are talking like you are talking like a person in America. Actually, you are in America. You think the way system work in America, you think that's the same way it works in Nigeria. Yes, you can look at how much you are paying and everything. It doesn't matter. But for you to get your stuff cleared out from the port, you have to wet the ground. You must rub some palm before you go. Otherwise, they will pick out some things to let you know that no, you cannot go. Or they will delay you. And the more you have your container at the port, sitting at the port, you will hit demo rate. Where are you going to run to?
All right, so I understand what you're saying.
Quickly to that system you're talking about, right? Okay, like a few months ago, I think before the election, they actually have a electronic system at the port. I think in Tinkham Port or Papa Port, for these truckers to go in and out. My point here is that do not underestimate, the ingenuity of Nigerians or people to circumvent a system, a good system or a proven system. There are numerous ways to bypass the system, and they're doing it. In fact, the governor should explain how the system works, and the system issues a ticket. It takes the plate number and all verification information from these drivers or the people going to the port, but still, they have ways of embezzling or overcharging these people, these truckers. So to your point, of course, it's actually quick. Let me say this: what you're saying is the absolute right thing to do. But one thing I realized, I guess, living in the West, just like you do, is that in any system, human trust is a factor. In any system, human trust is a factor. and that's the reality. Isn't That's the reason why when you have computer program design or software, you have hackers. There are people that can hack the system. There's no system that cannot be hacked or circumvented. But one thing I realize also is that trust in a system in what you do is key. For example, in America, if you go to the store and you buy, like, let's say, little candies or small items that you put in the bag yourself, that you put in the plastic bag, when you get to the counter, the person in the counter, the cashier, doesn't really count what you have in the bag. They ask you what quantity or what number do you have there, or have 30. Okay, they take your word and they move on. But I don't think they would do that in a system that they don't trust the citizens, or in a place like Nigeria. They're going to count each and every item to make sure it is correct. So again, trust is key in any system, no matter how provable that system can be.
Okay, if I may add, so I understand what you're saying. When it comes to system is not going to be 100%. So that's what we need to take that out. We are not expecting the system to be 100%. We are not expecting that there won't be a loophole. What we're expecting is this, to make it hard. So just like you said that at the Tinker, people still bypass it. But here's the thing. If to say previously, before, they're charging people maybe times 100 of what they're charging them. Now, it's a little bit difficult for them to charge them 1,000 more or 100 times more than what they're charging them, because they now see the price. They know how much it is. So even if you have to pay those guys some bribery, you're not paying them as much, because the system already cut that. The system cut that away. So you know how much it is. So even if I have to pay some bribe to get my stuff, it won't be as much. So the money, so for example, from what I heard, it's more like you want to get your car. You have maybe 60 or 100 different taxes that you have to pay. But now, if there is that type of system, you already know how much you have to pay, which is okay. That if you get to the people you pay, the custom, if they charge you maybe $10 more or $100 more, you're not paying, as much as you would previously pay, because the system already prevented that. And you have to realize that even though the system prevent that, the system will even work for some other people that you can collect bribery from them. And in the past, it wasn't like that. So when it comes to system, don't think that system would resolve all the problem completely. That's not what we want. We just want, we don't want it to solve all the problem. What we want the system to do is to make it harder. Even if you want to collect bribery, you can still collect it, but it won't be as much as you will previously do. It just prevents you a lot more. So that's what I'm saying. So I understand that it will still occur, but it won't be as much. And that's what we need. We don't want it to solve all the problem, because you can't do that. There's always going to be people that they're there to bypass, they're there to do things, still do all of those things. There's even using America, for example, don't people go into the mall and steal in the mall? They won't scan their clothes and they will just leave. And sometimes the sensor didn't see it. The sensor will not see it. They will still steal. People do it, but it's harder. You have to be smart to be able to do that. That's what I'm saying. So don't let us discredit the system. I understand that people will still do it. They would bypass, they would find the loophole. Yeah, but it's hard. They have to think 1,000 times more to find a way for them to do those things. And how many people want to do that? So yeah, that's what I'm saying. Don't let us discredit the system. I mean, the system, little by little, we will get there's no place where there's no bribery, there's no people that there's no bribery. There will still be people that they're there to steal, but we just want to make it hard for them to do. That's what I'm saying.
Well, you see, the system will work in accordance to the way it is designed to work. If you design it to um, to work transparently, then you will have to put in place some infrastructure that will make it very hard for anybody to manipulate the system. You understand what I'm saying? But if you don't have that infrastructure in place, that will make it, you know, work transparently, then you give room for corruption and you give room for corrupt practices, and you destroy the system. And you will what am I trying to say? You make the system, you know, so corrupt that what it is expected to achieve in so many ways, maybe in terms of revenue generation, in terms of quick service, in terms of you know, all the set objective that is designed to achieve, it will fail. It will not achieve it. So people in the authority have responsibility to put in place some structure that will make the system work transparently and transparently, fast, quick, fast, and satisfactory to the people in the country. Once we fail to make it work in such a way, I mean, in such a way I mentioned, that means that the system will fail and will not, you know, achieve the desired target. So, and that is the way Nigerian system has been designed. It's been designed not to work transparently. It's been designed, you know, to work to the satisfaction of some people at the detriment of the entirety of the country. That is why we can't achieve the set goal and objective. Revenues, they can't achieve it. Other achievement that is supposed to other achievement that it's supposed to achieve, it can't get it. So that is why we are failing as a country.
Well, yeah, if I can add, really, I think no matter how, well, to Aurelia's point, that is true. We don't need to get 100%. If we can get a higher percentage, I don't know, 90, 80%, even 60 would be great, you know, something that works. But I think no matter how good a system is, be it computerized or otherwise, I think two factors are necessary, which are auditing and monitoring. If we can achieve that, I think you can make any system really work very well with a higher degree of success, I would say. But if you just have a system there that's not being monitored, that people don't audit, you know, the system is bound to fail. And sometimes, you know, some of this ministry, for example, in Nigeria, that don't remit nothing to the government, that's kind of strange, because don't they have like a benchmark to know that, hey, this is the amount of activities that goes on in this area?
My brother, benchmark they do have, but nobody follow the benchmark. This is the benchmark in Nigeria, benchmark, because there's no accountability. That is the problem. Nobody to check them that what you are doing is good. We must have a president that can hire and fire. Hire and fire immediately. If you are not performing, you're gone. You're gone. The rest of them will sit tight, isn't it?
Yeah, that's why we have. I know like a lot of people they praise Tinubu for like the ghost worker in Lagos. So look at how he did that. I mean, it's not 100%, but still, he was able to like fish out people that they're ghost workers. So that's what I'm saying. He doesn't have to be 100%. And with the you saying you have to also remember that the benchmark or people actually overseeing what you're doing. Tinubu is different from everybody else that came before him. And that's where we have to, I mean, based on what he has done, I believe that when it comes to actually giving people tasks and follow up, I think he would do a good job. I mean, I'm not going to praise him yet, but based on what he has done previously, I think that he will be a guy that actually cares about knowing how well you have done the task that we assigned to you. So, which I think is good, but I think that based on little things that I see that they've been implementing, I think they're moving in the right direction. They
But this headline being there, Tinubu is saying that people should endure the suffering, that there will be light at the end of the tunnel. Is it trying to? Did he? Why would he say suffering? It looks ridiculous, like demeaning the citizenry. Why can't you use another word like endure the suffering? There'll be light at the end of the tunnel. Why? The words are very important. Yeah,
why do you want
you
him to lie?
understand what I mean.
Why do you want him to lie?
It's not about lie, not lie. I mean, use another word. Use
So
another
what
word.
is wrong with what he said? He's telling the truth. You want him to lie to them, but let me ask you something. Before he became the president, aren't majority of Nigerians suffering? I mean, why do we have
Yes,
to lie to ourselves? The
but
only
it's
people
not
that
like
are enjoying in Nigeria, they're like maybe 1%. Everybody else, they're going to hell to put food on their table. So why are we lying that we are suffering already? It's not like something new to us. A lot of people are suffering. How many people live in the city? Like they're saying Nigeria is 200 million or so. If you add Kaduna, Kano, and Lagos, are they even close to 60 million? And everybody else live in rural area. I mean, how many people are actually enjoying? Like we know these things. It's just that we just don't want to accept it that a lot of people are already suffering. So which is what everybody knows. And I mean, to what they're doing now, at least they putting stuff in place. But I have to agree with everybody else that is saying that we need the local government and all of that. But here's what I think: if a system is in place, it doesn't matter where, like, whatever allocation that needs to go, the top can just say they don't even have to do anything. The CBN, we already said it. Every month, whatever needs to go to all the local government and the state government will just be transferred to them immediately. And we should have a tracking system. Yes.
Oriola, that word suffering, that is what I'm bothered. You could have used another adjective. You know what I mean?
Are we not suffering?
They are not suffering. The politicians are not suffering.
But that's like how many 0.0.0.0.0% of the population. How many are they? Are they even 1 million? The politicians that are enjoying, are they even 1 million? Don't let us lie. We're all, if I live in Nigeria, I'm suffering as well. Everybody is suffering. Why do we want to lie? See, it's good that he's saying it how it is. So tomorrow people won't be like, well, he used another word instead of suffering, but he knows we're actually suffering. It's good that he's saying how it is. He knows. I mean, I don't want him to lie, because when he start like using manipulative word now, tomorrow people will start calling him out. You know people are suffering, but why are you saying this? So I like the fact that he's saying it the way it is. where people are suffering. I just want, I mean, we this is the best time to be creative and be innovative. And I would love if we actually put in effort to find other ways to be creative, to do something for ourselves. There's a lot of problem in Nigeria that need to be solved, and we need to do it. So I see nothing in what he said. I just hope that a system can be created, which is no matter how we want them to do, if a system is not in place, it's just like if a system is in place where every money that is going to the senators or the House of Rep, I myself can just go into a tracking system or a website and see how much it is. They will sit right. They won't
You
steal
mean
money because yes,
transparency? Yeah.
yes, because they will be scared that whatever money is going from whoever is paying them the salary, it's more like everybody knows, everybody will live outside. You know that everything you do at work, you have to make a report at the end of the day, every day. So your boss know what you're doing. So if they're doing the same thing, whoever is going to pay their salary has to make a report that this is how much me I am giving out to these so people. And those so people, the House of Rep, at the end of their own day, they have to write what they've done. Do you think they will be, because there's no accountability anywhere? That's what we need. We need accountability. We need people to be.
And transparency. Yeah.
Yeah, we need people to be able to say, this is what I did. And if you give them money, I can go to a site or a portal and see what these people are doing with this money. I mean, if you can do it with the ministers, just like they just did for the governor now, they make sure that everybody knows that all the governors are getting 5 billion naira. So now, at the end of the day, everybody can ask them. They ask, in my state, I'm getting rice. I'm seeing people getting rice. So how come I'm not getting it in my own state? So everybody is able to question, like, what are you doing with your own 5 million? Which is good. Is a way. I mean,
Nice point.
I
Yeah,
think
nice.
he's doing it the right way.
You want to query Nigerian governor? Why he couldn't share? Why he couldn't share?
Babajale Goku. They will start querying them. You know they are closer to their people than federal government. Just watch out. You watch out. You realize that if there is going to be any protest in Nigeria, it will always be against those governors now. Just watch out. Let Tinubu continue. Yeah. Look, now, if Tinubu continue in this trajectory, you do know the reason why Okowa lost his popularity in Delta was because Wike, when Wike was rounding off, Wike calculated how much federal government has paid Rivers. And Wike said publicly, he brought out the data to show that the same money has collected in Rivers that he used to build all those things, infrastructures in River, Delta collected more. So he has the question, where is Delta zone? And you know, since then, the Delta guys have been pushing. Baba Edwin Clark, all of them, all the who in Delta are pushing for Okowa to come and show what exactly do you use your money for. So all these things that have been shrouded in secrecy, we don't know how much they have. People don't have this thing. I think part of the way which the system is talking about is make it transparent. Let every citizen understand that your governor has 5 billion already collected apart from his allocation. You will see if there is going to be any. It's just like during NSAS now. See how people are voting against their governors because people realize that palliatives that were meant for them, governors were hoarding it, and they became so unpopular. So I believe they are closer to their people if they can expose, and if governors also can expose local government too. By the time governors are releasing money to local government, let the local government people know that this month I have released 800 million, 1 billion to your own local government. You will see people will be facing the right places, which should be those governors and local government rather than federal, because federal government doesn't even have a citizen on its own. Is each state that has space that combines together to form federal.
But Ogbeni, you know that those governors will not share that money transparently or openly the way the federal government did to the local government.
It will start from the obedience space. Just wait.
Wait,
Obedience.
Ilorin already started though. Ilorin governor already started. He wrote everything out, what he was doing with the money and who he gave. He started already.
What
Because
did he-
everybody is letting him know, what are
He's a
you
good
doing with
friend,
our
huh?
5 million naira?
So he's sharing it to the local government already.
No, he stated like, okay, I'm using 2 million. I already ordered for rice worth of 2 billion. They gave us maize worth of 1 billion. He was already writing them out on his Twitter page, and he's showing on his Twitter page now the first ride they collected, the 5 trailers. He's showing the people that they gave them the rice to with the video. You can see them. So if he's doing that, if other state doesn't do it, everybody will question the other state that, okay, how come Ilorin is
Your
doing
own money. Yeah.
Yes.
Kwara.
Yes.
How long did but you know what? Even what he's doing is even wrong. What he's supposed to do is to share this thing among the local government across the state. And that is how that thing can effectively distributed to every part of the state. But he is not consulting with the local government. He's not sharing money down to the local government. He's not sharing food down to the local government. He said, this is what I'm going to do. He is not closer to the people in that state. The grassroots is the local government that control the grassroots. He just in charge of the city, the capital city, overseeing the affairs of the whole state. So, and there's little he can do to cover the whole of the state. He cannot achieve it better. It is the local government chairman and their team running the local government administration that are very closer, and they know how they can distribute. They can come out with a mechanism on how they can do it successfully, not the state government. So, right in that place, with what he did, that propaganda he carried out, I don't think he can. He is not sincere enough. He can post out anything on the Twitter, on his Twitter page. He can, tweet anything. But how effective what he is tweeting? How effective will he benefit the people of the state? I don't know. Those governors are the problem. I wish
Babajale Koko is a first, is one step into transparency. You agree with me that what has just happened with this has taken us a step into or a step beyond where we were before. Where we were before, they will give them money. Buhari will give them money. We won't know how much he gave them, and we won't know how much they spent it. Probably later, when
you can't know. I mean, are you talking about the state? Or
yes, the state. The state.
Uh-huh.
But now we know how much they are giving him. If I'm
this
in
one,
Ekiti,
no, we this is a relief. This is a temporary relief. The monthly allocation itself, we don't know
no,
how
it's not.
much is given.
Do you know during Buhari time they had a lot of intervention? Federal government gave them a lot of intervention funding during Buhari.
Yes, particularly after the COVID, immediately during that COVID time.
After the COVID.
Yeah.
And it's only the elite, probably some few people that take interest in what is happening in government and others that's aware. Unlike now that every citizen in Nigeria and everybody knows that they are giving them money and they know how much they are giving them. So it's a step ahead. For me, it's a progression. You're taking a step now. If tomorrow you realize that, okay, look at a state like Bayelsa State. Bayelsa has, I think, 8 local governments. So if each local government realize that, where's the impact of this?
Ogbeni, I think Bayelsa with the smallest number of local government in that state. I think that food should even be they should be able to distribute it to every household in that state, and they should even have surplus.
Baba Dale Koko, you cause inflation now. You just dash out money. Where is Kulata? You just dash out.
Forget about Kulata, Jare. Kulata wọn agbowó alọ́yàn lọ́wọ́ gbowó
Kulata economic excellent. Adale Koko. The market Kulata bẹ́ẹ̀
agbowó àwọn tó wà lọ́yàn lọ́wọ́ lẹ́yìn tó máa gbowó àwọn òṣòmàlò ìjẹta Kulata òtẹ́lẹ̀ ọjọ́ wá pé kọ́tàsì yọ̀pá ó fẹ́ kọ́tàsì gbogbo everybody.
But I like that it's from you dash out over here. You have to split it into the economy. You don't just dash out money. It will cause inflation now. Everybody will just have liquid cash in their hand.
No. It's not going to cause inflation in this system. With this hardship and inflation. How do I describe it?
Wait, Baba.
Let me land. This is not going to cause any inflation because people does not even have the money. So the little you even give them is even going to help the economy. It's going to, stimulate, economic growth because they're going to spend it. Yes, they will spend it into the economy.
When you don't give any value for the money.
No. What do you mean by value? They are going to use it.
You must be able to give value for money now.
No, the value that we are going to realize in this situation is that they will use those money to purchase goods and
the money itself
product.
What's the government? What's the government exchanging the money to get from the people? That also matters now.
No, because already government has staffed people of fund due to what do you call this? Due to the policy of government. The policy of government has, staffed people of fund. People doesn't have no money at hand. So giving them this money will improve their purchasing power, and that will help economic growth because they will spend it into the economy. They will buy stuff. Traders and manufacturer or producer, all of them will benefit from it. So it's not going to cause any inflation. It's those how do I describe them? That economic theory that when you give increased salary to worker or when you give poor people money, it will cause inflation. It's just an abundance of lie right there to staff.
It's a capitalist mentality.
Capitalist mentality to punish poor people, and starve them to death.
But it just happened in the US, right?
Let's enslave them. Let's keep them in the position to keep begging for life. So,
it just happened in the US. Is that not true?
Thank you. That's what I'm about to say.
What happened? What happened in the US?
The over supply of money that led to inflation in the US.
We still
I think that economic theory is true to a certain degree because I guess it depends on the level of money, the money supply in the economy. But what you're saying is probably true because in the first place, they took money out of the economy. They confiscated a lot of people's money during the Naira, whatever they did. And people don't have a lot of money. But I think it depends on the level of money injected in the economy to cause inflation. But there's truth to it. But it did happen in the US. I think you know that.
Yes, but look, let me tell you, all this, where I'm saying I don't really believe in that theory. Let's let's take for example, or let me make reference to the period of COVID, when people in America were giving, people and businesses in America were giving bailout. So what happened? What economic impact did he have on the economy? If they don't do that, what do you think is going to happen to the economy?
Inflation after.
No, hold on. If they didn't do that, what do you think is going to happen to the economy? If they did give businesses money, if they did give people money, what do you think would have happened to American economy?
Yeah, it will collapse, but they
Okay,
need to spend money. But the money that you give out was too much.
Hold on. So between collapsing the economy and stabilize it and let it have a little inflation, which one is better?
The economy will not collapse.
Wait, you can't compare.
American economy will collapse.
Wait, you cannot compare COVID period to this time.
Yes.
There's COVID period, everything will stand still. Nothing is moving. Now stuff is still moving in Nigeria. It's not like
almost the same. What you are saying that it's moving,
this my
it's not
understanding.
that moving.
Baba Jaleko, this is my understanding of what the consequence of not having money in circulation. People don't get money to spend, and then government pumping out money. Now, if government holds back that money instead of pumping it out, the first thing, politically speaking, is that to demarket the government. And don't forget, election was coming, so they needed to pump out money to get more legitimacy. That is one. Secondly, that's politically speaking. Economically speaking, I don't know much about economics, but this is why I tap from guys around, is that if you don't pump out money, if you hold out money, austerity will set in. But at the end of the day, if you spend the money on productions, you spend the money on industry, you spend money on the right sectors, the economy will still bounce back, people will still get back, but it could increase mortality rate to increase austerity. So if you want to prevent that, then you put money to the society and you should be expecting inflation to set in. So it's not as if economy will collapse. No, if they hold back and spend it on strategic sectors, the economy will still bounce back, but there'll be austerity, mortality rate may increase, difficulties for people and all sorts will happen. But it will last. Everybody goes to eat breakfast.
Ogbeni, let me tell you, if in America back then, if people were not giving that money and businesses are not giving that money, American economy will collapse totally. America will have been in history now that once upon a time there was a great country, but that country is gone. We don't have that country anymore. But government pump out so much money to stabilize the economy and to keep the economy, to bring it back up and keep it moving. So this idea that when you give people money for when you give salary, when you give workers, when you increase workers' salary, it's going to cause inflation. It's a black lie. It's not going to cost nothing. It will help. It will stimulate economic growth because purchasing power of the workers will be stronger, and they will spend it into the economy. Manufacturer will produce more because when manufacturer sells more, they will produce more and they will expand more.
During COVID, I think you're mixing it up. Like it's not the same. It's more,
No, you don't get what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this. I said the idea of saying, oh, if we increase salary worker, it's going to cause inflation. That is not true.
No, that's true.
What do you mean that is true?
You give them more money. So if you
what do you mean more money? What more money that they deserve to live? What do you mean more money?
No,
they don't give value. They don't give value for those money now.
No, what do you mean by people that are working? People that are working deserve better pay.
Then go get a better job.
Or done. This argument. People that are working deserve better pay. When they don't get better pay, government will suffer for it. And why government will suffer for it is because they go to be in majority of people will be in that bracket of people that are classified as poor people, and
that's austerity.
They will be qualified for government assistance.
Yeah.
I'm talking about this country. I'm not talking about irresponsible country that they don't care for people.
Like
I'm talking about this country. I'm not talking about irresponsible people that they don't care for poor people. They even want them to die.
And they say they should breathe now.
And breathe, I be one thing of it, but you don't want to let them breathe. So government will pay more in this country by paying more assistance. I mean, in terms of government assistance that they're going to give to those poor people. So, and government will government will not be able to even get taxes from them as expected, because when they are below a certain threshold, you are not supposed to even tax them. You will even give them tax relief. So you will find a situation where government will pay more than increase their salary, that will push them up, that will enable government to tax them, and on the other hand, they have good purchasing power. They will spend more in the economy. That will, stimulate economic growth. So I don't get this idea of this bourgeoisie economic theory that is aimed at keeping the poor people low and starve them and make them continue begging and struggling and struggling. Why should it be when government want to give to poor people? That is when inflation. That is when we will suffer inflation. But when they are giving tax relief to big businesses in billions,
but they're creating jobs. In order for you to, they're creating jobs for you in order for you to be able to. Are you saying in Nigeria?
Like this country,
So you're saying in Nigeria they should increase people's salary as well?
It got to. Look, Nigerian workers are working for free.
Do they actually work? People actually go to work to sleep.
They are working for free. They don't get paid. So when you increase, look, minimum wage 30,000 cannot buy rice, cannot buy a bag of rice.
Why do you need a bag of rice?
Hold on, I'm just making a step that it's not enough to buy a bag of rice. It's not enough. Let me tell you this: it's not enough for family of, let's say, 8 to sit down in a restaurant and eat comfortably. 30,000 is not enough. Good restaurant. I'm not talking of restaurants that you
Yeah.
sit down, eat
I
good
think
food, eat chicken, take some good drink, and just feel like, yes, God is with you that day.
okay.
It's
Let's
not
look.
enough.
Wait, don't let us look at Lagos. Let's look at Ijebu or the Osun State, Ekiti, like those small towns. They don't you think that money is good? Because I don't think they things are as expensive as they are in the city. Don't you think though the salary would be enough for them? Because I actually think so. Because I don't if you if well if you go into those small towns, people live comfortably. Like school is not as expensive. A lot of people I know like the car when they take transport is not as expensive as if you live in Lagos. The house that they live in, I think the only problem that I can see, I mean, I'm speaking about, well, I was maybe like 20 years. I mean, I still kind of like get a little view. I mean, I could be wrong that the transport is not as expensive. And the only problem that I could see is the fact that the salary is not like, if to say they get their salary, like they need to get it like every at the end of the month, you get your salary just the way it is. I think people will be okay. Even if you're making 30 every month and you're four, let's say husband and wife, they're making 40 every month. So that means 80,000 at the end of the month. Don't you think that's good? And maybe they have two kids, so that means they are four in the family, a family of four. So and they live in, let's say, Ekiti or some Ijebu. Don't you think it's good? Don't you think that type of salary is good for them?
Well, let me say this. Those places that you are saying that, they can live comfortably, they can do this. I want to tell you this. Other than their rent, cost of food is even costlier in those places than even Lagos. The tomato and pepper that we buy for cheaper in Lagos, you will pay more over there. And education, you know, we want your children to go to private school. So you still go through the same suffering that workers in Lagos and other big city go through to some kind of. The only area you will have peace of mind is, okay, rent will be cheaper, and maybe you live in more quiet environment than noisy environment like in Lagos and stuff like that, and you don't get trapped in traffic as we have in Lagos. So it's still not easy for them. It's still not easy for them in those places that you mentioned.
So 60,000-80,000 a month is now okay. And I mean, I don't agree with you that the food stuff they are as pricey as Lagos. I think they're more cheaper because they're closer to the farm. Like if you want to bring
Mr. Oriola, can I speak in that space?
Okay, Jackie Ogbeni is more experienced in that area than us. So see how you stand the kitty man.
I'm a rural dweller.
They are farmers.
I'm not a city boy like Babajale. Babajale is a city boy. I'm not a city boy. I'm a rural.
Let us hear you. You can.
Yes, I'm a rural kule. So yes, I still agree with Babajale on this point. You see, when you pick 80,000 naira for instance, and minimum wage is not even 80,000. So let's start with that. Minimum wage is 30,000, I think, presently in Nigeria. So, and I think it should be increased. So your question, I will rephrase your question. So your question now will be, shouldn't 30,000 be enough for somebody staying in Ekiti, for instance? Now, one of the things you don't understand in that, or one of the things you should understand about that houses, is that compared to Lagos, is that not the entire Ekiti is, for instance, urban, right? You have the rural part, unlike Lagos, where you can say the entire Lagos is almost urban. You won't have the kind of rural part that you have in my state, in Ekiti, for instance. You won't have it in Lagos, not at all. So, what am I saying? Not the entire part in Ekiti is rural, is urban. We have more rural than urban. By the time you remove just 2 or 3 towns, others are rural. Remove maybe Ado Ekiti, Kere, and maybe Ikole or Ijero, which I even still see as rural, as far as I'm concerned. All others, as urban, all as rural, yeah. All others are rural. So, what happened with rural dwellers? I had the opportunity to retake my WAEC in, in the rural part of Ekiti, the hinterland, the main exam. That gave me the opportunity, to go. We used to go from one town to another. We'll go and, do what boys do, So because of that, I understand that terrain very well and understand the people in the rural dwelling people. And what happened there? First and foremost, you don't get the minority population in those houses. They don't receive all these salaries you're talking about. In fact, if you are a civil servant in some places in Ekiti, some rural places in Ekiti, you are like the tiny god in those houses. You'll be the one staying in the best buildings or be able to pay rent, because the rich one will come to the towns and build their properties there, which they probably want to be getting to stay when they come home during Christmas. So they want somebody which is alaka way, that's maybe you're a teacher or you work in maternity center or something like that. They want you to stay there. So you get a very good value for that and co. But the larger population in those dwelling in rural area, they are not civil servants, and this is where the problem is. The larger part don't get to share from this 30,000 that you're talking about, and this is the chunk of the population that suffers most in Nigeria, and that is the population I want you to look at. Now, whatever you increase in the civil servants' money trickles down to this particular population. For instance, a farmer in rural area, you may be wondering, what does the farmer need? Is it not just to eat? Then when a farmer just eat, you eat from your produce, and then you have your own house within the rural area. Then what else do you need? They need more than that. For instance, in Ekiti, every family wants to ensure that their children go to university, right? Degree has the minimum thing every parents want their children to have. And gradually it's even moving to masters now. You hardly see somebody who's educated in Ekiti and will not do masters. Now, you look at the school fee in those areas, and you look at an average rural dweller, can he even afford to send just one child to a university in Nigeria? I tell you no. The real rural dweller. The answer is no. Because an average university in Nigeria now, you are paying like maybe 200,000 naira for a new jamba that just entering. And you ask me, somebody, a yam farmer or cassava farmer or corn or maize farmer or cowpea or groundnut in Ekiti can afford that 200,000 naira. You can only afford that if you have the people around you, you do cooperative, you'll be saving over time and you're suffering before you can have that. You can't easily have it from your earnings. You have to look for money, work harder, get some children from school to work when they come back from school, and work to get money to send that child to school. So if you use that alone, that parameter alone, and you now look at the other rural dwellers now across the state. Then you're not going to pick somebody in Ado-Ekiti and say, okay, because they stay in Ado-Ekiti, then that should be the statistic for the state. You look across and you realize that there's actually a need to increase that 30,000 naira. That's my take on that.
Wait, if I may ask you,
don't you think some meat sellers they make more than the civil servants? Don't you think some weathers, the people that just weathering, don't you think they make more than the civil servant? Don't you think
we can't hear you? One with your mic.
You still can't hear me?
Yeah, you better not.
Okay. So I was asking that those they call them the blue worker job, like plumber, electrician, people that does what is it? They build house, the bricklayers, the
artisan, right?
Yeah. So don't you think some of them on a daily, not even monthly, they make more than those people, the civil servants that went to school? So why are we saying that? Why are we looking down on them as if they're not making money? A lot of
No,
them
you are
make
still talking about the urban dwellers. All those ones are urban dwellers. How many welder, how many furniture maker, how many do you find in rural? If you go to rural.
Wait, well, what do you mean rural? Are you talking about town? No, are you talking about town? Because you just mentioned that in Ado-Ekiti.
Town is urban now. I'm talking of rural space. Go to Infiching.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
Go to
Ado-Ekiti, there's only three.
Ilu Adewale, that local town. TBT Adewale Tiwaye.
Yeah, but if you're looking
local town, local village.
Abajare koko kí l'Adéwálé fi ṣe yín.
Mo tọ́jà ẹ̀ ó wà ní kọ́mẹ́ntì ọjà ó ti bú mi látàárọ̀.
Àwọn sọ̀bọ́tà ẹ ti jáde o. Àwọn tó tọ́ sí mà.
Kí ló ń dá padà fún?
Àbẹ́ni tó bá wá látòkò tèmi náà ti wá.
Wọ́n náà ti dé ẹ̀yà ará oko ẹ káàbọ̀.
Àwọn ará oko ti dé o.
Àwọn aráàlú òkè.
Àwọn aráàlú òkè ti dé sílé.
Oriola must be a city boy.
But actually, in reality, what he said is actually there's some element of truth there, and I will tell you why I'm saying this. Because I'm used to the rural dwellers. You know, I think one thing that we are mistaken in Nigeria is this. A lot of people complain without making effort. I was with my friend the last time I went on vacation. I think I mentioned it on this platform before. And the guy, he grew only pepper during the dry season. He has a stream beside his farm that they just use water to wet it. And this guy was telling me that every 5 days, you know that in the rural area, they used to have their market every 5 days. That he was making 50K from selling pepper every 5 days. That we only pay the woman that will come and pluck those pepper 500 naira a day before the market day. That they will even be calling him that, do you have? And those are those little things. When you go to Nigeria now, those things are very expensive because people are not actually producing them. You see, there was a time I was in the market and I saw people rushing. I nearly ran with them. And I was asking what was happening. They said that they just brought tomato and they were rushing to go and buy tomato. Can you see how degraded we are? And it's not as if there was no rain, and it was not as if there was no land to plant all these things. So if you look at it that way, the majority of them, they still make a lot of money, even more than what, to me, working with government in Nigeria is just a waste of time. I'm very sorry to because I was a civil servant and I know how degrading working with government in Nigeria can be. You make more than what you earn. How can you say the minimum wage is 30,000 naira when you can work for yourself? Even people that are doing labor, they pay them 2,500 naira daily, 3,000, 4,000. And you call yourself a civil servant and you are saying the minimum wage is 3,000. Where a common laborer that don't even go to school, that will go and work for 8 hours in a day and get 2,500 naira per day. So to me, the civil servant
but that liberal job is a very hard work now. It's a back-breaking job now. And
what they do is that they don't they don't go every day. They go like 5 days and they use 2 days to rest. What did they do? If they are working, if they will not even get to work until like 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock in the morning, and by 3 o'clock they've already closed.
Dr. Simba, that work is not pensionable, you know.
I know, yes, I know it's not pensionable.
Okay.
And there's no medical insurance, that nothing. If anything happened to you at that work,
like gonna.
That's it.
But most people are working privately in Nigeria. It's the same. If you look at that person, even if you are self-employed in Nigeria, if you don't insure yourself, it's the same thing is applicable to you.
Are you sorry, Simba? Are you sure insurance are really working in Nigeria?
Yes, it's working. Perfectly.
Oh, it's working, though. It's working. If you really,
it's working perfectly. Perfectly.
Because there are so many undercuts, blah blah blah, in the insurance sector in Nigeria.
That one, forget about that one. That one happens even in developed world. It happens in Britain, where you go on queue in UK, like, and they will only give you paracetamol.
That's America have health insurance scam, right? Bajanle can explain to us, because this is the best country in the world, and you don't know why they are. Why their insurance? Mr. Trump lórí insurance
let me tell you, insurance anywhere, they cut corners generally. And not only health insurance, any insurance, we all know the problem with insurance. Yes. And that is why, even I think Babati came here one day and explained what is happening in health insurance in America. That they have to be doing some things that they are not supposed to do just because of the insurance. And that's why litigation is also very high in those places where they have health insurance. Because to you, one, it will cost more. 2, you will not get the best of the best from the doctors, because is either they over treat you or they under treat you. Those 2 things, that's what is going to happen to you.
Simba, I want to ask you a question. You work in Nigeria as a doctor, and Nigeria also have an insurance scheme. How do they use it in Nigeria? Do people often use them in terms of their medical services? Or what?
Yes, they use them. They use them a lot, and I will explain. People is actually even the user in Nigeria that abused health insurance in Nigeria, because they believe that certain amount of their money is taken from their salary every day to pay for this health insurance. So what they do is that whether they are sick or not, they want to come to the hospital. It's our money, and we must use it
for test. Yes.
Do you understand? Because in fact, most of the time when I see some of them, a whole family will come to you and come and consult you. And by the time they get to you, that's when they will be asking you, Remy, what do you say was even wrong with you? You know that is just fallacy. They just want to come and make a complaint and just get something. And because we have this spirit of saying, no, I don't want government to take my money and just go away with it, that some people will eat it. All these thief, catch it that we normally believe. So that is the main problem.
Now,
And
here, what they do is very simple. For operation and for medicine is free because it's compulsory. Whether you are a student or you are not working, you have to pay that health insurance fee. But they will not charge you for operation and they will not charge you for giving you medicine. But what they charge you on is the doctor's fee, or they also charge you nurse fee. So if a nurse wrap a bandage over your hand or treat you, they also get something. You have to pay that fee. So the doctor fee sometimes does not come so cheap like that here. But for the doctor to consult with you, to talk to you, is free. Medicine is also free. The one that I really like is that anybody that have to do one operation or the other, and it is free. And if you are going to have a baby here,
that sounds like socialist ideology for me now. Those are socialist.
But it's not like that. It's not totally like that. It's not that socialist ideology.
That's a socialist ideology now. When you are getting things free,
the tax system here.
You are getting everything free in
no.
But you don't want Nigerians to get anything free.
It's not free. It's insurance.
It's not
free. One bed now.
Okay.
Operation is free. This one is free.
No, I think maybe it was one that if you have health insurance, why are you saying it's free?
It's not free now.
We are paying.
It's the way he's saying it. It's the way Remi is saying it that is making Babangida to attack him now. Because when you say something is free, it's free. It's free.
I attack the American system. That's what he's doing. I understand. So what I'm trying to say, what I really love about it is that they make provision for pregnant women and children. They encourage family. So, for example, if you are pregnant here and you are going to see a doctor, they make sure that they from the day you are pregnant to the day you have the baby, you have the best care. That is guaranteed for everybody. But mind you, both the husband and both the mother and the father, they also pay yearly health care fee. So it's not as free as Babangida and Koko thought. So medicine here is free. You cannot buy, just like any advanced country, everything is not all that cheap here. It compared to maybe America or compared to any other European country, things are quite expensive. But at least there is benefit for people. You have to pay that fee, whether you have work or you don't have work, you have to pay. So everybody have equal rights to go to the hospital and seek a medical service or whatever. It's not like in other
Even Remi, the one in Nigeria, when they started the one at the federal, even for years, they didn't deduct any money from the salary of the workers. And the only thing that you do just to discourage people from just coming to hospital to just be making useless complaint. What they will make you to do is that whatever if they cost the service they render to you, they will say, okay, you should pay 10%. Do you understand? Yeah. That 10% is just to discourage people, because if everything is free, then in fact the hospital will not be able to even handle the number of people
that they come. Even if I just oppose the Finnish health system with the Chinese is also a little bit better, because there the consultation, the medicine is free totally. So, or the subsidized heavily by their federal government. I mean, but they play double standard. The way they treat their citizens is different from the immigrants.
But even in Nigeria now, private firms, they also have insurance for their staff, and individual also. Like in Osun, for a family, I think I mentioned it here before. Babangida was attacking me that day. That one is still much. They pay 25,000 per year for a family of mother
they have opportunity to spread the money
for a family of six. For a family of six.
Do they have the opportunity to spread the money in a year, or do you just have to pay it once?
No, you can spread it. You can spread it. You can pay it on installment.
That is fair. 35,000 spread over 4 times in 1 year. I think it won't affect any family that way. I think that's fantastic.
So so I'm not so sure of the northern state, but in the southwestern states, if you are not working with government, can still enroll your family under the health insurance scheme, and they will take care of you. In each hospital, they have special section for people who have health insurance.
Yes.
And the people that will pay out of pocket.
I think the beauty of it is that at least this palliative, I just want to go back to the palliative that the federal government are giving to the state. I think is the right. I think it came because of him, of course.
It's mentioning my first and foremost. Before I go to Babajale Koko, where is Ogbeni? Ogbeni is mentioning my name, calling my town, a rural place. When did Ado-Ekiti become on a ban with that Tashere bridge? Ayose Bridge.
When
did the Ado-Ekiti become a city in the first place?
Babajale Koko, you know what you have succeeded in doing now. I
wasn't sleeping. I've been listening to everything everybody is saying. I can't believe that
Ogbeni is from Ado Ekiti, right?
Ogbeni and
yes, from Ado.
Okay. And Adewale is from where?
He's from there too.
From Ado.
No, I'm not from Ijero. I'm from Ijero. I'm not from Ijero.
You look at here now.
See, there you go. There you go again. If not the abracadabra that they did, Ijero will have gotten that
but to be serious, Ogbeni and Adewale, why is it that that position of stolen mirror? Why is it given to you?
Ekiti people.
Why?
You know, it tells you
meanwhile,
that
they don't have any solid mineral. They don't have any solid mineral.
Who told you that?
Who told you
that?
You don't know that Ekiti people are
what do you have? Tell us now. What do you have?
Let me educate you, Simba. In my hometown, which Ogbeni called a rural area. Listen, Babajale Koko. In my hometown, you know there's a stone, one precious stone called Tamerlane. Ogbeni, you know it, right? Tamerlane.
Yes,
what did they use that one for?
Ijero has so many solid mirrors now. There's another one they used to make paint.
No. This one is a precious stone. It's called Tamerlane. Very pure.
Okay, you talk about Mabu. Is it Mabu?
No, it's not Mabu. It's a stone. It's a stone that is in the family of diamonds, sort of. They started mining it since 1990. Up to this moment that I'm talking to you guys, there are people on site mining it right now. Okay, and each stone
wasting it for foreigners.
No, not wasting on foreigner. What happened is that the state, as at the time that they started mining it, it was still under on those states then, and it was still under the military administration. So, and by the time they discover that they had that town have it in commercial quantity, the state government was paying lip service, the federal government was paying lip service. So people now started coming to the point that you could have a direct lorry all the way from Maiduguri to Ijero straight up. So the entire town was overpopulated. Things were expensive, and they were having illegal mining. So the newly installed Obaden now pleaded with the federal, with the state government, at least have security, because the way they were mining, they were destroying land, destroying houses, destroying everywhere, to the point that they were mining it illegally and they were dying in trough. So the state government and federal government now brought in military men to at least to safeguard those places. So by the time federal government will pay attention to it, those guys have really done terrible. So they stopped mining for a very long time. Later on, they now return. Now I understand that they've licensed people. If you're going to mine, you have to be licensed. And to this moment that I'm talking to you, they are still mining that precious stone. It's very transparent. Very. It's just like when you have jello. We all know jello, right? Jello, as transparent as it is. I mean, is it not translucent? That's what they call it, right? You could see through
Translucent.
translucent. You could see through the stone, and they use it like a special gem like that. But the people mining it, they hardly declare, there's no tracking. There's no, how do I say it now? There's no tracking. They're not tracking the quantity that are being mined. So people will buy it. I mean, will mine it. They have contractors that are, that will bring their laborers to mine, and they will take it out of town and sell it illegally. And at the end of the day, they won't pay them.
Generate revenue for your town.
They are not. It's not. Because
They're
the federal
just
government is
wasting
paying.
the stone. It's what I know. They're just wasting the stone.
The federal government.
I think
some powerful people.
The federal government is just paying.
No, they've been paying lip service. What they should have done is to keep track of what is coming out from it. But federal government is not actually paying attention to it. We have limestone as well in that Ijero. So to me, federal government is not utilizing that opportunity. That's the reason why they were having illegal mining.
So the same thing is happening in Elisha. The same thing is happening in Elisha, where they are mining the gold. Yeah. And then you see, if you are in Oshogbo, even during this rainy season in Nigeria now, if you see that Osun River, it will be like a mud because of the mining in the Elisha region. You know that Osun River came from that side.
And the Yemoja is still there. For me, I think Dele Alake, although it's a challenging job, I think it's going to do well in that because people are.
I think that's one of the reasons why Tinubu put him into that. Maybe he has a plan for that solid mineral.
You can see what Tinubu is doing.
See, that's
all
solid.
All those key ministerial sector, he pulled or he gave it to people he can really trust. Look at the transportation.
So can he trust that? Can he trust that Ibadan man with power?
Simba.
No,
yes, Simba. You see a tourmaline stone as big as a computer mouse. That computer mouse. A quantity like that, as big as that, if you have it, at least especially sometimes they have it in purple, blue, and sometimes yellow. Those are the 2-3 color that usually comes.
I know what you are saying. I think there is a country in the is it East Africa? It comes in different colors.
Yes, you see, if you have a stone that is as big as the mouse of your computer, it's enough to build you a house, probably buy you one small car as well, as big as a mouse. It's a stone like that. People are still mining, and they are, especially people from the town, they are making money, but government is not actually taxing or,
is the people actually enjoying what you just said now?
No, they are not. They're not. The people that are doing it are, but not everybody have that, financial capacity to bring in labor.
To my knowledge, they are just wasting that stone. They pack it in bulk out of that space.
I mean,
they pay them token.
They don't even pay. I don't think they are, even if they are paying to the local government.
Where they are mining marble in Kwara State, what Kwara State did was that it sent some of their workers there. So though, as you said, they don't actually look at the quantity, but what they do is just to tax those people who are doing the mining.
Kind of like in Ogun State, they pay kind of flat rate.
I think this is one of the problems we have in this country. Our raw materials is being taken out for people to go and make end use of it, and later we go back to that place to go and buy the same thing that we are wasting here.
Day before yesterday, I came here and I was telling you that the problem that we have in Nigeria, yes, we have corruption, But the problem is that Nigeria is a very poor country. We are not making the best use of our resources. What the money we are generating is so meager that it cannot do anything for us.
So
Even
why
if
do we
people don't
poor?
steal it.
Politicians are looters. Look
Why
at
do we poor with all resources that we have? Why do you think that we are poor with all what we have?
they are
Because
looting it.
like this one that we are talking about now, Joe.
Yeah.
Where government is not paying any interest, it's not paying any particular attention to it. People is individual that are just making money from these things.
What do you mean? And what do you mean by we are poor?
Are you
Hey,
not poor?
okay, tell me. Okay, let me ask you a question, Joe. Your
One,
father is
guys, hold
you
on.
have.
Everybody, hold on, please. One voice, please.
Where have you
Thank
been
you.
since? Come on, keep quiet, Joe. Where have you been? You just wake up. You are saying everybody should keep quiet. Well, you just want to use that one to show that you are around when you've not been around for
He's
almost
a
2
military
hours.
commander. The military commander is here. Everybody get paramount.
It's Nigeria government now. That's how they used to do. They was just come from
Do you know I have the kick to kick all of you out? I'll close the section.
And then
you go and sleep.
Go and sleep.
You are
Go
kicking
and
yourself
sleep. Come
out
on,
too
go
now.
and sleep. We've been having our
We just
discussion.
wake up
You
in
now came now
Australia
and said
now.
keep
This
quiet.
is 3:26 or so.
You also kick
Commander.
yourself out now. You are not doing anybody favor for doing that.
Commander, play military music for one. Come on, play yes.
At least you can't be doing it alone. You can't be here alone. Once you kick us out, you two are out.
Military men
cannot
don't think twice. We don't
Joe,
think twice. We
Joe,
just think
what
once.
we do as Nigerians is that we are counting our chicken before the egg is hatched.
Yeah.
You cannot be saying you are rich when you are not even harnessing those things that can make you rich. So you don't convert those things to money. It's not so. You can't be saying you are rich when you are not rich.
Simba,
why
I want to
can't
ask you a
we
question.
convert it to
Sorry,
money?
Folly.
Why can't we convert it to money?
Simba, my
Why?
question is:
It look like we are dominated by Ekiti people on this platform tonight. Foley is from Ekiti. Adewale and Ekiti.
Hey, Baba
Is it funny? Okay, is it funny that is talking? I thought it's Joe.
I want to say one cow. I
It's
want
funny. It's funny.
I'm Ekiti too. My mom is from Ekiti.
I'm American.
I know. So Thomas is from Oshuna. He's not from Ekiti.
I'm from Ekiti. My mom is from Ekiti.
No,
my dad is from Oyo. No, I still claim my mom's house now. I'm still Ekiti.
How can you claim? Are you kidding yourself? This is Nigeria, not Australia.
You can still claim, Oga. You can still claim, Oga.
Why can't I claim my mother's town?
Are you sure?
My mother is from Ekiti.
Go there and contest for councillor. They will tell your history. They will tell you your history. Yeah, guy.
Lie. Organa lie. Egbira is in councillor in Ekiti.
So my question, Simba, is that is it a must that the state should wait for the federal government to develop their resources in each state?
You know what I'm saying? Is as we normally say on this platform, the governors are very lazy. Even like the example that Adewale just mentioned now, the governor himself, what is the governor of Ekiti State doing about these resources? He can monitor it. If it's not, he can be collecting tax. He can make money from this, but because they are just lazy, they are just getting free money from the federal. That's why all of them are misbehaving like that.
Because I don't get it. I don't know whether the federal government will stop any state from getting an investor.
If individual can do it, then will federal government stop them?
So that's what we are saying, because a lot of them are extremely lazy. They don't have no plan.
They are not lazy. You think they don't know what they are doing? They are behind the looting of that stone. They are the
I agree with you. Baba Jericho. Most of them, they have their own. Like the one in Oshun, even the so-called royal fathers, they are involved.
Yes.
Yeah,
we are now talking.
All of them are involved.
So they are those ones that they don't want their state to really develop.
The problem is people leading this space. Most of them are a bunch of criminals. even in the
You
palace.
can't. I disagree with you on that because
Okay.
leadership comes from followership. You falling
No,
today.
no, no, no.
You
Don't tell me
no.
that.
Listen. Falling, you are a
I'm
citizen of
listening.
Nigeria, the same thing as I am. So if tomorrow you want to contest for any position, you are coming from no one and you are going to become someone as a governor or councillor or chairman. When you get into that position, there are 2 things or 3 things you put into consideration. There are from people on ground in that local government, they will sell you the idea that what has been transparent or what has been happening in that local government for years. And those people want the status quo to remain. If you tend towards
I don't even know. Don't mind them. Why are there some people that were born as leaders?
Yes, nobody was born as
Were
a
you
leader.
born as a leader?
So leadership comes from
Can I
followership.
The people that we
answer
call
that?
leaders today, Folly, the
Yeah.
people that we call leaders today, they were followers of yesterday.
Can I answer that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Okay. In a society where you as a leader and you have all the quality to be a leader.
What do you mean you as a leader? Who makes you a leader?
No, there are some people that are born to be a leader. Yeah, you know that.
Were you born a leader?
How?
There are people who have the
How?
quality
Tell us.
to be a leader. There are people who doesn't have it
How do
to
they
be a
have the
leader.
authority? How do they have the authority? Who
No,
makes
not
them?
authority, quality to be a
Yeah,
leader.
how do you know that? For example, we are in this particular platform now. Can you say because of virtue of our one man gave General Thomas the chance to co-host?
No.
Is it because of what? So when you are saying a leader or a leader, you have to just justify it very well.
What I mean is, I think we should allow ourselves to land with our question, with our reasonings before we jump in.
Please. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, in an environment whereby somebody from the beginning of his life, from the day one of his life to where he is now, he has never done anything evil. Okay, and people know that for him, that he has never done evil. But he's not rich.
Jesus Christ, though. I don't
But
know.
Are we going to show? Are we going to Showore now?
Not Showore now.
Are we going to
Not
Showore
Showore. I'm
now?
not talking about
Are we
Showore.
going to Showore now?
We are not talking about Showore. We are not talking about Showore. Like,
But
we still have people. We still have people.
Funny, I want to ask you this.
Like
okay.
Are you hearing from Showore's wife? This guy's a nonsense guy. Yo. Why will he leave his wife?
His wife.
Thomas leave his personal
his
life.
wife is just one person, and his children is just one person. We have a country that need help. That people are dying.
No. That is nonsense.
It's not nonsense.
Your charity begins at home.
No,
why will you leave your wife and your children?
Let me tell you, your achievement on net depend on what you choose to do for your people. That's your achievement. That is his own way of doing things.
Are you sure it's not as if he has problem with the woman? Does she have problem with the woman?
The woman understands him. The woman knows him before he married him.
Okay.
He knows the kind of guy he's married. He's getting married to.
So what is why?
So we should not talk about his family.
Why is Showore not inviting his wife to visit him in Nigeria if he cannot go to America?
You said?
Why is Showore not inviting his family to visit him in Nigeria?
Because he didn't want to risk their life.
So
you were here when they killed his brother.
So that means it's selfish. He kept his own children and wife.
Not selfish. Showore can also be in America without coming to Nigeria.
Listen,
he can be in America without coming to Nigeria.
If you want to,
he has all the opportunity that you guys have to be there without even bother about Nigeria.
Forget if Showore just paying selfish. He is a very selfish man.
If he's selfish, he won't be here now. He will be in the US.
He can be in America enjoying his life, going to party like you, sitting on the bed, talking like the way you are talking.
But Folly, charity begins at home.
Bros, let me tell you something in life.
Let's talk something else,
Let me tell you something in life. Anybody has his own cost of coming here. Okay? You can't say because of yourself.
Don't answer them.
You can't say because of yourself, because you want to, and you see a problem, a bigger problem that more than what your family is. And you turn eyes because of yourself, because you don't want to make a sacrifice.
As long as
Nigeria has a problem. Nigeria has a problem which need people to get involved in it to change the narrative. And if all
But
of us are
Sowore is
sitting on
not the solution now.
the
Sowore
same
is
way you are
just
talking about,
one random guy.
So who is
oh
the
wow,
What gave him the impetus that is the solution to our problem in Nigeria?
I wonder, Simba.
That
The
guy,
same
you know,
thing
in
that gave
summary,
Tinubu,
that guy
the
is
same
just
thing that
an
gave Tinubu an
irresponsible fellow.
impetus.
He's just an
The same thing
irresponsible
that gave
fellow.
Tinubu
He's
an
very
impetus.
irresponsible. Very
you know, people
irresponsible.
like you are the problem of this country. People like you are the problem of this
Who
country.
who are the who
You particularly.
Simba?
You that are just asking me questions. You.
I'm not
Simba,
the one asking you question now.
Simba, you are one of the problem.
Thomas,
Yes,
it was
seriously.
Thomas that was asking you. It was Thomas.
Sowore is an irresponsible human being.
You are
For him to leave his wife and
you are the
children.
reason. People like you are the reason why Nigeria is not moving forward.
Foley, hold on.
Yeah.
Let me respond to Thomas. You see, Thomas, that's it's also a very responsible thing to say that a man who has a family and children, and because the public person will bring his family discussion to a platform, an international platform like this, is an irresponsible thing to say and to do. You understand?
Patrick, Sowore is a
Thomas,
public figure.
Let me finish.
No. I disagree with you.
No.
Sowore is a public figure.
Let me finish.
Why do we discuss about Tinubu's child?
Let me finish. If you see his children might be listening to this, and you know the likely age of Sowore's children. How do you feel if those children are yours and they are listening to these kind of discussions about their father?
But we are not talking about them. We are not talking bad about them. We are talking about their father.
You are talking about
their father is a politician.
Hold on. You are talking about a very sensitive issue, a relationship between their father and their mother. I've heard you talk about it on this platform. That how does that woman get to connect emotionally? That woman must be going through. Though you took it like a joke, it's very likely, but very sensitive. You know, I'm not a Sowore person. Even Foley should know. This is Patrick talking. I'm not a Sowore person, but I mean, it's very sensitive. If their children, my children, watch this platform and hear people talk about me, my relationship with their mother, and the sensitive bedroom affairs we should be having, and it's coming from people like you and me who are equally married and have children of their age, I feel very terrible about that. I apologize on behalf of the platform. It's not something we should be talking about.
But Patrick, we were not talking bad about the kids.
You're talking
we
bad
didn't
about
mention
them. You're talking bad about their family.
No.
I'm
Don't take it personal.
You did that before now.
Don't take it personal too far.
You wanted
Patrick,
to go there.
No. Don't take it too far.
No, you took it too far. You wanted to go there.
I didn't.
But you went there the other time.
No. What I'm telling you.
No.
Yes.
You went there.
Could you let me speak? Would you let me speak, please?
I'll let you speak, yes. But I will bring the facts to you. You went
there. That's all right. That is your opinion, and I have my opinion too.
Relationship.
That was then. We were just
it was
joking
on a
then.
live platform. It was wrong, and because nobody cautioned you there, you wanted to start it now.
Patrick, you do want to beat me?
I won't beat you, but I'll correct you.
No. That's fine. That's fine. Please, let's move on, please. Please, let's move on.
Thomas, don't ever.
Please,
place yourself with a kid again. You are not from Ekiti. You are from Osun.
Let's move on.
Thomas. He's from Oyo. He's not from Osun. He's not from Osun.
Okay, you are from Oyo. You are from Oyo. You are not from Ekiti. Don't ever claim yourself to be an Ekiti guy again. No.
You want to accept him before. Now you are rejecting
claiming Jesus Christ.
I'm rejecting it. I'm rejecting it seriously.
Initially, you accepted him. Now you are rejecting him.
Not because we claim good thing. We will claim people that have what
so Thomas is bad now.
we have Ekiti has their own way of thinking, so we don't think the way Thomas is thinking.
Thomas, I think let me say this, Thomas. I think
I disagree. Me he's going too far. No. Sowore is a public. Why do we discuss about Remi Tinubu
Let me
and Sowore
speak on
Tinubu?
behalf of Thomas. Let me
No,
beg
come
on
on
his
now.
behalf.
Nobody say you should
We
No,
not
don't
discuss
want
them.
I'm not
Babajide
begging
Koko, just
anybody,
say
When
and
you
one
are
I'm not
thing.
trying to.
condemning
I
action
will
that
not
Sowore took.
apologize.
Nobody
No,
says you should
no.
apologize.
No, no,
Let me
no.
tell
When
you,
you are
That
taking
is your
when
opinion,
you are
Patrick.
talking about
Yeah.
the Sowore
but I'm telling you
actions,
what you
and
have
you are
done
saying
is
that
bad.
is a useless man, that means you
I
don't know
know
what this guy,
he's a
the
useless
president,
man
is
to
saying.
me. He's a useless man to me.
And who are you? Who is not
Wait,
you?
let's
Who
talk
is not
about the
you?
natural resources because I have
He's a
something to say
useless
about
man
that.
to me. That is my
Who is
opinion.
not you,
Can
Thomas?
we
Who is
move
not you,
on?
I
Thomas?
Can
don't
we
Who is
move
Folly,
you?
on?
please. Folly, please. It's
Can
my
we move
opinion.
on?
I
It's
I have
also my
something to
opinion. I'm
say.
asking you a question. Who is not you?
Folly,
don't want.
Folly,
I
I don't
have
know.
something to
Folly,
say
I don't
about
know.
the natural
Yeah,
resources.
let's
I
move
want to
on,
talk
please.
about that.
Folly. So
Um,
continue asking your questions.
here's what I have
Let's talk
about the
back to what.
natural resources.
Hold on,
Okay.
everybody, hold on. Ajale Koko, round it off. Má bínú pé mo cut me off. Come on now. Sowore is a public figure. What are you talking about?
His children
Well,
are not.
I think I want to be on the side of Patrick.
Yeah, I know now. You are a Sowore person. You be on the
But I'm
side
not a
of
Sowore
Patrick.
person, so
But Patrick is not a Sowore person now.
But you are a Sowore person.
Okay, so I think what Patrick is saying is that you can go after Sowore if you like, but his wife that went through. We saw what that woman. I mean, we don't know what that woman has went through for how many years now that Sowore has been detained in Nigeria, and for you to go after her and the family.
Yeah, still on bed.
I mean,
Can you tell me how I go after her?
Okay,
Eh?
Okude Kato.
Baba, I didn't go after her. I've never go after her.
Ajani Oko, let me give you an example. That's why we have
Yeah,
to be
I
careful
can't
with
hear
this
you.
platform. I
Your
do a
voice is fine.
business. I run a business on part-time. So there was one time I went
Yes,
for my
I can hear
business.
you.
Can you hear me?
Who is
I
that?
do a business on
Foley,
part-time.
can you please mute yourself?
I do a business on part-time. And there was a time I went for my part-time business here. So I was talking to a client. The client didn't see my face. He said, "This your voice is familiar." He said, "Do you come up on one-man show?" You understand? In this Calgary. I thought it was only me and Ola that used to be Calgary people. He said, "This your voice look familiar." He said, "Do you come up on one-man show?" I said, "Yes." He said, "You are Patrick." So you see, just with the voice, he was able to recognize me in this same town. So what we say about ourselves and about other people is very important. And because of this platform, you need to see the reception, the way the guy attended to me. Apart from the business, gave me drinks, since that time we have built relationship, been chatting and stuff like that. Not knowing that he doesn't even live, he lives very close to my house here. So we should be careful the kind of things we say about others and about, you understand? We should not just say things and say, that's my opinion. If you are right, you have a right to express your opinion. But if your opinion is so foolish or is wrong, then if you and you lay
Patrick,
claim
you are
to
going
it,
too far now. You are
I'm
going
not
too
no,
far
I say
now.
if your
No,
opinion,
you are
I'm
going
not saying
too
your
far
opinion
now.
is
Please,
foolish.
can
I'm saying
we
if your opinion
please
is
round it
so
off,
foolish.
please? No. You can't
No,
you can't be insulting me here. I have the power to take you off. You can't be insulting me. Yeah, Ajale Koko, round it off.
Okay, I think Pius, Thomas. Come on, Suru. Suru. Patience pays. So we are not perfect. Sometimes you will say something that is wrong, and people around us have the responsibility to correct us. And it is always good to take the correction. So I think what Patrick is trying to do is just to caution you and not to go after you. You are looking at it as if he's going after you, trying to, disrespect you or talk somehow to you that you don't like. But I don't think so. I think it's just trying to caution you that, take it easy. Don't talk like that next time. And it was
But
making
Ajale
it
Koko,
was
Ajale, can you reference how I disrespect the wife? Have I done that?
Well,
the last time we were just doing banter that Sowore left his wife, and everybody we just joke about it then. That was done. Have I ever say anything today insulting his wife?
I think is what Patrick is trying to tell you is that don't bring in anything that relates to his wife. Leave that woman alone with her own. She doesn't participate in politics with us. She just focus on the children, and don't let us bring her into Sowore's matter. Let's go after Sowore.
But we can bring Tinubu's wife into the matter. Are we doing double standard here? We can bring Sheyi Tinubu, we can insult Sheyi Tinubu, we can insult Yaloja, we can insult those ones.
Hold on.
I have never insulted his family. I've never.
Well, other people.
Am I not allowed to insult Sowore? He's a politician. He's a public figure.
Thomas.
Yes, but
Thomas.
What?
Let's see this way. Baba,
let me land.
Please. Let's see this way. As a businessman,
Let Ajale Koko land. Let Ajale Koko land, please. Let Ajale Koko land.
So, Thomas. So, Sowore wife does not participate in politics with us. Remi Tinubu participates. She's a politician like her husband. So if people go after her sometimes with her husband, people could be right. And you can see Sheyi too. With her father campaigning, and they are doing things together. So on their own side is different from that of Sowore Destiny, whose wife does not even live in Nigeria, whose wife does not even, a lot of us does not even know the wife. I've seen her picture before. If I should meet her tomorrow, I may just look at the face that, this face, it looks like I know her somewhere. I might not quickly remember that it's Sowore's wife. So, but I think what Patrick is doing, don't see it as if he's talking to you in such a way that sounds disrespect, but it's just telling you, let us not bring our politician wife or family into, the matter of discussion here.
Into public space.
Yes. So that is what it's just trying to
Baba,
do. So,
do you know my
don't look at
challenge?
it. Yeah.
Sorry to cut you. You know my challenge.
Yeah.
Can you imagine a mother of children whose husband is not dead and who is not divorced? That woman is a single mother now, taking care of those children without their father.
You don't go through on psychological. It's a huge psychological.
That woman she must have been Sowore as an activist, yes, but I'm sure she didn't bargain for this. This is the age those children need their mothers. Their father. I'm sure.
Patrick. The difference. Let me tell you this. If you travel, and they know that it's not as if you are locked. It's not as if you are locked. They know that even if you don't come back in the next 2 years, that anytime you want to come back, you can come back. But this one that they don't even have a
don't even know.
No, exactly. It's a different thing.
And they are reading the news. It's going to court. Is this? You understand? And that woman is single-handedly, as a single mother, training those children.
We knew what happened to Nelson Mandela's family now.
And we saw what the wife did when they locked him up. She have to go and get a U.S. senator to stand up. Fernandez, the senator in New Jersey, in their district, to come and stand up and fight for her husband. So
the woman is going through a lot. So
sorry. Are you blaming Showore for not able to travel?
No, we are not. We are just talking about trying to appreciate what the woman is going through.
The question,
we appreciate the woman, but are you now condemning? Are you now condemning Showore's action?
Folly, wait.
No, Foley.
What Thomas is saying? What Thomas is saying, get Thomas also. What he's saying is that can't the wife come to Nigeria? At least they can be visiting. It's not as if so is a free man. He's a free man in Nigeria.
Are you aware they killed Showore's brother?
They will not kill the wife. Nobody will kill the wife.
How do you know?
We take this thing too far. Nobody will kill the wife.
How do you know?
If they will kill the wife, they will have killed himself. Now.
No. Let me tell you.
She will wait until they kill the wife.
Yes, that's what we don't want to take. We don't want to take that risk.
If anything happened to that woman, let's even say that woman is not. If that woman is sick today and dies, how do you think those children will survive? You see,
we don't want to take that risk at all.
Visit that woman. If that woman is sick today and
he can sneak to Nigeria the way Babajaye could sneak to Nigeria and came back now. He will not tell anybody.
Well, I gotta go. What's this guy saying? Baba, do you sneak it? Do you sneak to Nigeria?
I say money. Babajaye kò yọ wọ Nigeria ni. Ó yọ wọ Nigeria ọjọ́ jáde. Ìgbà tó wá dé náà he went as a tourist.
So we should not.
One man, not your idea. One man, where is Babajaye Kunanu? Babajaye is on vacation. He's on vacation. Not to know that the man is on the street of Lagos. Interviewed the poverty in Nigeria.
Well, to me, I will not blame Showore's action for leaving America, coming here to come and be speaking for the masses, okay? And I will not really put that blame on him. It's only we have a demon in place. Even the case that actually hold his passport for, none of them has ever come out and even do the trial since almost 4 years. So that shows that there is no what's it called, a justice here. We don't have judiciary that actually represents what people are. They just want to keep that guy here. And I don't know his offense. I don't know why they are doing what they are doing. But instead of us seeing what he's doing as if somebody is actually trying to represent what we can say, what we can do, and somebody is doing it for us, we need someone to confront these people. We need someone to confront them. And somebody is doing it for us. And the system is fighting him, fighting the same person back. And yet we did not appreciate it. Calling him a useless man here is to me is not it at all. It's not it at all for me. It's the kind of sacrifice I think everybody should make for his country.
I think we have discussed this thing enough. So let us let it go like that. Let's have another discussion, please. It's okay.
So what resources do you have in your village, Oga?
You mean my own village?
Yeah, your own village.
Good now.
We have granite. That's the only thing we have.
Yes.
We have granite. Only granite.
Human resources.
Human resources. That's good.
They have human resources. Any forest.
You know, God really blessed that country. Look at him now. Simba said they have granite. Adewale in his own village have
Tamale.
Tamalin.
In my own village, we have gold.
We have limestone.
Limestone, yeah.
For God's sake, see how we are blessed. And
in my own village, we have gold.
Do you know my challenge now? I was
Oh
I
God.
was watching a documentary on coal bath. This thing they use for batteries for electric cars and all the stuff. The illegal mining activity in DRC is destroying the agricultural life in DRC. And you know, in Nigeria, most of these minerals
Are you
are.
talking about agriculture? It's causing a lot of deforestation.
Let's even start from there. You know, most of the mineral resources that we have in this country, a large portion of them is present in the north. And that's where our food comes from. If mining is not curbed in that north, we might not be having food to eat again. No? If
And
illegal mining is
Um,
allowed to go on, or if we start exploiting those resources without adequate environmental measure, we might not have food again.
and with the rising cost of living, with the devaluation of our currency, and insecurity on the rise,
We should not even
Allah
mind.
ló mọ nǹkan tó máa ṣẹlẹ̀ sí gbogbo Africa yẹn mi.
We should
I
not
don't
mind.
know,
Our
man.
problem still lies on leadership.
I agree with you.
Our problem still lies on leadership.
I
We
think
have
our
leaders who
leaders,
want to come to that power to just come and make money, not come and
yeah,
do something
they don't even know
serious.
what they are doing. Sincerely, I
They
support
just want to come
Tinubu
there. They see politics as where they come to enrich themselves and
to
their family and
practice. They are
their
just
friends.
Let me tell you why. I have a friend who is a pharmacist. This guy was working for one of these multinational pharmaceutical company. That was when I got to know him. He used to come to my hospital to advertise. Then all of a sudden, he said he wanted to join politics in Oyo State, especially in Okego. And this guy resigned from his work, and all the money that he has raised in millions, he invested. He wanted to go for House of Representative. At the end of the day, they asked. They was actually pushed aside. But this last time I went, I said, "Why are you still doing politics?" Because that was 2019. He said, yes, he's still interested that the money that he invested, that he has not gotten it back. So
Yes.
you see, you can see, and this guy now, he is one of the followers now. Is one of our people that you call followers now that be criticizing the government because it's not in government now. But what do you expect of this? Because you call it, what is the difference between a follower and a leader? Because all of a sudden, if you win the contest for an election and you win, then you become a leader.
Can I say something? I think the way we are looking at it, I actually don't look at it like that. Because for example, the politicians that you're saying, especially they go to either House of Rep or to become senators. All they're there to do is to create laws. Now, you now have ministries. So you have the Ministry for Natural Resources, you have Ministry for Road and Transportation, you have different ministries. Those, they're not politicians. They're there. They work 9 to 5 to keep the Nigerian state in order. So because everybody's not doing their job, because I hate when we just if you want to blame problem of Nigeria now, the first person you go to is Tinubu. But you remember that if you have anything that's going wrong with civil in Nigeria, you have the police. They're supposed to make sure that you follow traffic, you do the right thing. So and if you have anything that has to do with maybe housing and stuff, you have those ministry in place. So directly saying politician, I think we are just passing blames around. So now I want to talk about natural resources. We do have a ministry, but I think that the problem that we have is this. First of all, if you're saying some foreigners come to mine maybe gold or silver or cobalt or lithium or
Or whatever.
for example, you have to ask yourself, that land, does Nigeria have technology to determine that there's a oil, there's any mineral resources in that specific land. Because first of all, if we have a ministry for that and they can determine that, there's no way a foreigner would just give you a cheap change to come to your land and do whatever. And you have to understand, mining is a process. You mine something. If you mine a gold from ground, it's not really gold. It has to go through a process to become that specific metal. So what it is all these people that you're saying they're selling land for sheep, or the kings, those people that you're calling thieves, they don't know what it is. Or they tell the people that will come to them that discover it, because we don't have the technology. We do have the ministries, but they're not functioning. I mean, we are passing laws.
Oriade, let me explain something to you. Maybe you didn't school in Nigeria. All these things, they have done the mapping and survey of Nigeria, and the federal government and even the state government knows where all these minerals exist in Nigeria. It's not as if they don't know.
But
the people that are coming for mining, they are not the one that did the geological survey to know that this thing exists. In primary school and secondary school, we were taught about minerals, and in fact, those are the questions they used to ask us.
Were you taught lithium? Because I went to primary school in Nigeria and secondary school. Were you taught lithium? Were you taught the rare minerals? Were you taught that?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
We don't know that. We don't.
We know. I'm telling you, Oriade. In fact, that time we used to okay, there's tin and colobyte in Jos, there's coal in Enugu, there's limestone in Shagamu, and there's this. Those are the questions they used to ask us those days.
Yeah, but we don't have anything. So, for example, now, do we?
So for all those things that have been documented, Oriade, it means that the government knew where all these minerals existed.
But then, do we know that cobalt can be used for car batteries? Do we know that?
Now that you know, sir. Now that you know.
Wait, now that you know. How do you know? How do you know?
For them to know that this is a valuable mineral, Oriade,
my brother,
I don't think there is any minerals.
Now that we know, we need a leader.
Just knew. So what's the issue? What are you trying to argue now? Even the West just knew that you could use cobalt to extend the life of your battery.
Yeah, they have to do a research to be able to determine that.
Research can come from anywhere.
Now that they know,
can come from anywhere.
Yeah, but it can come from anywhere. But the people that first has it, they will take advantage of all the people that have no knowledge of it, which is what they're doing.
It's not necessary. It's not necessary.
What do you mean? What's not necessary?
It's not necessary for them to take advantage of it. It's only if you allow it.
Do you know
if you allow it to happen?
Wait, 10 years ago, what do you know that you can do with cobalt? What do you know? Or
now that we know, what do we do with it?
You know? You don't even know how to refine it. You don't know how to turn it into battery. You have no idea.
Now, why do you? Why can't you? Wait.
Why are you choosing Oriade? Why are you choosing cobalt? What about gold? That one has been in the knowing for centuries. What about limestone? What about those other ones?
We knew about gold before them. We knew about gold before them.
Okay. Do you realize the interview that Fowl's dad had recently? He just told us that there's some land where their farmers were on those land, and they don't know that gold was on that land until some people they came and start mining gold from that land, and they decide that they only want to give that man 150,000 before the man now came to them.
Is a farmer now.
Yeah, but you just told me that they map all Nigerian land and they can tell where gold are. How come they didn't know? How come they didn't know that?
Let me respond to you. You see, when you do the geophysical mapping of Nigeria, all the mineral map of Nigeria, they are in solid mineral. Yeah, in solid mixture of solid mineral. It does not mean that you will not still continue to discover things. Even in the West, they still discover new things now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So how
But
come
it's not discovered by
hold
us.
on,
It's by
but
them.
how
We
come
don't
they
have the
give them the
technology.
No.
I don't know your
So
I don't know where you
you
are.
want to tell me that one Chinese that will come and be doing geopolitical mapping for us and be getting our
They have
minerals?
satellites. That's exactly what you just said now.
But
Shows
that
me
they
that you
found
don't
out does
know
not
how
make it
this
their
thing
own. And
works.
it doesn't
They
mean
have
it belongs to
satellites
them.
that's going around the everywhere to discover things, new things. They have.
But let me tell you, Oriade, before these people came and started this mining, the one that they are doing in Elisha, I right from when I started as a credo, I knew that there was this thing, gold in Elisha. So you cannot tell me that it's their satellite that discovered that. We knew right from only God knows, the time we knew that
Let
there
me
was
give you a
tin
good
and
example.
colobite in Jos.
But you
A
know
good
that
example.
raw material does not become gold immediately. They have to go through a
Simba,
process.
a good example you can relate with. A patient came to you for CT scan, pregnancy. You did the scan, pregnancy scan, no necessarily, you understand? And you discover there is baby there. Does that make it your own baby?
Yeah, it doesn't make it your own baby.
It doesn't make it
Yeah,
your
but you
baby.
have the
And
technology to
if you are
discover
the
it.
doctor, you even have the technology to help the woman to deliver successfully. Does it make it your baby?
No, it doesn't.
So, but that's what you are saying.
Yeah, no. That's not what I'm saying. Okay, so it doesn't make it my baby, but the baby can become the doctor's if we decided that, okay, I want to manipulate the DNA test.
The
That's
baby
what
will
I'm
become
saying.
doctor's own.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is this: the only reason why they're able to manipulate those people in charge now is the fact that we don't. One, I don't think we really understand the type of mineral resources we have, what it can become. Two, because the raw material is what they're actually taking out. So it has to go through a refining process. So those things make them not to know the value of what is there. Because if I'm telling someone that, there's a gold here, yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
I'm listening.
the thing is, I think I've been listening to some of our comments, and sometimes I think we underrate the information that we have in our ministries. I mean, we underrate the informations that are in the hands of civil servants working in these ministries. The truth is, when it comes to exploration, they capture the when they are doing all this geopolitical mapping, they don't go specific on, this land is where the gold is. They capture like a large expanse of the region and say, we project that there's this amount of gas reserves, amount of oil reserves, amount of mineral resources deposited within this geopolitical mapping. And with that's what gives, maybe when they give license to all these companies to actually explore and mine these resources. As these companies,
Wait. From what
they
you
will
just
have
said,
to
they don't
go.
give them license. They're
Yeah,
stealing it. Don't say
yeah.
they give them license. They're stealing these things. We all
They
know.
give them license. Some of them are
Who?
like, hold on. Some of them are licensed. Some of them are licensed. You can't tell me that in Zamfara, some of them are licensed. Some of them are not licensed. I understand that. I understand that it's illegal.
Ekiti has licensed this guy now.
For with in Nigeria. That's it. So you can't tell me, even if it's a purported counterfeit illegal mining. And if you say they are not licensed, who told you they are not licensed? Some of them can go
Okay.
as high as getting it for a cheap.
So why are we
on a cheap
blaming the
level instead of
government?
paying.
So why don't we
government.
blame those ministry? You
What's
just told me now that the ministry know these things. So why are we blaming the government? Why don't we go directly to
Yes.
those ministries and jail all of them? Because they know about this. If what you're saying is right,
So the
they
ministries,
have the mapping.
the head of those ministries,
You
the head
know
of those ministries
why
are a
we have to
projection from
blame
the
the
presidency.
government,
Like
Oriola.
everybody knows now that the last president we had was really, really, he didn't do well. He didn't do well
What about the
when it comes
last
to
two?
managing
What about the
other
last two?
aspects of.
Oriola, you know why we have to blame the government? is because
The last two,
federal
the
government,
last two, the last.
federal government own all natural resources in that country. Every natural resources in that country belongs to federal government of Nigeria. So, but when you have a situation where some people are looting it at you know, for free like that, that should tell you that the government failed in protecting
Yeah.
the resources of the country.
But the people in ministry, they're the eye
Babajale
of the federal government. How
What are you
come they're
talking about?
not
What is the
doing
people
the
in the
job?
ministry? Stop this thing. What do you mean by people in the ministry? Government agency is government.
Babajale Kuku.
Yes.
Babajale Kuku.
Yes.
Let's be honest with ourselves. And I will do it. Do you know that most politicians are corrupt, right? But the people that help them more to be more corrupt are the civil servants in those ministries. It will shock you that some of those civil servants are the ones sending their children abroad, also having a lot of houses, a lot of properties, more than their salaries. We will not talk about that. If a politician wants to.
Have you dropped?
You are breaking. Ajale Kuku, continue.
Politicians have
So,
conquered it.
so look, the civil servant.
No, politicians conquer them,
What?
but the thing is, the people that do the dirty job are these guys. Politicians
Hold
say,
on.
"Oh,
They
we want
act.
to. How do we navigate?" We tell you,
They act under the supervision of the politician. They follow the directive of the politician. There is nothing that they are doing that politician doesn't know.
So the senators, the House of Rep are the
So
thief,
let me
right?
tell you this. Let me tell you this. That
Mr.
area.
Surround blames too much.
Hold on.
Let me tell you one
Those
thing.
villages
Sorry,
where they
let
are
me tell you one
looting
thing for
those
this guy.
limestone and those gold. Do you want to tell me a politician does not exist in that local government or those villages?
Ajale Oko. Let me tell you what Solomon Foley is trying to say. You know, these politicians, they come and they go maybe after 4 years or after 8 years. They appoint them new. When they get there, it is those civil servants that will tell them, Oga, Bashen Shembi Niyo. This is how they do it.
Ìgbà
If
tó
you
mọ̀ pé
want
òun náà fẹ́ wá
money,
jalè,
that's the
wọn ò dẹ̀ fẹ́ kó
problem.
di àwọn lọ́wọ́ mú. Kọ́wọ́ bá wọwọ́, kí gbogbo ẹ̀ bá lè lọ.
So politicians assign the ministry, the people that work in the ministry. That's what you're saying.
All of them.
Okay.
I think Tinubu might not be able to do anything.
All right. So we're in soup. We can't go
We are
anywhere.
in real soup, because I look at all the people he appointed. Now that I saw the portfolio, I just shook my head. Sincerely.
No, it's good though.
How can you put that Ibadan guy in power? Power is one of the most critical issues that we have in Nigeria. Sure, with the removal of subsidy, if you're able to ensure power, you must have cost our reliance on fuel by almost half. And you are putting that man there. Who thinks like that?
But Patisco, I think it's this managerial and administrative skill that really matter. Don't
That
you
guy
think so?
can do nothing power. I can bet you.
I think we need to give them that time.
Patoski, what do you expect him to do now that power has been deregulated, or how will I put it, that the state? So does it really have much to do if the state can take it on their own? Why do you expect federal government to still invest so much in power?
These are things. You create an environment for the state to be able to deploy those capacity. You need someone as intelligent as Wale Edun. Somebody as
Wait, I kind of disagree with the way you're going with power, because to be honest with you, power in Nigeria you can't have 100% power in Nigeria for at least 20 years.
No, why?
I will explain it to you. So basically, you need so let me use a state that let's use Texas for example. Texas is about size of Nigeria. The breakdown of how many households we have in Nigeria and how many industrial complex hospital would determine how many like megawatts of electricity we need. In that country, we only generate 11,000 or 13. And if you have population of 2 million, so that's about, let's say, 50 million household, you're going to need, I'm using a size of Texas, for example, that has up to like 200,000 megawatts. And we only generate, how much do we generate in Nigeria?
We generate
as of right now?
4,000. 4,000.
So in order for us to get to that point, it's going to take some time. You don't
Are
need
you saying it's
government,
impossible?
just government. You need
Are you saying it
you
is
need solar,
impossible?
you need wind, you need nuclear, you need hydropower, you need everything to come
So
on
you
board.
have just solved the problem. You have just solved the problem. You know what the problem is, and you know how to approach it. But we need someone with the political will to do all these things you have just said.
Why?
And
Why do
and
we
it's not
depend on
necessary.
police?
And it's
Let me tell you, in Nigeria, all these things that you are saying, people are doing it on their own. They are doing it on their own. So
What are they doing on their own? What are they doing on their own?
let me, you know, the problem with Nigeria is we don't have a way of actually having the normal, I mean, the real statistics of what we have. The amount of power generated in Nigeria cannot be captured.
What do you
Let me give
mean?
you
I
for
don't
example.
understand.
Let me give you for example. A lot of people are using solar in Nigeria now. Those ones
yeah,
are not captured.
Yeah, when I say no, that's not what we meant. So when we say solar, it's more like, you know how you generate power from the dam, so you can generate maybe like close to 50,000 megawatts. So you will just have like a field, a long hectares. All you put there is just solar panel, and those whatever power you're recruited, you send it to the grid, so you can generate close to 100,000 megawatts just by having plots and plots of or hectares of land just full of that, and you can have hectares of land for wind turbine as well. That's what I meant. It's not like the roof.
You know, we can, if we want to do that in Nigeria, you know, the problem is that if we have the land that especially if you go to the core north, maybe somewhere in Yobe, all those Maduguri in the desert there, where you can put all those panels. But I can assure you, if you invest billions, Nigerians will go there and steal those things.
What? I don't
We need
believe
to
that.
put. You say you don't believe that. Can't you see the rail that they already removing the rails, the rail lines?
Yeah, but
They
yeah,
go and
I
check.
know. Yeah,
Go
but
and
you know
check
that.
Second Niger Bridge. Second Niger Bridge alone, they vandalized it.
Yeah, what type of security do they put in place after they have those
Do you
infrastructure?
have to put security in place to secure rail line?
You
In the
still
US where
need
you
it
are, do they put security on rail lines?
Exactly.
Wait, you still need, I believe. Wait,
Your
we know who
bridges in
we
the
are.
US, do they
Wait, you
put
can't
security there?
But wait, you are, see, that's the thing. We know who we are. A lot of people are still starving. A lot of people are criminal minded. This is stuff that we have to. I mean, I'm definitely sure you probably have house in Nigeria. Don't you have gatekeepers? Or you don't have, you know who you're dealing with. So you have to make sure you put good preventive measures in place.
Simba, do you know the problem I think we have? One of the problems we have in Nigeria is how to manage data and how to capture identities. We should capture identities. For example, look at transformers or vehicles. They have identities. If you steal a car today and the car is reported stolen with its VIN number, you cannot sell that car as a whole. You understand what I'm saying? You cannot sell
Yes.
that car as a whole because it has an identity. The same thing with transformers. They say, at times when they say they steal transformers, I say, the person that stole it, where is he going to sell it?
You know, let me tell you, Patuski. In fact, now they don't steal. Now, all those things exist now. But what they do is that by the time they come to your transformer, they will not remove the whole transformer. They remove some certain parts that you just go and sell. You know, Nigeria, what we are good at, we are good at circumventing.
Who are they selling it to? Who are they selling them to? Because I'm definitely sure the people that put it there are the ones stealing it too.
No, they are selling it to any. They can. Do you know the challenge? They go, they remove that part and go and sell it in the open market because people sell transformers in open market without being licensed. How can you suddenly set up a show and say you want to be selling transformer? No license.
Yeah, but why is Nigeria? Why do I need to buy transformer? Why?
No, you could even buy transformers.
For what?
One thing is,
guys, you are as the electrical engineer, you can buy transformer. Why not?
No, for what? Why do you need it? Because
But
I believe
what Toriade is saying is that it's not it's not the individual responsibility. It's supposed to be a company thing.
But Oriade, what you don't know, all those banks you see, those transformer in those banks, they own the transformer themselves.
Because
but that is abnormal.
Yeah, but
that is abnormal.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. That don't happen in the normal life. Why do they need to buy their own transformer?
Let me tell you this. I am into that. I know what I'm saying. That is my job.
You are into selling transformer.
You're not getting,
no.
Engineer.
The guys are
electrical engineer.
Are you among the people that are selling our transformer?
Come on, Simba now. Engineer, that's what I'm saying.
Wait,
in the transformer, there's 4 lines. They can give a bank a line in the transformer, and the transformer blew off. Do you expect the bank to be in darkness?
Wait,
that's why you can have your transformer.
The company is supposed to be the one that will isolate the bank and give them the transformer, not the resolution of the bank to go and buy. They are paying for the electricity now.
Yes, the power authority should be in charge of those
Simba,
things.
let me interject you on that. Let me interject you. Oriola, Nigeria is not on markets. It's not a licensed market. Look at, for instance, drugs. Look at the number of Igbo people that even they find it difficult to have a proper business registration, bringing in chemicals to produce drugs and all of that. So the thing is, the problem is if you decide to say, no, I know that. I know, but look at it. Nigerians don't like regulations because they feel there will be.
That's because you don't enforce
for ministries to exalt. No, it's not enforcement. It's because ministries will have to, take advantage of that in getting more revenue from you. You pay more to get license.
Let me give you an example how
don't see value for getting license.
Right. Let me give you an example how this thing can be enforced. So let's say, for example, I have a kid. By law, I should get birth certificate, and by the time that kid would go to begin school, need identification card. Meaning, if I want to register my kid to a school, they need to request for identification card or NIN. If I have to go to the hospital, just like everybody that live abroad, you know that they will have to request for those things. Why wouldn't you go ahead and get it? That's some things, like the loophole is way too much. Like, if to say, for you to drive a car, you must have driving license. For you to go to the drugstore and buy alcohol, you have to show your driving license or your photo ID. If you have to, I just feel like there's some things that if you enforce it, that okay, you're going to college, you need your NIN and your photo ID. That means everybody will go and get their stuff because they know there's nothing they can do in Nigeria without their NIN and their photo ID. That means it's enforced. if you want to set up a bank account, you need your NIN and your photo ID. So that means I have to get my photo ID. I have to have it since.
Actually, that's what they are doing now. That's what they are doing now.
Yeah. So even if I want government
If you need,
free money,
if you want to do anything in Nigeria now, if you want to open a bank account, if you want to buy ordinary SIM card, if you want to do, if you want to register for JAMB, if you want to register for WAEC and all those things, you
even
need
go
your
to
NIN.
hospital, you need it. That means they will be able to count everybody.
Even if you want to get international passport in Nigeria now, you need NIN.
Yeah, I'm dealing with that myself.
Simba, Oriola, it is good for people that are coming. What about people that are in the system that are above that already? So now we have a lot of people, big people that are already doing cash business. What I mean is, look at, okay, if you say that those kind of regulations, people that are upcoming people that are coming up, they can easily capture them. What about people that are already in our ministries, that they already changed their age? They already changed.
So don't they use the hospital? Don't they go to
their ages and all of that? And
but they go to the hospital. They use some of their kids goes to their primary school. They go to school. They still need it. They need it to go to those places. I mean, the thing is, you have to make it hard for them that there's nothing you can do in Nigeria. Even you need it. So that means
AY. They know what to do if they want to actually get all those people. Let me give, for example, there was a time in Osun State, and Aregbesola knew that some people have falsified their age in order not to prolong their retirement age. You know what he did? He said everyone should go and bring their primary school certificate. Hello?
Wow.
Yeah.
So he will use that one to he can use that one to know the actual age of everybody. If you claim that you finished primary school at this age, then why are you now at this age? You understand?
Wait, what I'm saying is this: before you get your NIN, they will request for your birth certificate, and your maybe photo ID. And before you get your photo ID, you also need your birth certificate. So that means all those problems will be solved already. You don't have to go worry about all of those later on. If you understand what I mean, like, you will make it so easy that if I want my NIN, they will say, okay, where's your birth certificate? I need to see it. And your other information. Those things solve problem, like it erase like loophole when it gets to above. Like, I understand people will change their age, but it means that whatever age you use for your photo ID, to collect your photo ID, which is maybe your driver license, and your NIN should be the same thing. That's a way to, like, crunch all this problem. Of course, this problem will be there, but if they can make a little bit.
You should know that Nigeria, the problem with Nigeria is not really the technology, it's the human factor, and there needs to be national reorientation. Every government policy at every point in time, people are looking to exploit people. Every advantage, if you see most Nigerian in any advantageous position, what they are looking for is a way to exploit people.
Why you're always
and that is the problem. I think that's
you're always going to have that. The thing that you want to do is to make sure that even if you're going to have people that will exploit, will be minimum. You can't solve all the problem. We don't need to solve it. If we're getting 60% to 80% accuracy, we are good. We don't need 100%. As long as majority of Nigeria is doing it, but now we trickled it down to just about 10 to 20%. We don't need to solve every problem. If you want to solve all the problems, you will never go anywhere. We don't need to put it at 0%. We just
I think one of those things that is affecting people is consequence of any actions. People do things and got free. and just do it freely and without any consequence on it. If you can have like each offices, like we have like three directors as a safeguards in their offices, I think others will sit tight. They will know that this is what this also person did at also time, and these are the repercussions. But when people are doing things in a system,
fully, for instance, now investigations are revealing that Emefiele is not the only culprit. Now they've arrested the former MD of Nigerian Security and Meeting Company, where they print money, naira.
Okay.
Because he resigned shortly, then he moved to that is where they disbursed the loan, all those anchor borrowers and all those grants that were already
okay.
Now look at the way everything is going. The more you look, the more alarmed you are at the rate of criminality that is embedded in the Nigerian system. So I just feel
everybody in that country is criminal. If me too, I go there, I'll join them.
No, I'm not. I'm in the country. I'm not a criminal.
Well, no, okay. Let me explain what I meant. So if you go somewhere, there's a line. You are willing to jump the line because a lot of people do it. They will not.
I don't do that.
Follow the well. Maybe of course, there's always anomaly where we have maybe 1 or 2% will be doing things like this.
For yourself. Somebody has.
I didn't do it anyway.
So you never jumped the line before. You always obey everything. So you obey the traffic light as well.
Definitely.
Okay, yeah, good. But you are one of
let me tell you something. That was a day that me and my brother actually
but don't mind Foley. Foley is a saint. Is that what you are claiming? That you are a saint?
No, wait. At least when you are talking about, I'm not saying I'm a saint, but I'm telling you what I'm not capable of doing and what I'm capable of doing.
Have you ever paid bribery to police before?
I would never do that.
Okay,
I will have,
so
I'll make sure my paper is complete.
You are normally because majority of us, even me, if I go to Nigeria,
because I can't even stand police harassing me.
Just let me go, I will do it.
I can't even stand it when police harassing me. I don't have the temperament, but I will make sure that I have my paper in place.
Oh yeah, but you still know that sometimes they will still want something for the boys.
That's why I have I raise my hand. That's why I will raise my hand down there.
Okay.
Because I know I'm not doing anything wrong.
Which is the way we should be doing. I know this is the way you should be, but you know, like a lot of people don't, especially if people that come from abroad, they don't even have the time. If they say give them this, they will give them, which means they're contributing to that criminality.
Let me just tell you a story about me and my brother. One day we are coming from hospital, and we have traffic lights red, but the road is free. My brother actually want me to just go, and I parked. Do you know this guy dropped inside my car and joined taxi?
What?
He said he cannot accept me doing that beside him, but I'm not the only one driving on that road. That people are passing now. Why am I thinking that my own is different?
Yeah, that's the problem.
This is the country we find ourselves.
Yeah, let me tell you a story. When I visited Nigeria 2019, and there was a traffic light. We had the zebra crossing. All the cars, I was expecting them to stop because I've been waiting. There was a red light, so it's time for me to go. And everybody wants to start moving. You know what I did? I stood at the middle of that zebra crossing, and I tell them, look at the light. No one is going here until it turns green. And I stood there, and everybody they were cursing. I said no.
And they'll be looking at you and say, like saying,
they were like, with this,
who is this person? Is he a same person? They'll be looking like someone who doesn't know what he's doing. And that is a normal thing.
It was strange to me because I was expecting
they will tell you that you are sick.
They told me,
yes,
I know.
That's the space we find ourselves. Even the car behind you will be blowing on. The car behind you will be blowing on. And it's in the red light.
Everybody did. I stood there. So I was like,
I know these things happen. That's why whatever we are saying something, people don't believe that there are still people in this country who actually want things to happen in a normal way, who are not ready to even boycott anything.
Yeah, but
that we still have them. We still have people like that. But the number are few.
maybe like 0.0% of
On
people have
something, the
that
number of
temperament.
yeah.
Because I believe that even me that I'm saying this, at one point I went somewhere and this security doesn't want, like, he doesn't want us to take the slide door to where we're going. You want us to take the correct place. I had to even give him money so I can take that route because I didn't want to go ahead and take the other place because it's too far. See, I'm one of the problem as well because I should know where I need to go instead of me having to bribe someone to go through that route. So we ourselves are one of the problem too. Like, even though I was able to like be able to let people know, oh, those traffic lights you can't go, but at one point I can't even hold my thing because I just feel like this is how everybody does, so I just joined them.
Like now, I was actually reading a comment here, and I was a guy who sees, or what was the name, that was saying that I'm a frustrated Nigerian that should go and look for what to do. In his mind, he actually believes that he's better than me, that he lives better than me. In his mind, because I'm complaining about the system, but in his mind now, he believes that
Somebody is commenting in the comment section, abusing you like that.
Yes.
No, that's how they behave now.
No, he believes in his mind that he's better than me. I actually go to his Facebook account to know who that guy is. I know it's all this. I know it's a Tinubu, all these people that carry Tinubu on their head. I saw his profile. I tried to check whatever the guy actually represents. I know it is not. I just see that kind of person as they are not the kind of person that I want to engage. I want to engage in communication with. I don't want to have issue with them.
But like I said, if we can get the system to work at least 60 to 80%, that would be good enough, because it can never be 100%. There will still be some people that have crazy head. They won't care. They will still want to do things the way it is. Like, they won't want to keep it. But if we can have at least 60% to 80% of the population to think otherwise, to do things the right way, and make it hard
Oriola,
for them.
I agree with you totally. But we need our institutions to work very well.
Yes, thank you.
Because if our institutions are not working very well, whatever infrastructure or whatever thing that we put in place will never work. People will vandalize, they will do a lot of things. And that was why when people were talking about this oil subsidy, and they say that they should fight the corruption, I just look at it, I say, who do you want to fight? Is it the importers, or even the filling station owner, or the police, or the immigration, or the custom? For who? Where do you want to start from? Everybody is involved, and that is why. So the issue is the whole system is corrupt, and if you say, and that is why it's very difficult to fight corruption in Nigeria. I don't think it's something that anybody should engage and say you want to do. You can spend 80 years of your administration, you will not be able to achieve anything. I was talking with a Ghanaian 2 days ago, and I was asking, I said, how have been your president? And I made mention of Rawlings, because the way people talk about military people. He said, well, when Ronnie came in, that he killed a lot of people because of corruption. But that what happened before he left he said most of the people that work with him, they actually entrained that corruption more, even before he left his administration. So that he just killed those people for nothing. That his administration was as worse as those people that he killed.
Yeah, but the problem is,
he make an impact before he left.
But Zimba, Vin will come here. Our soldier from Ghana, he will be saying Ghana is a paradise.
No.
I have them here. There are Ghanaian nurses that are working with me here. And in fact, the first thing I asked her, I said, how is Ghana? She said Ghana is not good. That's why they are here. I said, why? He said that the cost of living in Ghana is, there was a time they had to remove 40 from their money.
Can you imagine?
And they removed 40 from their money around 2015 or 2016 now. So, and that time they started with 1 cedis to $1. But go and look at it today again, after like how many this thing now. He said that time they used to buy a loaf of bread in Ghana for 5,000 cedis. 5,000 cedis.
Can you imagine?
Yes. Now, he said when they now remove the 40, they were now buying it for 50 pence. But now, it's now 2,500, 2.5 cedis for a loaf of bread. You'll be looking at from 50 pence to 2.5. It's like you are talking about how many percentage increments?
But do you know we cannot blame what's it called, JJ Rawlings, for what he did? Because the guy actually starts well. He's not left for the system.
And he ended badly.
Wait,
no. Rawlings has never ended badly. Rawlings have never ended badly.
I'm telling you what, the problem we have in Nigeria. A Ghanaian is telling me that he ended badly. You in Nigeria, you say he didn't end badly. Why did you? So what is that? Where is that argument coming from?
Rawlings rules for 20 years, and this guy cannot even afford his wife hospital bill for 20 years.
Forget about those stories. Forget about those stories. Forget about those stories. Forget about those stories. Is that the way you judge the economy?
Do you please for us to know what Rawlings is? Can you try and go and read Rawlings' history and how the guy actually come to that position?
I'm telling you, if you want, you come here, you tell that any policy that does not have impact on the common man on the street. I'm telling you what the people or the Ghanaians are telling me. You are trying to dispute it. I say I should go and be reading. So which story do you want me to go and be reading?
No, I'm just sorry. I'm not trying to be what's it called here? I'm just telling you.
One thing I appreciate.
Do you know Rawlings as a president? Rawlings as a president. Actually encourage their farmers. Even himself will help them to carry cocoa during his own time as the president of that country. He tried to encourage them to go back to farm. And I didn't mean they've allowed that to happen. I didn't mean all of them were doing that thing then. Maybe by now they would have freed themselves from shortage of foods. As the president of a country, he will have to go and be carry things with them in their farm, just to encourage them. This guy will join those people who are drilling their railway lines, then working with them at the sites as the president of that country, military president for that matter. So he tried to do whatever he thinks a leader should do for that country.
Now, so what was the outcome?
It's not left for the system to. The problem is the system. Only one person cannot build a system. That's why the people of the same like mind needs to come together to build a system. The reason why we are facing what we are facing here is not like we don't have people in their home space here as leadership who really mean to do well. But the system is fighting them back as well. It's not allowing them to achieve anything. And those people too
are not really talking about the same thing. Folly, it's the same thing that we are talking about now.
We are saying the same thing, but we do not blame JJ Rawlings for his trying to make things happen during his own time. Even JJ Rawlings is not even ready to kill any one of them. But when he noticed that these people, wherever he wants to create anything meaningful, these people are blocking him. That's why he said you need house cleaning. After a year in office, he said, I think we need house cleaning. And that's why he go after them, because initially he just want to leave them to be doing their own thing, and he'll be doing his own thing. But whenever he's trying to do something, they try to block him. He said, we need house cleaning. That's why they go after them.
Folly, that is the same thing that happened in Nigeria in 1983. Rawlings, I think Rawlings came to around maybe 78 or 79 in Ghana.
Yeah.
That was when he came into power. And then that was actually because Nigeria and Ghana, we always have we have so many things in common.
Yes, everything in common.
When you see a coup in Nigeria, be expecting another one in Ghana.
Yeah. And do you remember this JJ Rawlings time? That was when all the Ghanaians that have run out of the country actually go back to
they came to Nigeria now. That was when they came to Nigeria now.
No. That's why they go back to their country.
No, Nigeria sent them back. It was the Diagbon people that sent them. They didn't went back willingly. We sent them packing.
I know the time that Ghanaians are ready to go home by themselves.
There was never a time they wanted to go home by themselves. Oh.
There are times. There was some times ago that Ghanaians are going back home by themselves. Nobody forced them. Then.
Maybe the remnants. Those are the ones that you're talking about. Because I remember when Buhari and Idi Agbon came in 1983, they were the one that asked them, they forced them, because we have a lot of them as our teachers in secondary school. You understand? In fact, majority of our teachers in secondary school that time were Ghanaians, and they forced them to leave Nigeria. In fact, most of them were weeping because the Ghana economy that time was so bad. You understand? That was why we know this bag that they called Ghana Must Go.
Yes.
So it was 1983-84. That was when they forced all of them to leave the country.
But it
was actually a retaliation of what they did to Nigerians in 1969 also, when the so-called Kotoka and Afirifa, the Ghanaian rulers, the military.
But now Nigerians are doing Nigeria Must Go now.
Because Ghana economy is actually worse than Nigerian economy now.
Well, I can't really say.
No, it's worse. So
if any economy was than Nigerian economy,
and check the inflation. Check their inflation rate.
Go and check their inflation rate. Go and check their cost of living. I was asking one yesterday, Foley, that how much is the fuel? If a liter of fuel in Ghana, she was telling me that it's about $1.5.
$1.5.
Yes, she converted it from cedis to dollar. Because that was the way I used to do.
Around 1.3.
So the cost of living, I have people that go to Ghana. And, so the problem that we have is that we always think that the situation, even go and check inflation rates in Egypt.
Even in China now.
So there is a lot of economic problem across the world now. So it's not only that it's only in Nigeria that we have problem. But the way we are looking at it is that as if Nigeria is the only country in the world that is the worst country in the planet.
Because we believe we can do better. Because we can
do better. I agree with you. But at the same time,
we are not the worst. We are not the worst.
And I think what is killing us here is because our leaders are actually living a kind of extravagant life. Like
their leaders also are living extravagant life. It's only Nigeria that the leaders are doing that.
Yes, that's why people are actually. We are actually living a kind of parallel stuff. We are not saying they should not enjoy their life, but not like when they were stealing what belongs to others to enrich themselves, to do things on their own. And people are actually living as if they are not here for the same cause that you are here for. Like being a leader, you have to be the one that will be enjoying the system.
Let me even bust your bubble. Yeah. I asked one of my Egyptian colleagues. I said, "How is Egypt now?" The guy shook his head. I said, "But you are the one that removed Mubarak now." He said that if they knew, they would have just leave that guy to continue. That their life was better under Mubarak than the guy that is there now.
Guys, so, we have to go. It's 9 hours. I have some meeting to catch up with.
Ọjọ́ wa bẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ ní a máa fẹjọ́ rẹ̀ sun wọn mà pé ó ń dúró lórí iṣẹ́ tó gbé fún ẹ.
Èmi mo kúkú wà ń bẹ̀ mo fi yín lẹ̀kẹ́ máa ṣe búlábàálù yín ni. A bá sọ̀rọ̀ sí wọn ní àǹbúyàwó ẹnìkan. So búyàwó ṣòwò rẹ èmi kàn wá concern ni pé it's no family oriented man. He can leave his wife and the family for that so long.
I think somebody asked him that question. Somebody asked him that question in an interview. He said his family and him is just one. He said millions of family need help in Nigeria.
Forget about that. Take care of your family first. Charity begins at home.
We can't just be living this kind of. We can't be living this life.
So, me as Thomas now.
Yeah,
I will leave my family and go and take care of Nigeria. What is Nigeria got to do with me?
That is if you see it as a cause. If it depends,
No.
everybody has
You
his
are
own.
irresponsible if you can leave your family into me.
Now,
That is my
okay,
opinion.
let me
You are
let me tell you.
irresponsible.
Sorry, I'm in Abuja now.
No, Folly. Let me say this too.
Yeah.
The guy did not design it like that too.
Yes.
It's circumstances that made it to look
That
like
make
this.
it happen. It stands for what is right. And the system fighting back.
Simba, circumstances make it, but he warrants the circumstances.
How?
He didn't know.
Folly, I don't want you to go to that part.
Stand for what is. Nobody stand for what is right.
If it mad his business, Nigerian government will not come after him.
Of us cannot joke now. Come on, we have to see the system as if it's a problem.
Thomas, you need such people in society.
I know. Can you fight the government? Have you seen anybody that fight the government?
We have people that are doing that all over the world. We have people that are doing that in every country.
You don't even fight the government.
That are doing that.
So
even the people that are willing to start about Folly.
What is their
Awolowo was in prison for several years.
What is their
Mandela was in prison for several years, and the South African people will never forget Mandela for what he did for them.
Okay, even Awolowo in the Southwest.
And that's what I'm saying. That Awolowo was in prison. They imprisoned him during Gowon regime.
We need people to stand for their people.
Exactly.
I can't stand. I will stand for my family first.
In every generation.
Don't mind Thomas. Thomas is not a patriotic citizen.
I will fight for my family first before fighting for Nigeria. I will stand for my family first.
Can you imagine?
I will stand for my family first before standing.
You will stay with mom and dad then and don't travel down.
Yeah, Motigbo. Even though Shura is fighting for the people appreciate him.
Yeah, no, that's why we are getting it wrong.
For him to be chased out of NSAS struggle.
All those ones.
Do they appreciate him?
No, all those ones. Okay, Thomas, I can send you a video where Tunde not actually called Showore to lead NSAS. You know, in that 5 minutes, that 45 seconds video that you saw, I have 5 minutes of it. That complete 5 minutes. The guy in question that actually in such a way, the guy came back, okay, and tell Showore that we are not actually asking you to go. We don't want Nigeria government to see it as your own battle. Okay,
like a political move.
Yes, he said, Baba, we appreciate what you are doing. Just be doing what you are doing for us in your house. We know how you are mobilizing for us. We know what you are doing, but just be doing it in your house. Don't be coming. We don't want them to tag the system as if you are the one forcing it. And I have the 5 minutes of that video, but people just pick the 45 seconds of it and started spreading it around. You know, this thing, Nigerian youth wouldn't have NSAS if somebody like Showore didn't come on board, because it was one that came out to actually ginger that thing out, that we can actually rise up against these people. And if not because of obese things that happened during 2023 election, things will have, I think we will have a movement now which we can be proud of, that okay, we are leading to somewhere.
Busy opportunity now.
So when I get back to when I get back to people like Rino, Aisha Yusuf, I know Aisha Yusuf, Rino, all those demented, those people that are not disturbing our social media space. So
no. You know what? That we're all coming out to come and protest does not mean we have the same agenda. Okay, we will have genuine one.
Now. You can't tell me the way Showore. What's the difference between the way Showore attacks Nigerian government and Aisha Yusuf, and the way they attack? It's similar style now. I don't see.
It's different.
That lady is looking for sympathy.
It's different.
That one.
if all of them actually stand for what Sowore stand for, they will not leave Sowore to go and join the Obi caucus. They will have known that this guy actually stand for what
Aisha Yusuf has cashed out. Oh, she's very rich now. She's not living in Nigeria again. She's not living in Nigeria again.
He just came back now. He just came back. She just came back now.
I told you. Foley, what is the capacity of?
Yeah.
Is only few people that have genuine mind. Genuine mind. Most of them, they are out for cash out and sympathy. Do you know how many big man that will have sent money to Aisha Yusufu? Do you know how much this lady has cashed out on Obi's head?
We know that. We cannot compare them with what Sowore carried. Sowore carry pure mind, not money, not position, just pure mind.
No, I can't. I don't. It's funny. It's not that I don't like Sowore. I like his movement, but I don't like Sowore himself. His movement makes sense, but him himself is what I don't like.
No, this
I don't get that. Why
you know
like
what
I
know what you don't like in Sowore. He had this toggery way of handling things.
Like
insulting elders, calling them names. No, that's not in my.
It's supposed to be matured more than that. It's supposed to be matured more than that.
The people you call elders, can you really call them elders?
Foley, because someone's father is a drunk.
We are Yoruba people. You don't insult elders, do you?
Even if elders is doing something bad.
Yes, you don't insult. You use another elder to talk to. You talk to another elder so that the elder will talk to the person. Not that
if the elder has been talking to the person and the elder is not changing, what will happen?
So the thing is, then you find a way to respectively create a space that it doesn't affect you. You don't go all out and start insulting elders. No, it doesn't happen like that.
No, we are.
And that's the thing. That's why I'm saying that. But
I think we need to be
Foley. As long as Sowore keeps this approach, he will never become the president in this country. Because one, my fault with him is he does not understand the fundamental cultural difference in the tribes that are in Nigeria. Number one. Number two,
he knew. He just wants to be combative. He knew. He just wants to be combative. That is it.
Being combative does not make. See, in his lifetime, Fashola has made more impact than Sowore, and Fashola came before Sowore came before Fashola. All these small boys, look at it, they are growing now. All these young parliamentarians in state house of assembly, all these young boys in that are becoming governors now, they are making more impact than Sowore. Very soon you will go into oblivion.
I don't know what you mean by impact.
Political power. Yes,
I don't know what you mean by impact.
Okay, look at Bosun Tijani now. Okay, let me tell you. Okay, look at Bosun Tijani, the Minister of Digital Economy, right? That they will inaugurate on Monday. If that guy performs very well, he will have more weight in political space than Sowore. And Sowore will not be able to look at him. Look at
do you think
young guys that
do you think they were?
And in history. In Nigerian history, their names will be etched in gold. And Sowore is just wasting his own time. And he's fast moving into oblivion. He's not building I'm telling you, he's not building a political party. He's not building he's not implement his own ideas on how Nigeria should be. He's just wasting his time. Every 4 years, every 4 years he comes out, raise money.
I don't know you.
Is every 4 years he comes
out. I don't know.
Raise money. Is the spokesman. Is the spokesman.
He's the chairman. He's the chairman. He's the secretary. He's the financial.
He's everything in his party. everything
no.
in his party.
Please,
You want me to
please,
work that
please.
kind of
I
person?
can tell you what you don't know about that party because I'm in that party. I can tell you what you don't know about that party. But me, because me, I'm there.
Okay.
I can tell you, yes. I can tell you what happened.
How many seats did that party win this last election? How many seats did they win?
We don't even win anything. But the party and what we stand for, I'm not sure that party can win anything. Hey, wait now. I'm not sure that party can win anything in this kind of system.
Okay.
Because the party is not even ready to play the game.
It's not the system. Because YPP won election. SDP won election.
Where YPP
LP won election.
Wait, please. Can we? Where YPP won election? Can you just tell me who is that person in that place that make them to win the election? How many millions did that person spend before he win the elections? Which is what AAC is not ready to do. We don't want a drug baron who has already made what to come to us. Yes.
Are you too speaking like obedient now? Are you speaking like obedient now? You don't want drug baron.
No, I'm not talking about B. I'm not talking about B. We don't want somebody who already make money anyhow way. Okay.
Fully. Then you don't understand that
yeah, I can hear you.
Democracy is expensive. Listen, democracy all over the world is expensive. If you want to use US as example, it is expensive. It is capitally expensive. It is so the idea of the fact that you will not spend money, we don't want to spend money because you don't want to use money.
No.
Nonsensical. That is very I'm telling you at the baseline.
So
hold on. At the baseline,
okay.
It's nonsense. Number one. Number two is, in as much as you people say you are getting receptions, the least I expected you guys to have is at least win House of Assembly, State House of Assembly. At least you can't tell me that with your concentration when Nigeria is broad, you cannot even win one single state House of Assembly. There's something is wrong.
I will tell you.
With the way your party is
we are on
structured, you cannot tell me that this is your stronghold, this is our stronghold, this is why we are well received. So you don't have anywhere in the country where you are well received. Your ideology is well received to be implemented.
Edo State, let me tell you something. Edo State actually belongs to AAC. Okay, but emergency of OB lose that. It allow us to it make us to lose that space because at that time people are looking for someone who is.
You know that Edo State governorship election is going to possibly Labour Party.
It's possible. It's possible. It's possible, but the question is, it's possible. But the question is, who is that person coming under Labour? That's another question. Are we going from fry pan to another system that we are not even proud of? Like, look at people that won what's it called, Senate and Assembly in Labour Party. Are they actually representing the conscience of people that actually voted for them day to day? That's the area we are coming from.
One thing is,
we need people that after they win the election, that they can still carry out that inspiration. Okay.
Fully.
Yeah.
I believe you watch football, right? Saudi Arabia.
Yes.
Now,
yes.
You know that Saudi is buying big players, well-known players, giving them big money because they just want attraction to their league for now, right? After their phase is over, they will not buy all those star players anymore. All their young players they'll start grooming them up because their league has gotten attention, right? Now, come to politics. Sometimes what Labour Party did was they signed a big fish, Obi, and they projected him, and they used those guys that are not known to at least have an opportunity in positions. Those guys will have to then go ahead and prove themselves, or the party will force them to prove themselves. Now, for AAC, you've not been able to sign any. You can't tell me that all politicians across Nigeria are not credible. There are still some credible. You've not been able to sign a big fish, big credible fish that can give an opportunity for guys that are not known now to be able to contest for position, win those positions, and start to work. Because let me tell you something, in Nigeria, even if you need somebody to give you a platform for them to know you before you can also entrench your name into the system. If nobody gives you an opportunity, nobody will know you. So you cannot say blame all those labor guys now, because Obi has served this purpose for them to know. And those guys, when they perform terribly, they say, oh, we know this person.
How many posts the ANC have in this election?
We can't this election. Let me actually I'm on
Paulie, Paulie, you should be covering your eyes. Not even
Why?
one.
How?
It's a
In
shame
this system,
now.
in this system, in this your system, in this election I will think you have, people are buying votes. People are buying votes. People are not electing. People are not voting. People are not voting with their conscience anymore. People are paying for their vote.
Why don't you buy votes? You need to buy votes.
We are not ready to buy it. We are not ready for that.
We are not ready to
wait. Anybody from AAC has to be somebody who is ready to go and serve. And if you want to serve people,
you are not ready to win. If you are not ready to go,
no,
with the
you
flow.
don't serve people. You don't give money to people to go and serve them because you want to go and be their labor.
But
so a laborer don't pay. A laborer don't pay his employee.
Thomas.
Yeah.
Fully. Then I can say that you don't have strategic thinkers in your party.
So
you have
are you now saying? Are you
prepare for an election?
Okay.
Hold on. You have 4 years to prepare for an election. I'm not saying giving votes on that, buying votes on that day is this one of the stupid, I would say a very stupid idea to win election. So you have a constituency.
Okay.
You cannot start philanthropy. You cannot start foundation. You cannot start having to help community service for those period of 3.5 years. And then you come out and tell them that you have contesting for.
Let me use my own case study.
And you're telling me that
please. Let me use my own case study.
Another person won.
Please, let me tell you my own case study where I belong to. Okay, in my environment. If you want to talk about a guy that all of them would definitely like this is Foley. This is what Foley stands for. Okay, I think I'll be the one. Okay, wherever I come into the streets, they all appreciate what I stand for, my ideology, my kind of person. But me, I particularly, I'm not interested in contesting for any position. Okay? But on the fateful day of that election, I have a guy that I actually believe that, okay, guys, people seeing me, they will vote for that guy because of me. Okay? But do you know that day, these same people went for 3,000 naira to go and vote for a candidate that they didn't even know at all. I'm telling you, just because of 3,000 naira. This is the system we have. This is the system we have. I'm telling you. This is people I will go to their house without even, I'll be giving them something, as in from my own purse. I'm not a politician. I joined Showore's movement because I can see the guy is actually representing what every one of us should be doing, mobilizing ourselves. That's why we join it. I don't even have interest in politics. I don't even have the mind. I'm not even sure if I can manage people to that extent, because I'm this kind of person that when you bring it, I bring it for you. Okay, I'm not seeing myself if I even have the tenacity. Okay, but what I'm saying here is we have a movement. We see a problem in our space, and we think the problem, we cannot abandon the problem. We have to step in, and that's what we're trying to do. And mind you, we may not get it right now, but in the nearest future, I know people will come to an agreement that we need this thing.
Foley, can you hear me? What I'm trying to tell you
I
is,
can hear
I
you.
think AAC should go back and sit down and re-strategize. One thing is, I believe
Yes.
probably if you were the one contesting, possibly the
Okay.
results will have changed and they will not collect the 2,000. Maybe because you had
This is
somebody by proxy and the person was not as impactful as you think the person should be. Maybe that's one of the reasons why. So I think the truth is, whoever wants to contest, whoever wants to be the face of your constituency under AAC should be the one doing all this community service and all these jobs. Go and ask Banky W now. Banky W is already, after he lost election, he has started carrying doing community service, hoping he will win his next election. So that's how it works in Nigeria.
yeah, and I
Nobody's
think
going to give
I
anybody
think what really
power.
affect
So
what really affect AAC is after 2019 election, the party was actually hijacked. Okay, for 3.5 years, we don't have access to that party. For 3.5 years, okay, we won the case 6 days before the INEC what's it called? INEC last date for Nigeria for every candidate to submit their names.
You guys feel that he won't participate in the election
No,
at all.
no. We just want to use the opportunity to take our party back from the old people who have been running it. Okay, so that's why we're setting. Let's register our people.
You people should start
So
now. APC,
we start already. We've started already. We've started already.
Their party. You see that Ganduje is moving around. Labour Party is also doing their own thing. So you two and local government elections are coming. So you should also win one local government, at least one. This time around,
we've started already.
Councillorship, just one.
And mind you, the AAC is just 5 years party registered, and after that, out of 5 years, the party was in charge of somebody else for like almost 3.5 years. So you can't see it top down on the AAC. Okay, we are coming. People are building it.
When the next election comes, I don't want to see all these frivolous suits of somebody who is not part of is not on your register. Is not a registered member of your party. All these shenanigans.
Do you know every AAC is only party where you can register online without knowing any member. You just go to their site and register yourself. It's only AAC that gave that platform. ANEC were even shocked. ANEC were even shocked when AAC submitted their membership names and their numbers and everything. They were shocked because they are not expecting them to have it.
How do you checkmate people that are double-faced? They are registered in AAC
online. They are registered in PDP.
Or they are registered in
APRB.
And they are registered.
There are a lot of people that also do that in APC and PDP. Nigerians, we don't have that system like somebody register here, somebody register here. Somebody can be PDP today and tomorrow morning, and somebody can sleep as PDP in Nigeria and tomorrow morning wake up as APC. You slept, you are sleeping, and you wake up to be another party. That is where Nigeria is.
You know what? Okay.
Yes.
Oh
so this has space need people who's intentional to do something, to come on board, to organize themselves. We need to look for ourselves. Okay, who are the people who are really willing to move this country forward? Not like somebody want to win an election to just count number. No, you have to win an election to make an impact. Let people know that your party win and you are there to represent your people, not for yourself.
Fully.
Yes, sir.
I hope so. We will employ bright minds because one, I think it's more than who wants to move Nigeria forward. That's the generic something. What's your economic ideology? What's your economic philosophy? What's your every party
sir,
should have
sir, that's what we're getting it from,
so
sir.
that's
Please,
it. I
in
don't
any
see. I
election,
don't see.
sorry, go to Showore 2019.
Let me
Wait,
finish.
all right.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let me just finish. I'm saying, what's your economic? Whenever he's talking on or I watch his interviews, he's not projecting his values. I mean, his economic beliefs. He should be projecting. See, AAC should be projecting more of what do you believe in terms of social justice. Are you a socialist party? Do you believe in capitalism? What is, or you believe in communism?
Showore
There
is a
must be
socialist.
something that is
Showore
well
is a
specific so
socialist.
that anybody that wants to
Showore
join the
is
party.
you should know
No,
that Showore is a
anybody,
socialist.
no, anybody that it's not about Showore, it's about AAC. Showore is the member of
AAC.
AAC.
AAC
So all those
is a
things should not
socialist party.
exactly. So what I'm saying is all those things have to be communicated not with mouth.
You know,
As a template, a reform template.
I think
What do you believe
what's really
politics and all of that?
one of the problem I think we have is this. In 2019, Showore actually have what's it called? What's it called? Showore has what we call Spasa Eat. They call it Spasa Eat. And that Spasa Eat is based on the power, economy, all the factors that is that I actually believe that this is what we need to move forward. Okay, Showore has this as its manifestos in 2019, and this thing is online. He put it on his website, but people don't read. 2023 again, we go back to that place. We amend what we need to amend, and we still do that same thing.
You know, Nigerians don't read.
Fully, Showore will write something. I will go and read it. It's wasting of time now. Why will I?
No, you know.
Exactly.
Exactly. I was telling you, Nigerians don't read.
And now you are asking me. And now you are asking us. You are now asking us that you don't know our economic. What's it called? Ideology.
Nobody take him serious. That is the problem. Nobody takes Showore serious.
Why can't you just sit down and see what is driving this guy? This is the problem we have. People don't take what's it called? Gani Fawehinmi serious as well. People don't take Fela serious as well. Many of these people that are supposed to liberate this country, we don't take them serious as well.
Fully.
It's only when they die.
You don't get, okay. For instance, let me give you an example. What do you think Obi did in this election that was special? It was just saying, it was just appealing to their emotions because it was appealing to their emotions.
There is nothing that will be said. There is nothing that will be just said in 2023 that Showore has not been saying in 2019.
Did not say anything. Obi did not say anything. Obi believed that he was just saying, like I give you a teaser, you are hungry. I give you an appetizer. It's when you come into the house, I show you the nitty-gritty of the food. Showore does not have that appealing. Maybe you need to change the face of your party. I don't know. Maybe you need to have a brand new face because I don't think you should contest as presidency. Really?
Okay.
I'm telling you because as long as people see Showore, people don't take him serious. So maybe you should give somebody else another chance to be the face.
Please, I will ask you this question.
Mm-hmm.
What quality do you need in somebody that wants to be a president?
Anytime I see Showore, I see him like Aluta, like student union.
Okay, yes, SDG. That's what. Fully.
That's how you see it.
Bring someone like bring someone like his friend, like people in the likes of Kingsley Moghalu, people in that branding, in the branding of what's his name? This guy speaking, public speaker, that they were friends.
Fela Durotoye.
What's his name?
Fela Durotoye.
Yes, bring people like that. Yes, bring people like that.
Okay, let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question.
Okay.
Did Fela Durotoye, is Nigeria's problem solved? Fela Durotoye actually run for election in 2019. Please, let me learn. 2019.
Yes.
Why is he not coming? Why is he not continuing to be doing the same thing? Because the problem is still there. You are coming here to solve Nigeria's problem.
No.
Okay. and they didn't elect you, does not mean you have to abandon the problem for Nigerians. We have
No,
problems.
listen, fully. I'm saying, no,
Okay.
listen. Now we are in social media age. Number one, social media
Okay.
age. Now, if you have good, even as poor as Tinubu was, Tinubu understood that he needed to reach out to people on social media. Look at the impressions Tinubu had in this election. You will know that you give it for his PR guys, like, and those guys, they were young guys, they were paid. I believe they ran that PR guy again, that PR for someone like Fela, and Fela has words. There is no way, go and meet any PR guy and say you want to brand Sowore. Sowore will mess up, because at some point, if they say Sowore, do your interviews like this, conduct your press conferences like this, that guy is not organized to the point to put himself in that light of being a leader. He will mess up, even in interviews. In common interviews of just expressing your opinions, you're already having a back and forth with the I know Rufai is a dickhead, but you are already having a back and forth. You can't keep it cool, and that's the problem.
No,
And anybody that cannot
no.
keep it cool will not be
One thing I
considered as a leader.
one thing I want you to know about a revolutionist person, someone that has a revolutionist mind. They're actually here to change the narrative, change the system. You change the way people think. When people are still believing that this is how things has been run, as a revolutionist, you change the way they think, because
And
if you
then
don't
you
change
should
their
be
mindset, if you don't change their
revolutionary. Should
mindset,
then be there should be it should be a
do you
presidential
do you do you know what
spokesperson,
is happening
not
in
a
South
president.
Africa today?
If you
Do you know
fall
what is
like
happening in
that,
South Africa?
it should be a spokesperson.
Do you know what is
I
happening
know
in
what's
South
happening in
Africa
South
today?
Africa. I know the alliance that is going on with. Yes, I know the alliance between the
Do you
opposition
know
parties to
do,
unseat the sitting
do you
government.
know what Manemba actually stands for? And this guy started that thing almost 10 years ago. Malema, Julius Malema.
Well, that's the mistake. No, that's the thing. The mistake you are making is, let me tell you one mistake you are making is,
Okay.
the mistake you are making, well, things don't change. We believe things still stay. The more we say things change, the more they remain the same. This is it. One, you can have the same ideology, but you should understand the times and the seasons, and how to encrypt your message in a way that it will get to your audience. Now, the audience, the people, no matter what strategy you want to use or what idea you have that is revolutionary in your mind, you need votes. If you don't have votes, you don't have the power to change. One, you need to find a proper means to communicate your ideas to the people that will give you the power or the leverage to change things. Now, Sowore may have the very brilliant idea, no doubt. But the thing is, you need to find a proper way to communicate that your idea to your audience. I don't know whether you're a Christian. Paul tells me, okay, I'm listening. When Paul was talking, like in the scripture, Paul said, when I have a message, if I go to the low, I behave like a low so that they can receive my message. If I go to the people that are high, I go like that so that they can receive my message.
Okay.
I'm listening.
And okay, let me just step in there.
So I'm not okay.
I want to believe that there is no any idea that you created today and you actually see it immediately going. Ideas pass through 3 stages. People will first of all see it. Is this thing? Is it? People will not even see it at all at the early stage. Later, they will come back to it. Let me even check what this thing is. That's the second stage. By the time people now check it, they will now still go and try to verify what that idea is and the impact of that idea, what will look like in the nearest future. So what Sowore is bringing to the system, okay? People don't use to it. People don't use to Nigerians coming out to organize themselves. People don't use to them electing a leader within themselves. People don't use to someone who doesn't have money to give to them for them to vote for him. So these are the things that we have to pass through that stages. And I'm truly believe that we are getting AAC is getting somewhere. Okay, like what each and every one of us is doing in our own space now. We are trying to create that platform for us, for the party.
Paulie,
but we don't want to. We don't want to
sorry.
represent.
You are not.
We don't want
You are not getting anywhere. You are not getting anywhere, my brother. you are not. You are
my
not.
No, my
getting
brother,
anywhere.
my brother. If you are saying this, you can't tell me that a party that just registered 5 years ago, and the party is in the hand of traitors for almost 3.5 years. Okay, yeah, you are expecting them to be doing like APC and PDP. People already stole a lot of money. People already have
when the day you have a
people
local
already have
government
the structure
chairman,
in place.
the day you have a local
Don't
government
worry.
chairman that
Don't-
AAC, then come back to me and convince me. But now,
Bros,
no. You are
don't worry.
you are just wasting your time, my brother.
Bros, don't worry. Bros. No, what you call wasting of time, eh? Time will actually put us wrong or right. Time. We have time here. Okay? Time will actually speak for what AAC stands for.
You
we don't want to compromise.
Have you heard this
You are
adage
not
before?
progressing and you
When
don't
you are
have
in
time.
Rome, you do what? You behave like
When you are in
Romans.
Rome and you behave,
like
that means you
Romans.
cannot change Roma. So that means you cannot change them. That means you cannot change them. You cannot change them. If you want to behave like them, you can't change them. You have to behave. If Rome is not doing fine and you are coming to Rome, wait, please. If Rome is not doing well and you are coming to Rome to come and change them, not you want to come and live with them. Okay, you can come with them. If you want to live with them, you can come and be doing what they are doing. But Rome is not doing fine. You want to come. Your intention is to come to Rome to change Rome. So you have to come to Rome and change the way they are thinking. So the thinking here around Rome is not doing fine.
Romans
are
not
what?
ready to change. Romans are
If
not
Romans
ready
are
to
not
change.
ready, fine. That's why your conscience is setting. You know you try your best. That's why your manship, your leadership quality comes in. That's why your conviction comes in. That you actually see a problem and you try to change it and it doesn't change.
To be candid,
Yeah.
what Oshore represents, that is the best thing for our political arena.
Space.
No buying
Yes.
votes. I'm not disputing. Oshore is a good man. Is ideal. Everything is good about him. But the system in Nigeria, as we are speaking now, no way for Oshore.
Okay. Do you know the problem Nigeria has?
Yeah. What?
It's not even the people on the
hold on.
street. It's people
Hold on.
like,
Yeah.
it's not okay. Do you know the problem we have in this?
What's the
Nigeria?
problem?
The problem we have in Nigeria is not even the people. It's not the people that are collecting money to vote. It's not the problem. The people who are sitting behind watching DSTV who cannot collect that money, but they didn't have the trust in the system to go out and vote for the candidates. They know the candidate. You just tell me that Sowore has what we need to do here, but yet you don't believe that. Yes, but you don't believe that we can use yourself have a role to play as a human being, as a patriotic citizen, to make sure that his mission contribute to your own quota, to make sure that his mission actually well spread around. It's what do you think I'm doing here? I can be sleeping on my bed. I'm wasting my data to talk to you here. That is the cost that we think we need to put on ourselves as well.
Let me interject you. Let me interject you first.
Yeah.
When I say Sowore does not understand how to build systems, it looks like I'm insulting him. No. When you are starting a business, I don't know whether you're a businessman. Okay.
Yeah, I'm 100%.
Let's say a businessman wants to start a business. You start from small, then you grow big, right? when Dangote was
Okay.
starting, he started from maybe Kano. I think I read it, Kano. He started from his constituency in Kano, calling 1 naira, 2 naira. Then he started expanding. Now he's in Lagos and all of that. Look at Suarez's approach. Where is his consistency? Zero. Where is his word? Zero. Do they know him in polling unit? I don't know. What has happened? So Sowore did not even start his charity from home. If Sowore was wanted to build a party with this revolutionary idea, I felt that he should have gone back to his home state. Abuja is not his home state. Abuja is everywhere everybody troops in Nigeria. Go back to your home state, start from there, your constituency, your ward level, at least, because I said I'm disappointed because at least if he's a presidential candidate, the least I expect him to do is win his ward. The least I expect him to do is win his polling unit.
Which
the least I expect
he
him
does.
to do is
Which he
win his
does.
local
Which he
government.
does.
Did
You know what? You know
he do
what?
it?
Yes. Definitely. He didn't win his government,
his local government?
but he win his ward. He win his ward and he win his what's it called? His unit polling unit. So
Then
and
why
don't let me tell you
win his word and his unit? Then why couldn't he produce one house of assembly? I mean local house of assembly and one federal house of assembly.
let's get this thing straight. You see Nigerians, I'm not sure how long you have left this country, okay, and how many elections you have observed in Nigeria. If you come to polling unit during the election period, you will weep for this country. I'm not making it up. You will cry for this country if you come out during the election in this country. You will know that people don't even believe that leaders is being elected to go and govern. They see them as if they want to elect them to go and make money. So as we are going, they want to collect their own money before you even get there. So it's a system that people actually sees you as somebody you want to go and represent them, and they now put their support behind you because of that their belief, that you can actually call out that, okay, why can't you do this? This is our system that people that want to vote for you actually need something from you because they believe you are going there to go and make money. This is a system of grant. So before you can actually penetrate that system, you have to be very, very, very very ready to face the challenges. We have a lot of challenges here, but the problem is even me and you, who are not ready to collect 5,000, who is not even ready, who can even give out money for people to go and vote. We are not yet keying into that system to change the narrative. No, we are expecting just one person to go in and change the whole story. Whereas every one of us have our own territory as well. We have people who can influence, but we are not doing it. That's the problem we have. If you are waiting for Sowore alone to win Nigerians' system, to fight a system that is like this, till the kingdom come, nothing will happen. It's people like you and I who are ready to make a change that will now throw ourselves into that system to make sure that we influence people that we need to influence as well, to play our own role as well. But we are not doing it. We are still expecting just one person to go and do it. Sowore is not going there to go and make money. I can bet with anybody. It's not going there to go and make money, Sowore as a president. No, it's going there to change. He wants to change the narrative. He wants people of the same like minds to come to politics arena, to come and join politics. But all of them were running away because they believe it's too monetized, it's too this, it's too dangerous. That's why people of good intention, good mind, don't even join our politics space. We left it for the criminals.
They don't.
Yes, we left the space for the criminals. And that is why we need people of the same like minds to come and participate in politics to make sure that we change the narrative. When the righteous rulings, people rejoice. But when the wicked people are ruling, people crying. The wicked people are the one ruling our space. And the righteous have to come on board. That's what we are saying.
You are. It's funny. Don't see me as anti-Sowore.
No. We are here to talk.
Showore is the person. If all these obedient people, if they have brain, it should be queen at the back of Showore. But they still want their thieves, Obi.
Do you know what? Do you know why I don't blame those guys? Do you know why I don't blame those guys? Those guys are just waking up. It's like somebody just wake up from his bed and you have to go and brush your teeth. When you brush, you go to kitchen, you look for what you will eat. They will have to make their first mistake. They already make that first mistakes. What I told them is that actually I'm not condemning Obi. I'm not saying Obi is not good. Obi is a good man, fine. But Obi cannot do the job that we need to do now if we really want freedom. Okay? I know Obi can never stand inside sun to lead Nigerians to the street for 2 hours. He will never do that. But Nigerians youth, yes, we are like army of lion who are leading by a sheep, and that sheep will lead us to a unknown destination. But let's assume that the people that actually organize for Obi, let's assume that half of them organize for Showore, and Showore managed to have just 3 million. We don't even need 6 million. Do you think Nigeria government will have the audacity to just announce anybody anyhow, or to just mess up the election? They will be afraid. If someone can have 3,000 votes, 33,000 votes in 2019, and is calling for revolution, that kind of person will not have 6 million votes like Obi have, and will be going to court. And this is exactly what we need. Somebody who can lead the struggle. We need these people they are taking us for granted. They are just doing whatever they like with the system, and nobody cares. And the court you are going to, they control the court, they control INEC, they control police, they control soldiers, they control talk. So it's us here that we need to organize ourselves. We need to organize. That organization is what we need here. What do we win? What do we need? And what do we want? How do we get it done? Can we start something, even if we are not getting there yet? You people live. Your line is breaking.
I said you can imagine people leaving Showore for Obi.
Obi
that still in 2019 was the same Atiku they called
Atiku
all around.
Was talking at even 2023. Even 2023, he was telling us that Atiku is my boss, is my mentor.
Atiku is my boss.
My leader.
Atiku is my boss.
And the same youth who want freedom for their space were still following the same set of people. I have my uncle here that were staying together here. My uncle said, Folly, I did been these people support people like Showore, they will have seen a change in that system. They will have came in. But because they are following Obi is the same thing. That's why a lot of people don't even throw their support. But that day that Nigeria will actually see a revolution and just all of us cannot. I'm not praying for coup, for Nigeria to have a coup, but I'm praying for Nigerians to have a political space that can challenge anything. We must not use it. We must not go by gun. We can go by organizing ourselves in number, in teams, and destroy these people out of the space. And mind you, any system that form now, that people can trust now, people will definitely key into that system. But nobody is selling the system to people.
The truth is, let me tell you something. The truth is, the political space is already evolving. Really, it's already evolving. Now, another thing I can tell you is that first we need to understand. The problem with that country is we don't have identity management. If you have a very strong identity management, then we can start to know who is qualified to vote, who is not qualified to vote, what's the system for result collection and all of that. And that's why I feel that when there is an amendment now again for electoral law, everybody should participate. That's the only way. And they should force everybody to keep votes. Not that voting is optional. Voting should be made compulsory. Everybody should make a choice on who they want as leaders. whether you like it or not. So far you are 18 years, it is compulsory to make a choice to vote. If you don't want to pick, if you don't really like anybody, you still have an option to pick. I don't want anybody. Pam, pick it. That's the best way. But this allowing some people not to vote, allowing some people to vote, is still going to cause all these commotions and all of that. Imagine out of 96 million people,
they will stop giving out cards almost 6 months to the election. What happened to the many guys that was born 6 months before the election? They are nowhere to be found in the system to vote.
No, that's what we are saying the same thing. If you have a proper identity management system,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. We are saying the same thing now. You actually try to solve the problem. You make you make an example of how one of the problem what is actually affecting us. Nigerians don't have data. We don't even know who can vote, who is not even eligible to vote. These people, sir, poverty is what is the first problem, and what's it called? Mindset. Nigerians voters' mindset has to change, and it's not something somebody that just came out and.
If everybody knows that it's compulsory to vote, nobody wants to waste your money. Do you want to bribe everybody to vote?
Yes.
If it's compulsory, do you want to bribe everybody to vote?
Like what I said before the election, I said, do you know in Nigeria the highest vote we've ever have is 32 million people voting, the highest turnout that Nigerians have ever had, and we always have like almost 90 million voters registered. What happened to the 70 million or 60 million? Why can't they organize themselves?
Million. I'm beginning to see it. We are not up to
million. I'm not even talking about general numbers. I'm talking about the people that registered. People that registered. The registered. The registered.
When they do an audit of us, we are not up to 200 million. Number one. So, number two, do you notice that the NIN now that almost everybody has gotten is struggling to cross over 100 million? Are you seeing it? Hello?
I'm not sure it's everybody that's gotten it. I'm not sure it's everybody. No, it's everybody that's gotten it. There are some families who doesn't have NIN. There are families of 5 or 6 that the only people that have it is their mother and the husband. Father and the mother that has the NIN. The many children don't have it.
Phones, lines, MTN SIMs,
yes.
MTN, all these telecom SIMs. What is
the line you are talking about? Let me tell you.
Look at the numbers.
Let me tell you what parents does. Parents will go and use their own name to register for their kids. Because the stress of going to pass through before you can have a NIN. It's like you want to enter inside. You want to enter Lidl. The stress you are going to pass through. So people are not ready to even go out and pass through that stress for their kids. Many families don't even have. It's only the mother and the wife that have, and only the husband and the wife that have NIN. What that they'll be using their card to do to register SIM for their kids. Because of the stress that you're going to pass through and the money that are involved before you can transport yourself from where you are living to where you are going to do it, all those things. It's not encouraging people to do it. And this is something that if someone supposed to log in on your phone, just go to their site, submit this thing, let them bring you out. Even there is a place you can even do your thumbprint on your phone as well. They can make it happen.
Nigeria problem, na trailer problem. Trailer
problem is deep. So that's why we need somebody who actually have the mind to confront the problem. Not somebody that will just promise you, I'm coming and think. No, somebody who has the mind, the willingness that want to sacrifice that is time. That is everything for that system to change. It's not something that somebody can just come out and say, I will change Nigeria. No, it has to be intentional. The willingness has to be there.
Oh my God. No, Nigerians, no. We have problem. Somebody can leave Showore and be following Obi. Obi where we know say na thief. Na still them. Na still them.
Atiku is my brother, is my mentor, and yes, you are still following that person. They even call
Atiku. They are cursing Atiku.
Yes, they even call
They are
Obi.
cursing Atiku, calling him the thief.
Do you know Rufai hacks Obi that Obi, what make you think that you are different? What idea are you bringing to the system? His response will shock you. He said, Nigeria is not mature enough to be governed by ideas. He said, all of us, we don't have different ideas. We share the same idea. The same will be that youth are even supporting. This is what is giving me a headache about Nigerian youth, when they said they are supporting Obi. On Arise News. On Arise News. And yes, people are still following him. People still believe that he has different agenda. For people like us, who want better than what Obi stands for, we will always be supporting someone that we think is best, either he win the election or not.
Oh my God. I know, Folly, to be candid with you, I don't oppose to Showore, but
yeah, I understand.
Showore is what we need. That is what Nigeria needs.
And that means we also need you. That means we also need you. That means the country also needs you to make it known to people. But we are still waiting for people who doesn't know anything. People who cannot feed themselves. People who hunger has already made them to lose what they represent in their life. You are waiting for them to come and do these things. They will never make it happen. It's me and you who can still feed ourselves, who can still give to them, that can make it happen.
It's unfortunate, my brother. It's very unfortunate. This Obi movement is very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate.
Do you know how much you are spending on Nigerians? Do you know how much you are spending on Nigerians every day? Your friends, your families. Do you know how much you are spending on them just to make life easy?
Don't even go there.
Yes.
Because that's why sometimes when we were talking last time, I said, my brother, what you are suffering in Nigeria, I'm suffering it. I still have mother, I have father. I'm sending money to Nigeria. We're not send the OCB. So we are in this together. We are not isolated. Because we are living in abroad. We are not isolated from Nigerian problem.
Yes. I'm in Nigerian, and people actually, most of my friends are already out. All of them were running away. They are running away from the space. But me, what I used to talk to myself is this: why are we living our own space? People build that place you are running to, and if all of us continue running from this space, who will now build this space? And mind you, even if you travel, you cannot even pray for yourself not to come back to your space, to your country. So you have to have a country to come back to. So if all of us are running, I have all it takes to travel out of this country. But I intentionally deny myself that process. I did it intentionally. I only travel to just go out, spend some 2 or 3 weeks. I come back here. It's not like I don't have the capacity.
You have to change that thing. Don't deny yourself. If you want to move. Nigeria is not worth dying for. I'm sorry.
It's not dying for. It's not dying for, but at the same time, it's worth doing something for.
It's worth doing something for. Yeah.
Yes.
I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you. It's worth doing something for. Because all of us, we are still coming back. We are still coming back.
When you people are traveling.
We are just one. We are just one good governance away from getting it right. I'm serious. We are
one good governance. Good government. Good governance.
I'm serious. Just one good governance. One good accountable governance.
And that one good governance, do you know he has to be people's elected president before him to achieve his wish. Because with these people, with this group, wherever you want to do anything. But if it's people that actually give their support to that leader to come, they are trying to build a government that people themselves will actually elect.
Polly, when I hear this election,
wherever it's making any policy and anybody want to talk, they will stand for the president they have. That is what they want with their numbers. Yeah.
Folly, when I heard this election that they still finally buy votes, I said Nigerians.
Let me even tell you what happened.
I have somebody that said he got a recharge card for 2005. He got 4.
Yes.
You just scratch it, you go, you dial it on your phone, and your account is credited.
You will be credited. Already.
My God.
What we just need to during the election, during the time, you just cast your vote, show what you vote, they write your name down and your phone number. That's what they do. We are here, we witness all these things. We witness it. What's anybody think Nigeria election
and we want change.
Yeah.
And we want change.
That's what did not win political, we win his party. That is not a problem. The problem is people like Showore will never win election in Nigeria. Will never, if the system did not tamper with it. And he knows that he knows that himself. That this election system is not for people like him, but he wants just to be coming in so that we'll be exposing them every day. Look at what the opportunity that he had during the election. He was able to sit with people like
this all this money problem, they still find way to buy votes. Nigerians.
I'm telling you. And the reason why this guy is coming is like when we are contesting during the election, whenever they want to have a meeting within the political parties, they will invite somebody like him, people like him, to come and attend that meeting so that the secret will be exposing. We'll be using that space to talk to them, to tell them, go and look at his meeting with what's it called, Abdulsalam Abubakar. Look at what he told them. He actually told them exactly what is happening at that meeting. This is the reason why we're actually trying to engage in political space, so that we can be able to be telling them the truth. That's why I tell them that people should not be worried that one day the table will turn, and that table is going to be turned one day. It will turn. The table will turn. Tinubu was in the meeting. Abdulsalam Abubakar was in the meeting. Do you know Abdulsalam Abubakar was like, he said, Showore, he said, why can't you let bygone be bygone and let's face our future? Forget about what has happened in the past. Abdulsalam Abubakar was telling him that we know what is you are doing that as if when you become Nigeria president, all of us will run away from this country. He said that's what Abdulsalam Abubakar tell Showore in himself in a public space, that Showore will see you as somebody who, if you have opportunity to lead Nigeria, many of us will run away from this space.
He will jail all of them.
They all know that. Even if he's not going to jail them, they will run out because they will be afraid of his kind of governance.
Yes, of course.
And he cannot achieve that by aligning with them. That's what people don't know. He can't achieve that by aligning with them to bring him to that place. It has to be people's mandate.
If you align with them, forget it. You're done.
Forget about it. That's what people are saying. You should join them. No. Once you join them, forget it.
Forget it.
So it has to be people's mandate, people's voting for you and giving their support to you. And whenever you get there, you want to make any meaningful impact, and they are blocking you. The people will also at the same time stand for you. People can shut down National Assembly, not impeach you. But when you are making things happen, and they want to use National Assembly, National Assembly can go ahead and impeach you. And once they impeach you, you cannot do anything again. But when people are actually the one giving you their vote, and National Assembly wants to sit and what's it called, and sit on you to impeach you, people will actually stand for you at that place because it's people's platform, people's what's it called, space. National Assembly is meant for mandate. It's people's mandate. So people will stand for you. We need somebody that Nigerians themselves will be intentionally elect as a leader, not by you come by group or people don't support what you do. It has to be Nigerians voting for you to elect you as a leader. That is when you can do anything meaningful.
Folly.
Yes.
If I said I disagree with you, I'm deceiving myself. Yeah, I totally agree with you. But you know, Nigeria is a difficult country. Nigeria is a difficult country. And you rightly said we just need people that have that evolution mind that things can change. Like Shore. Shore is not my enemy, my brother. What we need is the guy. That is what we need. Somebody that is brutal, somebody that will say it as it is. He doesn't care how you feel, no. That is who we need. That is what can change. But we are talking of Tinubu, Atiku, Peter Obi, forget it. They will just forget it. We are not going anywhere. We are not going anywhere. But for now, this is our reality, my brother. That's what I want you to know. That is Nigeria reality.
Yeah, but we have to start. It took Mandela it took Mandela almost 30 years to realize this. Almost 35 years or 40 years. Because it's not immediately that they have started the struggle that they actually arrested him. At least for years, he's doing it and he's not arresting. And after arresting him, he spent almost 27 years. It took him that long for him to get the country right. So we have to start with something.
We don't have that luxury of time.
Yeah, we don't have it because we even have what it takes to make it happen within 4 years. If like here now, in the ages, we don't have this time. We don't have this opportunity to be here discussing, talking about our country. But now we have this kind of platform to use for ourselves.
Yes.
To use for ourselves. We also just need to have a kind of a mindset that direct our direction, that will direct our direction to what we need. And let's governance all the minds together and see what we can do with the system. And within 4 years, we'll destroy these people out of the space. Look at what Obi's movement actually bring out. Nobody believed that Obi movement can lead to that. But look at the results. Tinubu lost Lagos for Obi. Is there anybody that ever believe in that? Just for us to organize. And yet, we are not even picking the right candidate. Let's now assume that we pick the candidate that we actually believe, that people will actually believe that this is the guy. You will see the number of people that will turn out.
My brother, if I disagree with you, I'm deceiving myself. There's no equivocation in what you are saying. If we just need to disrupt the norms, the what is called it, the big horns, the elephant in the house, which all these big politicians. But it still baffles me. Before the election, I was just saying, what do we want that we don't have in Shore? But people look away.
What happened with that election is when when people actually want somebody to lead the 2023 election, Showore's party is actually in court. So they are not even sure of him winning the case in court. So by the time they will now release the party to him, it's already late. Obi is already trending. People are already moved towards Obi's direction. So that is what actually affects the election. But even Showore party did not have case, and it's running the party the same way it's supposed to run like other parties. And it's not like
And it started early.
You said.
But I think if we were to be started early.
No, it's not about we are actually trying to make things happen. But people that want to join us, we are actually looking at the party. Labour, they call Showore first in Labour. Because Falana wants Showore to come to Labour Party. But he said Labour Party don't carry that revolutionary movement they were bringing. The party actually represents. They called him first. And if Sowore joined Labour Party, people like Apapa will be there for him, waiting for him. All these people in the Labour Party will be there as their escorts, waiting for him to come there.
Good morning.
Good
morning, MC.
Okay, can I ask, and let's be honest, the last election, who won the election? Is it Tinubu or is it Obi? Is it Atiku?
INEC declare Obi. INEC declare Tinubu, sorry.
Tinubu, yeah.
INEC declare Tinubu.
Yes, but apart from that, do you believe?
And that's why I need to know.
Okay. But in my
the same processing is what me and you need to challenge, not who won the election. If you are talking about who won the election, I will tell you that they said Tinubu won the election.
Okay, but what's the process that was
the processes we all agree to use BVAS to transfer all the results of the election to their portal. That's the agreement. All right. But when this thing is going wrong, only Sowore's representative at INEC, at the INEC, what's it called? World Poly Collation Center, when they were giving the results. It's only AAC party that stood up and talk about that diverse issue. All of them just walk out. It's only INA that stood up and tell INEC chairman, this is what you promised Nigerians, and this is not what you are doing. That alone is enough for Nigerians to even rise up against that system.
Hold on. If you look at the INEC rules, I think in the constitution, in the Nigeria constitution, like the INEC have the power to decide whether to transmit the results immediately or do it in the way they want. They have the power to decide that. So I don't think
there is something we call moral. There's something we call moral. No, there is something we call moral in human's life, that nobody is forcing you to do it. But once you stand up and tell people this is what you are going to do, you are banned for that thing that you stand for. Because INEC chairman promised all the candidates that is going to do this. He didn't give them any clause.
See, as someone who watched from I was watching from behind. The last election was too polarized. A lot of people wear their hearts in their chest. Too much emotion. They didn't think properly. See, that election was clear that if the opposition in Nigeria didn't come together and face the big elephant in the room, they would lose the election. It was clear. See, I called the election since last year October, because if you observe the way APC removed PDP, almost 90% of the opposition in Nigeria, they unite. They supported APC to remove PDP.
Okay, fine. I like that what you say. I like that what you say. Please, please let me just come in so that you can continue your this thing. I like what you just said, but to what level now that they are coming together, that they are connection? Where did it lead us now?
So
it's not about coming together. It's about know who you are coming together with.
Hold on. What I'm trying to say is that a lot of people said APC is bad, but the people that were saying APC is bad, that they want APC gone, they didn't come together and say, okay, let's support one candidate. Either you support Obi, PDP, or Labour support PDP. We didn't do that.
You are not even if they are supporting themselves. So even if they are supporting themselves, they are still going to be a failure to the system because they are not having the good intention. That's what we're saying here. There has to be intention.
But the reason why I'm not mentioning Sowore currently, yes, he's a good candidate. But if you look at it, he doesn't have the support of the people actually. He doesn't. Also, he needs to start from somewhere. At least he's from all those states. First of all, dominate the politics there. Then let's see what will happen. You can't just be coming every 4 years and be doing all these things. You need to continue to build because it hasn't done anything. Like it doesn't have any member in the state house of assembly.
Let me chip in something. If there is anybody that ever been a consistent man in the history of this country, if there is anybody, Sowore is one of them.
Yes, you are right.
There is not any system. There's not any system in Nigeria. But what Sowore has been doing in the past is believe that one day we will continue margin ourselves till we get it right. But it's like you now realize.
Sowore cannot do it alone. You have to create other leaders.
We're not talking about doing it alone. He has been on that space for so very long time. Okay, but it's their own intention. Then it's like let's begin to let's begin to organize ourselves against the system. But each time that Nigeria is supposed to get it right, the same people they were working against, they always find their way back to organize themselves to the new platform which Nigeria is trying to bring up. Okay, they always find their way of organizing themselves. Look at during the democracy during the military era when we are fighting military should go. By the time we're supposed to get that thing right, that we're supposed to put the real democratic president in place, they have to go and pick somebody from the same military circle to come and take over the democracy that people are actually fighting for. We lost that. We lost that battle through that. And after that, PDP ruled for 16 years. Okay? And they were actually, Nigerians were tired. We need a system that will change. So that's why we are now looking for a way to get it right. Yet, these people have to go again and bring people like Buhari, people like all these people in PDP, they come to the APC because we are desperate. We think that we are getting it right. We support them to achieve that goals. And today is what we are announcing today. The problem we have today. Now, in 2020, something happened. Nigerian youth actually organized a mass revolutionary movement, which is NSAS. And they were waiting for after the killing of NSAS, they were waiting for 2023 election for them to bring out their anger against the system so that they can organize themselves. But mistakenly for them again, somebody from that same PDP, same APC, is now the one gathering themselves, parading themselves as a messiah for them. And they were still following the same circle. This is the problem we have. We have to manage it. We have to manage that problem. That anytime we are looking for our freedom, the same people we are fighting against always come back to that system.
Because average Nigeria, most Nigerians are sellable. They are easily to be corrupted. Once they see money, they lose all their senses. So
and do you now know most of them they are not sellable. Like Dele Farotimi is not sellable.
Huh? Who is that?
Dele Farotimi. You cannot buy that guy.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But what Dele Farotimi believe is that Nigerian youth are already moving towards a revolutionary movement, thinking that after the election, our Nigerian government, if politicians mess up, that Nigerian youth can actually shut down the system. That is why people
let me say something. We always have this thinking that politicians are the only ones causing all the corruption in Nigeria. Listen,
no.
It is the corruption in Nigeria is widespread across. It's not the because it takes two to tango. It's not the only the politicians themselves. If they are the only one that is corrupt, they won't be able to, steal all the money they are stealing.
Do you know one of our problem? Our problem is like we always want to talk about we always want to run away from the problem. Okay, why do you have politicians in place to come and govern the system, to lead? Okay, But these people are not doing it. They are not leading. They are going there for business. Okay? The day you have somebody who is politicians and who is ready to lead, all these shenanigans of a thing they are talking about, that you said people are corrupting, all these things will stop. That day that we elect a leader who is not a political mind person, who is person that actually wants a system to change. It will change all these things we are all talking about. Within 4 years, Nigeria will not believe it, what they will be going through. Within 4 years, what we need is how to organize ourselves to get that leader, not that politician. Is a leader, not ruler. Leadership is what we need here. On this space, we need something leadership, not the rulers, not politicians.
But I'm not going to. Nigeria's system is too complicated. Sometimes we that are not deeply in the system, we think it is easy. If you want to listen, if you want to understand Nigeria, if you are in any group of maybe 30 or 40 Nigerians, maybe in that group, that will show you how Nigeria is. It is very, very hard for you to come into an agreement when you are discussing anything. It's always chaos and
of
problem
course.
and disagreement.
Some people will be going right, some people will be going left.
Do you know on this platform today, somebody has already insulted me, saying a lot of things about me, that I should go and I'm a frustrated person. I should go and look for what to do for my life. Maybe he thinks that he's better than me.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm just telling you. But sir, in this country, I'm one of the Nigerian youths, okay, who is like, I've never done anything evil in my life. I've never steal anybody's things in my life, and I'm living my life as in to my own satisfaction.
Okay, sorry, let me quickly explain to you. Like recently on Twitter, a guy came in there and said, well, his mother was a level 14 officer in the federal government, and he struggled to send them to school in the UK and blah, blah, blah. A lot of people were laughing. They said, like, they make him understand that your mom was corrupt. Was corrupt woman.
To even have the money to train you.
Yeah, send you to school in the UK.
It's only if you can tell us that if he has any other business that he's doing.
So that's the thing. Most Nigerians, they don't see, they complain online. They will come online to complain. They don't know their parents are also involved in the destruction of Nigeria. You understand me?
Yeah,
they will come and complain also. Or your parents are the part of the problem. They are the ones destroying the country. Yeah.
It is well. Guys, we have to shut down. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys, General.
That's all right. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah. Polly, thank you. Catch you later. UFC, thank you. Guys, we come to the end of the session again. You know where we are here to make our country better. If we are not here for that, what else can we do? And we hope one day Nigeria will be great. Thank you, everyone. God bless you all. Carry the conversation in the comment section. And I said, peace. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not. And I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Fiakwa. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk. Say make I go dey prepare for 2019. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́. They say me meet them for airport road. Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know Yaya Bello ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? I know Yaya Bello ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know GYB ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? We know GYB ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya, you Yaya, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹni tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń sẹ̀nu wúyẹ́, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ, Yaya Bello, àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ.
Good morning, Daddy.
Praise the Lord. How are you, sir?
Fine, Daddy. Good morning, Daddy.
Amen. In Jesus' name, we are going to get a bright result.
Thank you, Daddy. When I hear this your call and prayers, Daddy is very dear to me. And like I keep saying, if this works, you people will never regret this support.
Amen. Amen.
You know.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Amen, Daddy. Daddy, I need you to speak to the people in the Southwest. Your people in the Southwest. And Kwara.
Okay. I've been in touch with Kwara people.
The Christians in the Southwest and Kwara. This is a religious war.
I believe that. You know, I did